If you want to grab this poster, you can, drewgoodenshop.com. Also got these hats now, if you'd like to remind people that they are in fact dealing with a little stinker. All right, enjoy the video. Hey guy, welcome back to GameStop. Let me know if you got your eyes on any pre-orders. I know the answer is no, but that won't stop me from asking you 12 more times. So I had to make a video this week, and I've been racking my brain trying to figure out what to talk about, and I decided, you know what, fuck it, let's talk about video games. With a new generation of consoles coming to us in the near future, the age-old debate has been reignited. Which console will reign supreme? Will it be the PlayStation 5? Will it be the Xbox Project X the movie? Or perhaps a newcomer will arise? I'm thinking Ouya 2?
Your favorite game or your favorite app, and you're gonna be like, I want to play that, and I have to get Ouya to play it because it's the only place it will be.
For some reason, the Xbox versus PlayStation debate is the most heated argument on the face of the planet. These people absolutely hate each other. Look at some of the conversations on Twitter.
Xbox is so shit. Nobody wants it. Garbage. Imagine giving a shit about the PS5. Shut the fuck up, fanboy.
Keep moving it.
Shittiest console
PlayStation
ever.
is doo-doo.
Xbox is for little kids. Don't bully Xbox, please. Respect all X-Fart Siri.
Let me tell you guys about my personal history with gaming and the relationship I have with these consoles as a result. I still remember the day I learned that computers aren't just for sitting in the corner and making weird noises whenever my parents would turn them on. When I discovered that you could play games on that dusty ass rectangle, my 5-year-old brain exploded. I played the shit out of Backyard Baseball and Backyard Football and Jumpstart Adventures 3rd grade Mystery Mountain. Video games awakened a part of my soul that my 41-pound body had yet to become acquainted with, and all I wanted was more. When it came to consoles though, my family didn't own any for a few more years, but we would often visit my cousins who had two things that we didn't: a swimming pool and a Nintendo 64. Yeah, the pool was nice, but you're telling me I could go inside and play Mario Kart and not get any water up my nose? Where do I sign? I remember my cousins who owned the Nintendo and could therefore play it whenever they wanted would sometimes look at me like, Drew, can we do something else? And I would say, no, it's Destruction Derby time. I knew that as soon as I got home, the only game my ass would get to play was Reader Rabbit Math Adventures ages 6 to 9, and that just wasn't gonna cut it. So blow off the cartridge, give me the good controller this time, and let's blow up some cars. Speaking of cars, one other vivid gaming memory I have is when my parents took us to CarMax so they could spend what felt like 19 hours trying to buy a Honda Odyssey. Why is this a gaming memory, you didn't ask? Well, because CarMax had a GameCube in the kids' waiting area, and you bet your ass I played Super Mario the entire time. Best day of my life. That memory is so precious to me that I think it actually influenced my decision as an adult to buy a car from CarMax. Anyway, everything changed one glorious Christmas morning when, after months of begging, my sister and I finally convinced my parents to buy us a PlayStation 2. They probably figured it was cheaper than financing a used car every time I wanted to play something. This was a huge upgrade from Reader Rabbit. Now we got games like Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3, Spider-Man the Movie the Game, Jimmy Neutron Boy Genius. Probably should have rented that one. In the years that followed, my love for games only continued to grow as we discovered newer and bigger games. Like Kingdom Hearts, I didn't even think something like that was possible until I played it. And then when the sequel came out a few years later, I still remember being blown away by some of the innovations, like the new combat system, the new magic spells, and most importantly, the ability to skip the cutscenes. In a way, my new video game obsession probably did more harm to my life than good. I went from being a consistent straight A student to, you know, Mom, a C actually isn't that bad. I went from weirdly being like a baseball prodigy as a 7-year-old to a lazy, chubby 12-year-old who wouldn't even swing the bat anymore because I was too distracted thinking about how when I'd get home, I could play ATV Off-Road Fury 2. The PS2 years were magical. We sunk so many hours into games like Star Wars Battlefront, The Sims, Simpsons Hit and Run, Shrek 2, which is like one of the best movie games I've ever played. And then as my little brother got older, I could show him some of my favorite games from when I was his age, or we could play new games together like Lego Star Wars or Army Men Air Attack. Sometimes when I'm really bored, I'll turn on my PS2 and just go through the memory cards that I've somehow managed to hold on to for all these years. Seeing all the save files for games that I can only assume I rented from the Hollywood video store that closed down in 2007. Weirdly though, despite having this sort of emotional attachment to the PS2, when it came time to upgrade to the next generation of consoles, I didn't really hesitate. I went with Xbox 360. In hindsight, I think there was one and only one reason for that, and and his name was Master Chief. Halo 3 introduced me to this brand new world of multiplayer gaming that I had never experienced, and it was so much fun. Now I could play against other people, I could talk to my friends, I could get yelled at by strangers. It was life-changing, and in some ways traumatizing.
I sounded like I deep-throated a cow, and then I said I deep-throated your mom, so your mom's a cow.
But for the next several years, the Xbox 360 was the only console I owned, and I didn't really have any problems with it, except for that one time I didn't realize you can't move the console when you have a game in, otherwise you'll absolutely destroy your brand new copy of Madden 08. Way to go, dumbass. I have equally fond memories of the Xbox 360 as I do the PS2. I remember being obsessed with unlocking achievements, even though they serve no real purpose. I remember all the cheap games I would discover years after they came out and end up blown away by. I remember one time my friend stayed the night at my house, and when we woke up, we started playing Portal 2 together, and we played it so long that he ended up just spending the night again. So fast forward to like 2015, and this time around, I felt pretty loyal to Microsoft, so when I got my first big check from a job I was not qualified to do, the first thing I bought was an Xbox One. Even though there was a pretty heated debate at the time, Sony versus Microsoft, as there always has been, I didn't even really hesitate, and I was an Xbox guy now. But unlike with the 360, I actually started to second guess my choice as time went on. Not at first, but after a year or two, I started feeling regret. Outside of Halo, which is a shell of its former self at this point, there weren't really any Xbox exclusives I gave a shit about, and my eyes started to wander. People seem to really like those Uncharted games. And Last of Us is getting some pretty good reviews. Wait, did they remaster all the Kingdom Hearts games? Fuck! So then in 2018, now several years into my adulthood, I did something that I had never done in my life so far. I bought a PS4 and had both major consoles at the same time. 10-year-old Drew would be proud of my financial recklessness. And it started off small. I was like, cool, now I can play Fortnite with Eddie Burback. I can play the Kingdom Hearts remaster. Amanda can play the Final Fantasy X remaster. Spider-Man's coming out pretty soon. That should be fun. Wait, hold on. What do I do when I want to buy a non-exclusive game? I have to make a choice? And slowly I started finding myself stocking up on non-exclusive PS4 games. I bought Madden 19 on the PS4, 2K20 for the PS4, Modern Warfare before eventually deleting it because it's 14,000 gigabytes. All of these games I could have gotten on either console, I ended up buying on the PlayStation. It felt kind of weird too, because it had been over 10 years at this point that I had this loyalty to Microsoft, and now I'm like not even turning my Xbox on for months at a time. I felt like I had no use for it anymore. The only reason I ever would go on when I did was to play Rocket League with my one friend who I used to live with, and we would play Rocket League together on our Xbox. But that was pretty much it. No exclusives I cared about. I didn't go on it for other things like Netflix or YouTube. I just stopped using it. But then it started to flip back. The past year or so, I've started to go on there every once in a while and realize, like, I think they're making a comeback. Actually, if you don't mind, I think I'll try and channel my inner Nakey Jakey for this one. I don't have a yoga ball, but the folding chair should do. Easily the best thing that Microsoft has added to the Xbox One, in my opinion, is Game Pass. This shit is fantastic. They have some really great titles on here, like big games that are still relevant. And I'm pretty sure the plan is that when they have exclusive releases like Gears 5, it comes out for free on Game Pass the day it's released. So for just a few extra bucks a month in addition to your Xbox Live subscription, I think there's a lot of value in that. I haven't even bought an Xbox game in forever, but I've been able to go back and play any games that I missed out on because of Game Pass. Games like The Outer Worlds, Moving Out, which is a really fun arcade game. It's kind of like Overcooked, which is also on Game Pass. Disneyland Adventures. Just kidding, that game is awful. Who is this guy? Is this like the Disney mascot now? Was Pinocchio busy that day or something? What even is this? Now, of course, Sony has their own version of this. It's called PlayStation Now, and it's actually been out for several years. They advertise it as having over 800 games spanning 3 generations of consoles, so on the surface, it actually seems like a much better deal. Wow, 800 games for $10 a month? But it's kind of funny the way it's presented, because you get all excited when you first open up the app and you see all these games like Spider-Man, Fallout, Rocket League, these like big games that draw you in. But then once you take the extra steps to navigate to the page that shows you every game, A to Z, you just sort of like, it's kind of like, what? the hell is this shit? Suddenly that 800 plus number starts to feel a little less impressive when you realize 5 of them alone are just different episodes of a detective game that came out in 2007. I don't even recognize like 80% of these titles. It's nice, I guess, to have the option to play them, but let's be honest, I'm never going to. PS Now also seems to be a lot more nostalgia driven than Game Pass. Most of these games are from the PS2 or the PS3, which is great if you missed out on a lot of these, or you just want to go back and relive a classic like BioShock or the Sly Cooper series, which is actually the reason I got PS Now in the first place. But for me, after a few months of getting all of that nostalgia out of my system, it started to feel less and less valuable as time went on. And while it's great to have access to all of these games whenever you want, if there's only a few of them that you want to play, it makes more sense to just buy those because they're pretty cheap at this point, rather than paying $10 a month for the rest of your life. If you want a more apples to apples comparison, something like 2K, you can play the newest version of 2K on Game Pass for free, a game that I paid full price for 7 months ago. Or on PlayStation Now, you can play the version that came out 3 years ago and doesn't even support online access anymore, which is how you play most of the game, so it's kind of pointless. There are other things I've noticed coming back to my Xbox One after using PS4 for a while. For one, everything feels way faster on Xbox. Things download faster. The menus on my PS4 are super laggy and slow in comparison to Xbox. Something as simple as inviting my friend to a voice chat takes forever on PS4, but I can do it almost instantly on Xbox. I can also take screenshots almost instantly on Xbox, but if I want to record a game clip on PS4, which I often do, it sometimes takes several seconds to even load the button. And keep in mind, I have the original Xbox One. It's 2 years older than the PS4 that I bought. So if anything, these loading times should be the other way around. Another thing is, while I generally prefer Sony's interface over Microsoft's, why can't I just add Netflix to my homepage, or YouTube, or anything like that? Even if I just exited out of it for a second, I have to first go to the TV and video tab, which takes too long to load, as previously discussed, and then I can click on it and get back to watching my show. Yes, these are very minor problems. I feel silly even complaining about them, but the more you experience something over time, the more annoying it gets. But if you guys want to know what makes me the most irrationally angry at my PS4, it's this. So I have the standard 500 gigabyte PS4 hard drive, and I understand from years of owning electronic devices that does not mean 500 gigabytes. I know that there is a portion of that is reserved for system operations, for actually running the games that are on the hard drive. I get that. However, that space has already been accounted for. They've already subtracted those 93 gigabytes from the 500. So why do I have over 100 additional gigabytes free and I can't use any of it? Once I hit like 260, 270, that's it. I can't download anything else. I can't even start games sometimes without deleting something. And look, I'm not a tech savvy person at all, so maybe I'm just dumb. I don't understand hardware or specs or the inner workings of these devices, but if no matter what I do, I will never be able to use this space, then don't show it to me. Don't make it look like I have all this room when I don't. And the thing is, I've looked this up too. I have not been able to find a solid answer online as to why this is. Why I have a 500 gigabyte hard drive, but I can only use a little bit more than half of it. Am I being taxed? Is the government taking some of these gigabytes back? I need those. I'm trying to play Bridge Constructor. That said though, the Xbox is not perfect either. Neither of them are perfect. That's why I'm making this video. I think Microsoft has this weird habit of creating a really good interface that everyone likes and then completely changing it for no reason. And it definitely seems like right now they're getting their ass kicked in terms of IPs, in terms of original games that are exclusive to these consoles. And at the end of the day, that's pretty much the most important factor when it comes to deciding which console to buy. But I suppose that brings us to today. And apart from a handful of memes and lists of words and numbers that I don't understand because I'm an idiot, it's impossible to say at this point which console is going to be the right one going forward. And you know what? Maybe that's my entire point with this video, which is that the console wars are dumb as hell. It is so silly when grown adult men go on the internet and practically fight to the death in defense of a piece of hardware they like. Or when they try to act like one of them is better in literally every way and the other is useless. that's just not true. If you were trying to engineer the perfect console, you would have to take elements from both of them in order to be able to do that. You'd have to take games from both of them in order to be able to do that. And even then, it wouldn't matter if it's the greatest console in the world if it's not the ones your friends have. Because then you'll have all this fun and no one to share it with. And wouldn't that be pretty lonely? My advice, if you want to try and take something from this video, is just buy whatever fucking console you want. I have felt myself in the past have my opinion swayed by popular consensus. Maybe you see a lot of people trashing Microsoft right now, so you're like, well, I guess I have to buy a PS5. I don't want to look like an idiot. But if you want to buy an Xbox, then buy an Xbox. Who cares what anyone else thinks? You're the one playing the games. That's also why I think it's so dumb when someone makes a video reviewing a game and everyone gets furious at the fact that they had a different opinion than them. How dare your experience vary from my own? Personally, I don't feel like I've made my mind up yet about the next generation of consoles. I'll probably buy a PS5, but that's mostly because I think that's the one my friends are buying, and I want to play with the boys. Life's no fun without my boys. Anyway, that's pretty much all I have to say about this. If you enjoyed hearing me talk about video games for 15 minutes, let me know. If you didn't, just keep that shit to yourself, all right? No one cares. For now, though, I have to toss it over to Yesterday Me, who hasn't shaved yet, but has something very important to tell you about. Hi. I know what you're thinking. Wow, is that Drew Gooden, founder and CEO of pictureofhotdog.com, the world's most robust website? Yeah, it is. You know, people love to call me names. Legend, genius. They see an intricately crafted webpage where you can put a pickle on a hot dog and they assume I must have spent thousands of hours engineering it, but that's just not true. I have to confess something, guy. All I did was go to squarespace.com/Drew to get 10% off my first purchase of a website or domain, and then I chose from one of hundreds of beautiful designer templates until I found the one I liked, and then I swapped out some text, put in a Photoshop picture of a hot dog, and boom, I was done. Truth be told, it probably only took like 20 minutes, okay? There, I said it. You don't have to be a genius to build your own website. Squarespace has all the tools you could ever need. Whether you're a photographer, a graphic designer, a blogger, a podcaster, or if you're trying to sell something. I know I talk a big game, but back when I had my merch website through Squarespace, it was really easy. It was one of the most user-friendly experiences I ever had. I had total control over the look and functionality. They showed me all the analytics I could ever need. The truth is, I'm not special. I'm not even smart. I'm just a regular guy with a really cool idea for a website. Anyway, squarespace.com/Drew for 10% off your first purchase, and go to pictureofhotdog.com if you want to see the brand new topic. It's a secret. Also, you can buy the shirt now for my merch website. Warning, this is not edible. It looks delicious, but please don't try to eat it. Thank you to Squarespace for sponsoring this video. Thank you so much for watching this video, guy. I know it probably seemed kind of random because I don't normally talk about this stuff, but it's sort of hit me lately that I don't always talk about things that I want to talk about, and that's kind of dumb because this is my channel and I should talk about things I want to talk about. So don't be surprised if you see more videos like this in the future. They won't all be like this. Don't worry, I'll still talk about TikTok and bad movies. I like talking about those, but I got other opinions too, and I gotta get them off my chest. Finally, I said I would donate money for every video I upload this month, and I think I uploaded this one just in time, so this one counts too. This week I'm actually gonna be splitting my donation between two different organizations. One is the Marsha P. Johnson Institute, and the other is House of Gigi, both of which work actively to support trans people of color, who are one of the most marginalized and targeted groups of people in the country. Links in the description, of course, if you wanna go read more about them or donate yourself. But other than that, have a great summer, everyone, and I will be back next week for yet another video where my hair doubles in length, but I refuse to get it cut. Bye-bye. Hey guys, so I've been gone for a while. Not to brag or anything, but I've been dealing with some anxiety. Totally fun. It's fine. It's been a lot of fun. Don't worry though, I did talk to my doctor and he told me to stop. So I feel a lot better now. But anyway, I've noticed that every time I go a few weeks without making a video, I always forget how. What do I talk about? Is this where I sit? What do I do to make jokes? And I figured since I'm feeling kind of rusty, what better way to get back into the swing of things than by watching some training videos. All right. I feel like at one point or another, almost all of us have fallen down a YouTube rabbit hole of weird VHS training videos that teach us how to do jobs we don't have. Once you watch one, it's hard to stop. They just keep getting recommended and you end up learning some really valuable skills, like how to cook fried chicken, how to send an email, how to shoplift.
If merchandise is available and no one is around, steal it. Steal several items at a time. Steal as many as 40 items at one time from one store.
This Old Country Buffet video that came on my recommended is like an instant classic for me, just because of how visibly uncomfortable this guy is. I'm almost a little bit worried he's being held hostage.
You might ask something like this.
Is it still hot out there?
Or this.
Did you catch a game last night?
Or this.
Have you tried the lasagna? It's my favorite.
Is it still hot out there? It was hot last time I went outside. 3 years ago.
It's my favorite.
One thing that's great about this video too is that it was uploaded by that guy. He's the one who put this on YouTube. And now that it's been getting a lot of views and comments recently, he was really excited to talk about some of the misconceptions people might have had. For one, he wanted to make it clear that the entire video was scripted, and no, he doesn't actually like lasagna. How could that even be? He seems so confident.
It's my favorite.
Let's take a closer look at greeting guests. Every conversation you hold with a guest should begin something like this.
Good evening.
Or,
Hi, how are you?
Oh, so greet customers by greeting them. All right.
children often play a big part in deciding which restaurant their parents visit. We want them to feel welcome and special here too.
One of the comments on here is, what restaurants do you want to go to, kids? The one with the sweaty man who makes us feel special.
So start conversations with children by saying something like this.
What grade are you in at school?
Or this.
Have you decided what dessert you're going to have?
Or this.
Do you like hot fudge sundaes?
Or this.
Do you have any homework?
Or this.
Could you help me break out of here?
At other buffet-style restaurants, guests often feel they're on their own. Once they've paid for the meal, no one pays much attention to them.
Oh, I know. I'd hate to be left alone to eat after I order my food. I'd much rather look up from my plate to notice a very sweaty man staring at me.
All right.
This next one is specifically for Nintendo employees who are handling returns from customers. And this one has a little bit of a different tone. I like this a lot.
Some people will go to great lengths to return an abused or an out-of-warranty piece of merchandise. What are you supposed to do? Tell them what you really think? Of course, you can't do that.
That's such a great line. What are you gonna do? Tell them what you really think, which is to fuck off and you don't get paid enough for this shit? You can't say that. You'll get in trouble. We know that's what you want to say, but for the sake of your own job security, let's try to go with something else.
If you take a look at it, I don't know what's the matter with it. It was working and now it's not working, so I'd appreciate if you, take a look at it. I'd like to get an exchange for it if I could.
An exchange?
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, Mr. Cashier. I gotta return my brand new PlayStation 5 that I just bought here and exchange it for a different one. Cause none of the games are working and the controller's not working either. Okay. But this is an Xbox 360 and you're asking for a PlayStation 5? Oh. Well, that's okay. And you said the controller's not working? Yeah, but it's probably just the batteries. Do you have your receipt? Oh, no, I accidentally burned it when I was trying to light a candle. But I do have my credit card that you can put the money back on. Your money back? Is this a return or an exchange? Yes. So from there, I stumbled upon this hour-long Mercedes car sale tutorial. I learned a lot of valuable things, and also I accidentally bought a Mercedes. Wait till the wife sees me roll up in that thing.
Let me ask you a couple questions, if I may. Sure. Now, what are you?
Now, one of the fun things I've heard a lot of people did in the 80s was cocaine. And I can't tell if this guy is on cocaine, but his eyes definitely are.
I want a nice car.
Then, of course, there's this extremely bizarre Chuck E. Cheese character training video. In honor of their current bankruptcy, I think it's for the best we go ahead and check this one out.
He must be full of energy and always having fun himself. A clean, well-maintained appearance is essential to Chuck E. Cheese's image.
That's why our mascot's a rat. Because when you think of cleanliness, you think of rats.
Be sure to brush the fur every day. It is very important that Chucky has a well-groomed appearance.
Yeah, that's a good point. Otherwise, people might think he's something gross, like a rat.
One of Chucky's major roles comes during the birthday party, the parade of cakes. Since this part is so important, you might want to do a rehearsal on the floor before the store opens to get your bearings with the costume.
Oh, God. As creepy as this normal dance is, I think it's somehow even creepier when there's no kids in the room and it looks like they're just chasing him around with a cake.
Be sure to practice with the birthday tape to make sure that you get the precise timing down.
All right.
Remember, if you're ever in trouble, use the timeout signal and determine whether or not you will be able to make it to the regular exit door.
Okay, hold on. I feel like they kind of brushed over that a little bit, but that sounds ominous. What do they mean, in trouble? Is it like if you're ever gonna pass out? Remember guys, this costume is hot as balls, so if you feel like you're gonna faint, throw up one of these and get the hell out of there. Whatever you do not faint in front of the kids, all right? They're gonna think Chucky died, and then they're never gonna wanna come back. So if you have to collapse to the ground, do that shit outside.
You can't let the charm of the costume carry itself. You must put your heart and soul into it, right?
Right.
Here's a little piece of trivia I kind of knew, but not the last part. So in July 2012, the long-standing rat mascot was rebranded, changing to a slimmer rock star mouse who plays electric guitar. Voice actor Duncan Brannon, who for 19 years had characterized Chuck E. Cheese as a wisecracking rat from New Jersey, was replaced with Jarrett Reddick, the frontman and guitarist for the pop-punk band Bowling for Soup. I wondered what those guys were up to now. He's a cartoon mouse. Where a kid can be a kid. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I've worked up quite the hankering for some pizza. And because I don't trust Chuck E. Cheese, let's head over to the Hut and learn how to make one ourselves.
Okay, Julie, are you all ready to learn how to make a pizza the right way?
Making it great. Yes, I'm ready.
I like how a lot of these videos aren't just instructional, they're also basically advertisements for the company that in this case you're already working for. They always slip in lines about how like high quality the food is, and then one of the employees is like, yeah, it's so good. I'm so proud to be working for such a great company.
And our customers wouldn't get the best possible product.
Which they deserve every time they visit Pizza Hut.
Like, all right, relax, Julie.
On our pizzas, we use 2 layers of cheese. The bottom cheese.
And the top cheese, right?
Right.
And the cheese on top of the pizza, right? Because that's what makes it a pizza, right? Okay, can you stop?
The server will do the rest. No, the customer will do the rest when they bite into my delicious pizza. Delicious pan pizza and delicious thin and crispy pizza. What more could a customer want?
Personal pan pizza.
What?
What? There's more pizza? Oh, I was so happy a second ago.
Just remember to follow the instructions exactly and you'll be just fine.
And so will the pizzas, right?
Right.
Oh my god.
Hey, I'm not just making pizza, I'm making it great.
You know, I can already tell this girl is all talk. She seems confident now, but the moment things get hard in like a week, she's walking out of there. Yeah, I've seen my fair share of Julies before. They always crack. When it comes to food training videos, though, it's Wendy's that takes the cake. If for nothing else, just for sheer quantity. They've got songs about hot drinks. They've got songs about cold drinks. Which is basically just saying, put ice in the cup and then fill it up with the drink. But sure, listen to the song if you need to. And they also have this one called Grill Skills, which is certifiably insane. You'll see why. It starts off with the founder of Wendy's, Dave Thomas, who just woke up from a very long nap to tell us about hamburgers.
My goal has been to serve the best hamburger in the business, a Wendy's old-fashioned hamburger. So I started with the freshest beef I could find, 100% pure beef.
Human beef.
And we patted it into squares, so the hamburger hangs over the side of the bun.
You know, when I worked at Wendy's, they told me that the patties are square because they never cut corners. But here Dave is saying that it's just because he likes that they hang over the bun. So which is it? Seems like a bit of revisionist history if you ask me. Also, sometimes we did cut corners, so it's a lie.
It also makes the patty larger, so they'll hang over the edge of the bun. And people will like that.
Yes, they will, Dave. Okay, seems pretty normal so far, so I'll skip ahead a bit.
Why don't you have a look at the tape first, and I'll check back with you in a few minutes.
All right.
Yeah, I remember my first day too.
Now working the grill, Bill, it ain't so tough. But first of all, you got to check your stuff. Like a grill that's set at 250 with the meat and cheese that's ready to go. A towel to keep your station looking cool. But most of all, you got to have your tool.
Yeah, so it's kind of the best thing in the entire world.
When the meat's red, juices no longer rise. You can serve that patty, it'll win a prize.
Gotta hand it to the prop department here. They really nailed it. They got this smoking TV that looks like a microwave. You got the comically large medal to put on his neck. Pretty good job.
The reason you press, you gotta think. When the meat hits the grill, it starts to shrink.
We start shrinking when we hit that grill. You know it will.
Okay. Forgot about the part halfway through where the patties come to life, and it turns out they've been beautiful women this whole time.
When we hit that grill, you know it will.
You can serve that patty, it'll win a prize. It takes just about 4 minutes to cook, but just to make sure you can take a look. Use your tool to double check.
It should be great and moist to be correct. Hey!
Oh, they're falling in love. Well, that's the end of the song at least, unless...
A customer orders a single with cheese.
Oh, there's more, okay.
Drain then serve on a bun just so. Don't touch it with your fingers, that's a big no-no.
Okay, but then something horrifying happens. The talking patties come back, and one of them says this.
I'm stage 5 and I'm still alive.
All the patties are alive? That's horrible. So the goal then is that we cook the meat long enough to murder them? And every time I cook one, I'm gonna imagine a plump-lipped lady being burned to death at the hands of my spatula? Can I be the cashier instead?
Mr. Bill.
Bill, the tape is over. Do you have any questions?
No, I think I've got it all.
You don't have any questions? Because you just got sucked into a VCR where some guy rapped at you about beef. No, I think I got it. Huh. Usually people have a lot of questions. They're falling in love. Well, now that Billy knows the burger rap, looks like he can cook patties to his heart's content. It's just one of those classic stories with a happy ending. And most importantly, there are no more songs. Oh no.
When you got orders to fill, come to the one with the grilled skin.
This one's not quite as much of a bop as that other song, but it does end with a pretty killer sax solo. You're listening to Wendy's Music International. That was, of course, Grill Skill by The Crew. Up next, it's The Crew with Grill Skill. They make it seem so fun to work at Wendy's. I get to sing cool songs and wear a visor. But when I worked at Wendy's, I worked the same shift, 5 p.m. to close, 4 days a week, every week, for months. One day, I noticed my paycheck was less than usual, which doesn't make sense because, like I said, I work the same schedule every week. Why would this one be less? So I talked to the manager about it, and she tried to tell me that I called in sick on a day I remember working, specifically because it was on a Sunday, and I remember the football game that I stopped watching to go to work. And now she's going to tell me that I don't get paid for my 10 hours of work. So I was pretty upset, but she was upset that I brought this up within earshot of a customer. So she took me to the back and yelled at me, and then I quit. So we didn't get any cool songs. I'm curious though, for all you guys who've worked jobs like these in the past, have you ever actually seen a training video like this at your work? I feel like I've seen dozens of these on YouTube. It's kind of a trope in some movies, but every job I've ever worked at, I've never had like a VHS training video when I started. If anything, I probably should have made my own training video for Wendy's management to teach them how to properly pay their employees and stop calling me Andrew because that's not my name. Sorry, I just get so worked up even thinking about it. Let's cut to an ad read. I gotta go cool down. Hi. I haven't gotten a haircut in 4 years, and I'm here to tell you about today's sponsor, ExpressVPN. Have you ever tried to watch something you thought was on Netflix only to find out that they took it off without even telling you about it? Because I have. Well, did you know that with a virtual private network, you can trick your internet into thinking that you're in a different country, thereby unlocking the content that may only be available there. If you live in the US, this includes shows like Rick and Morty, Brooklyn Nine-Nine. I've also used it to watch basketball games that have been blacked out in my area. ExpressVPN has servers in 94 different countries, so you're pretty much guaranteed to be able to find the thing that you're looking for. But of course, ExpressVPN is also about online security, encrypting your data so you can surf the web with relative anonymity. Like if you're a college student on your school's network and you don't don't want them to be able to track what you're doing for whatever reason. ExpressVPN has consistently faster speeds than other VPN providers, and it's so easy to use, you can fire it up without even opening your eyes. I've had mine closed for months. It's just $7 a month with a 30-day money-back guarantee, and to find out how you can get 3 months free, click the link in the description. That's expressvpn.com/Drew, not Andrew, okay? That's not my name. And also, it won't take you anywhere. All right, I feel a lot better now. Thanks for letting me get all that off my chest. Well, if you're sticking around because you expected me to say something else, you're gonna be disappointed. The video's over. So you can keep watching if you'd like, but I'm not really gonna say anything. I mean, I am saying something. It's just not very interesting or important. But you're free to stick around if that's what you wanna do. I don't mind. All right, I'm starting to mind. Can you get out of here?
All right.
But and I'll be the first to admit that I was wrong. But in the spirit of the year coming to an end, I wanted to take a page out of Nathan Zed's playbook and choose something to leave behind as we head into 2021. And just when I had that thought, YouTube recommended to me the video, I Lost My Memory prank on my mom.
I'm gonna be telling my mom I lost my memory. Ah, it's a prank!
Right away, I was intrigued by this because not only is the video designated as being made for kids, which you can tell because the comments are turned off, but it's also age restricted. Pretty rare combination. You don't usually see videos that are made exclusively for children over the age of 18. I also realized that these are people I made a video about like 3 years ago because of the mom's Instagram comedy. And I'm glad to see that they have evolved into a fully fledged family vlogging channel with 11 million subscribers.
Sup, Royalty fam? How you doing?
Hi, why is there a school bus right behind us?
I don't know.
Maybe because I picked you up from school and we're out of school?
Yeah.
And schools usually have school buses?
Yeah.
Duh!
Good start. Let me just roast my son on camera because I asked him a stupid question.
If you have not hit the subscribe button,
then what are you doing in your life?
He's right. What am I doing in my life?
That's better.
give this video a big what?
Big like.
For sure, yeah, I got you.
Are you guys ready? If so, give this video a big thumbs up.
Okay, well, I already did, but I always do as I'm told.
Before we call her, don't forget to subscribe and hit the like button.
Okay. And now the video is gonna start.
Yeah, guys, gotta give this video a big thumbs up because we're taking a big risk.
All right.
Hit that like button. Hit that like button. Let's go.
Well, that was a lot of work to end up right back where I started.
He's gotta make it look believable that he hurt himself. So he's gotta wrap himself up, maybe wear a sling on his arm, maybe some crutches. We'll make it work. We'll make it work. We'll do whatever it takes to make Andrea believe that it's true.
You hear that? They're gonna do whatever it takes. No holding back. Let's see what that entails. Nice. So they've got a neck brace that isn't really bracing anything because it goes up to his nose. And I really like the bandages wrapped around his forehead that have no blood on them. Must be a preventative measure. You see all these band-aids on my arm? I didn't actually cut myself. I'm wearing them just in case I start bleeding. You can never be too careful.
Do you remember this dog?
What is this?
It's a dog.
This kid's so funny. This is what happens when parents come up with an idea for a video that forces the child to have to act.
Look at me. Who am I? A person?
A person? You are a person.
She's still pretty upset though, which is fair because her son doesn't know who she is and they're being super vague about the whole thing.
You look like something bad happened.
But then when they finally tell her at the end that it was a prank.
It's a prank!
It's a prank! He's not her!
You can see that she's been crying and it just feels kind of weird.
Got it!
Luckily for her, this is all part of a prank war, which means she gets an opportunity to prank them back. What devious idea does she come up with? How about the same exact prank 1 week later?
I don't know who you are.
How hard did you fall?
I feel hard.
Brilliant.
Fainting right now.
Baby, no. Baby, wake up. No, baby, wake up. Babe. Mi amor!
Oh my god. She died, I guess. R.I.P.
Oh my... Baby, don't go around with things like that.
There's certain things that you shouldn't do. I really got scared for you.
Babe, you can't joke about these kind of things. Only I can do this prank last week. You can't do this prank this week.
No, that was a misunderstanding. I apologize. No, we have no emergency. Baby, I called 911 and I hung up.
Oh my
God. They called me back so worried.
Oh good, I'm glad they actually called 911 and wasted their time.
We got you.
Now here's the thing. I thought we had kind of moved on from pranks. I thought after all the commentary videos about pranksters and, the algorithm shift over time that these were all a thing of the past. but that is very much not true. 8 million views, 10 million views, 22 million views on a memory loss prank. Well, now I gotta watch that one.
Sure, you can tell by the thumbnail and the title, I am doing a prank, and it's a very trendy prank. I lost my memory.
Speaking of, why do we even do intros? I mean, just through the title, just through the freaking thumbnail.
I know, but I just want to like introduce them and make them feel like a family. So we are at this medical supply store to get a wheelchair to make this thing more realistic.
For me, this is probably the worst part of these videos, is when they go to a medical supply store to buy a wheelchair, and the employees are probably so confused. This girl was walking around just fine a second ago, but then she asks you to hold the door for her so she can film herself getting pushed out in the wheelchair, which she then gets out of so she can help put it in the car. They did a montage of her in the wheelchair. What do you think they do with the wheelchair when they're done? They just keep it? There's a chance that maybe they donated it or something, but wheelchairs are expensive, so you know they went and asked for their money back. So you're returning this because I don't need it anymore? Did your legs get better? Yes. Christmas miracle? Wait, aren't you the girl who was doing jumping jacks outside? Yeah, that was me.
That's the story that we're going for. Frank tripped me while I was going down the stairs and I fell all the way down the stairs and I broke my leg, my arm, and I lost my memory.
Also, I feel kind of bad for the dog because every time they film, the mom is just in the corner like shaking him around, making him talk. It's always like the villain too. He's pushing someone down the stairs or hitting on people's moms.
Kids, if you're watching this, I'm gonna get your mama's number, and sorry, but your parents are probably gonna get divorced.
Well, it's time to call a friend and give her the bad news.
Piper hit her head so hard that she doesn't remember literally anything. Okay, so he's not making any sense right now.
Sophie, it's okay. Just talk to her. It's okay.
It's not your fault. It's not your fault.
We faked a brain injury and made a little girl cry. Then we made enough money off it to buy a Tesla.
This is all fake, Sophie. Sophie, you totally fell for it. I would have been, if she did this to me, I would have been a little bit skeptical.
I guess I'm like way smarter than you.
Yeah, gullible.
I guess you're just kind of really young, and I'm a grown-up.
But the wheelchair you like play with.
Sophie, we rented it.
And like, what is this? Don't you have to go to the hospital for that? No. We also got out of the store. We got the wheelchair, dude.
So he's not making any sense right now.
Yeah, Sophie, ever heard of the wheelchair store? What are you, a child? Time to prank the boyfriend now.
Gavin, it's not a prank.
It's a prank.
And he is not happy about it.
Remember, like, oh my god, remember our song? I've been Christ.
Oh. Okay. They have a song. I'm not gonna Google it. I don't need to know what the song sounds like.
How about I take you out for a ride?
Piper, do you remember?
I don't remember this.
Fuck! I wrote that song for you!
You just wasted about 12, 13, 14, 15 minutes of your life.
You sneaky dog. The real prank was on the viewer this whole time. It's crazy to me how many people make the same video with the same title and the same thumbnail and they all get views. You think they shoot these thumbnails before the prank? Or did they stop like halfway through to do it?
Ow, it hurts!
Oh my god, are you okay?
Oh man. Oh no. Ow, my memory.
Don't worry, I'm gonna call the doctors. Wait, don't you mean the doctor?
No, the talk show.
They'll know what to do. Mondays on CBS. I love the Dobre brother video where one of them does the memory prank on the other one and they find him in a see-through hospital gown just standing out in the snow and he doesn't recognize his own twin.
What's going on? Just come in the car. Who are you?
And why do you look just like me? I think my brain injury has caused me to forget the concept of twins. Also, I guess the hospital just let him leave, but they didn't give him his clothes back.
I said that he already left.
Sure, we'll let you have that robe. but we get to keep your pants.
We're gonna get you some clothes in. Come on, it's getting cold. It's in the winter.
You're cold, Marcus. Just come in the car. Where are we going? We're going home.
We're going to where you live and where you're home at.
Yeah, I think that's how you communicate with someone who's lost their memory. You just kind of talk to them like a caveman until they remember who they are.
Dude, what's going on?
Mom?
Then they FaceTime their mom and she tries to jog his memory. You can tell he's looking around, like not sure what he's supposed to say. I know that is my mom, but I think I'm supposed to have amnesia right now, so maybe I pretend I don't know her?
Hey, Mom.
Or not.
I don't think he remembers.
Oh, no, he does. He just said hi. Do you have amnesia? I love the varying degrees to which Marcus committed to this role. He's all over the place. First, they tell him to put on this hoodie and he just kind of throws it over his shoulder. What is this thing? Then he doesn't recognize their house, but is like, whoa, cool cars. Then he forgets his name again and acts like he's never heard of YouTube.
What is all this? Oh, these are YouTube flags. We have 14 million subscribers on YouTube. What's YouTube?
YouTube is your passion. It's what you do.
Yeah.
It's what we do. It's our job.
We like it. It's our favorite thing.
And 1 million subscribers here.
What are subscribers? Basically, people subscribe to your channel and watch us.
Yeah, so they view what what we post.
We get millions of views every day.
Yeah, a lot of people like to watch you.
Okay, maybe tone it down a bit, Marcus. This isn't your first day on Earth.
Go use the restroom, okay? Don't worry. How does he not remember how to use this?
Oh, come on. He doesn't remember Little Car? YouTube, I understand, but this is his little car.
Who am I?
Dad.
Yeah, that's your dad. That's your dad.
My dad.
Okay.
No, I don't recognize Dad. I only know my mom and how to go to the bathroom.
Do you remember me at all? What we did when you were a child? What places we went? And what things I bought for you?
Not really.
So I bought you all those presents for nothing? Man, I could have saved so much money. This is getting really scary. I hope his memory comes back soon.
One of your YouTube videos. Put a YouTube video.
Look, that's you. 15 million, baby. Let's go.
Let's go. That's what you do.
That's you acting like yourself.
Dad. Me?
Yeah, buddy, that's you.
Wow. Ew, I did that? Yeah, that's you acting like yourself.
That's you being yourself right there.
Gross.
I did that all the time.
Honestly, I think you did it a little too much.
Oh, it's all coming back to me now. I make fart noise.
Yeah, you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
That's you.
And I stick out tongue. Stick out tongue. That's me. Guys, I remember.
See, you're just doing what you do.
Oh, that's such a heartwarming tale. And also a huge missed opportunity. That dude forgot everything. He was a blank slate. They could have molded him into any person they want. They could have put on a video of a firefighter or Mr. Rogers. And instead they just turn him back into Marcus Dobre. What a shame. So one of the newest trends right now is I went missing pranks. You know that thing of like when a kid goes missing and then the family never finds him and it's a horrible tragedy? We did it as a prank. This first came to my attention when I saw this video was #1 on trending. Truly the most important video on YouTube. Basically, she just like leaves clues for her friends and they run around in circles for a day. They could have just called it 24-hour scavenger hunt and it would have been the same exact video, but instead they did this. Not too crazy about people using trauma for clickbait, but glad to see YouTube's promoting only the best content. And of course, where there's a trend, there's a Dobre, because yeah, they did this one too. And they went all out. See, Marcus starts off like, wait a minute, where did your girlfriends go? And they're like, I don't know. Meanwhile, the girlfriends are hiding in their car in the driveway. So then everyone runs around looking for them for like 10 minutes until they get bored and give up.
There's no point, bro. Forget it, like whatever. Who cares? Let's just let them do their thing. They're probably like, I don't know, maybe they're getting their nails done or something.
Yeah, that's what girls do, right? They got like fingernails or whatever. And then they come back home and their girlfriends are waiting for them there. I'm just glad everyone's okay. It's pretty scary not to see your girlfriend for 13 minutes? But I guess I would prefer a pointless video over what all the other YouTubers who try this end up doing. It just gets really heated every time and they all yell at each other.
Just shut up!
Hey, we did not talk her into this. What are you laughing about?
And someone always cries. And the description's like, man, this is really emotional. Maybe I took it too far. Whoopsies. I mean, they say they took it too far, but that's also what they use to get people to click on the video. Emotional reaction. She cried. You suck. I also love that clearly none of these people have ever seen a missing person poster before because all of these pictures look like mugshots. Missing prank on boyfriend. He went to jail? Oh, look who else did it. It's JD Vlogs, my favorite. Now this is a couple channel, which of course means they both did it. After all, revenge is a dish best served by doing the same thing twice.
I feel bad. I feel like a bad boyfriend right now. I'm sorry. Am I a bad boyfriend? Or a really good vlogger.
Yep, and that's all that matters. Emotional torment? Nah, who cares? Cause we got merch. Maybe you guys remember, maybe you don't. I made a video about these guys like a year and a half ago, specifically about their joining the army prank. Now, one of the things I said in this video was that prank channels are kind of dying out. And JD Vlogs is a perfect example of why I was wrong. I think they had like 500,000 subs at the time, and now they're close to 3 million. I gotta say though, there are not many more things on this world that make me more uncomfortable than scrolling through their video tab. Everything is either hypersexualized or has these weird abusive undertones. Being mean to her in front of her family.
Seriously, get out of my way. What are you doing?
Being mean to her and then giving her an iPhone. Aww. And I know a lot of this is fake. I know they play it up for the camera. I'm sure their relationship is fine. But still maybe don't turn this into content. You make it seem like it's okay to treat your girlfriend badly as long as you buy her a gift and make up for it. Maybe don't make abuse seem like a normal thing in front of your very young audience. A ton of whom, I imagine, are 12-year-old boys who just can't resist clicking on these stupid thumbnails. If you say, I love you, you have to remove a layer. I love you. Oh, you said it. You gotta take off your top now. Babe, stop. Oh, you said it again. You gotta show your boobs again. Babe, look at my boobs and touch my friend's butt. And now touch my butt. And now I'm naked again. 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 And now I'm flashing his little brother. Surprisingly enough, these guys actually just announced while I was writing this video that they're going on a break. They talk about taking some time to reflect. It seems like the lines have started to blur between like what's their real relationship and what's just content. So a break from the channel only makes sense. And honestly, I can respect that. I think that's a very mature decision. And what's that? They posted a prank the very next day? Holy fucking shit. Oh, never change, YouTube. Never change. This video is sponsored by Squarespace. Hi, I'm drowning, but you may recognize me as founder and CFO of pictureofhotdog.com, a website that's made me the richest man in my house. The year has finally come to an end, and you know what that means. Funny glasses. To view this image up close and beautiful 4P resolution, head to pictureofhotdog.com, which I created using today's sponsor, Squarespace. Hey, I got a New Year's resolution for you. Make that website you've been thinking of. I know the one, horsefriend.com, a dating website for horses. Just do it. Everybody has great ideas, but an idea doesn't mean anything unless you turn it into a reality, and that's where Squarespace comes in. Every Squarespace website starts with a template that looks fantastic before you even start changing things around. And then you can throw in a video background or embed audio if you have music or a podcast. They're also mobile optimized out of the gate, so your website will look just as good on a mobile device as it does on your computer. If you're looking to sell something, I can't recommend Squarespace enough. They have intuitive e-commerce tools to help with inventory management. You can choose related products to display under other products. You can allow people to make accounts for faster checkout and email notifications. You can accept multiple different payment methods. You can embed an item directly onto an Instagram post. There's so many options that'll help you make your business as successful and profitable as you want it to be. So no matter what type of website you're trying to make, Squarespace can help you do it. To get started with the free trial, head to squarespace.com, and when you're ready to launch your website, use promo code DREW for 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. Even if you're just trying to buy the domain, horsefriend.com. I know one of you is going to do it. That's totally fine. You can have it as long as you use my code. Thanks. Wow, you did it. You watched until the end of the video. Thank you so much. As a reward, here's a countdown of my top 5 funniest pranks. Number 3. Place a call to the local pizza place and insist on ordering for Chinese food. When they say they don't serve the cuisine, throw a tantrum and tell them why they should cater to customer needs. Number 3. Call up a random number, and as soon as a person picks up the phone, ask him or her, where do babies come from? This can be a brilliant prank to play on someone if you are aiming at embarrassing them. Number 1.
Gold Digger Prank Part 6. Be sure to annihilate that subscribe button, otherwise I will start crying.
Hey guy, welcome back to NASA headquarters. Today is December, which means it's time for Christmas movies, almost all of which are bad. Sure, there's a few gems, Home Alone, The Santa Claus, Grumpy Cat's Worst Christmas Ever. These are all critically acclaimed, as they should be, but for every good Christmas movie, I swear there's gotta be like 200 bad ones. A lot of that has to do with the Hallmark movie factory, where they mass-produce semi-attractive white couples to recreate the same film 100,000 times. After which, I assume they put them down and replace them with new actors. That's just the circle of life. But even though Hallmark movies are easy to make fun of for their formulaic simplicity, you gotta admit, their business model works. Their brand is synonymous with the holiday season. On the other hand, you have companies like Netflix, who this time of year want to be like Hallmark so bad, but absolutely suck at it. First up, we got Dolly Parton's Christmas on the Square, a musical starring Dolly Parton as a glowing hobo. Seems like even her biggest fans couldn't find a way to enjoy this mess. The best thing I saw someone say about it is that it's a good movie to watch while you clean your bathroom.
Christmas on the Square.
Looks like I won't be cleaning my bathroom anytime soon. Up next, we've got A California Christmas.
We have 3 weeks. If not, the deal falls apart before Christmas.
Hannah, where's the water?
They seem to be going for the reverse Hallmark here, where a businessman falls in love with a small town woman. And they say Hollywood's not progressive.
I'm sorry.
You forgot your hat.
You lied about who you are.
Kelly, I had no idea who I was until I met you.
No, you don't understand, cowgirl. I used to like big city, but now I meet you. I like small town Christmas fun. For me, horse ate my shirt, let's ride the horse. This one's not out yet, but luckily I can just click this little button here to be notified when it's time to cancel my subscription. Now I'm gonna list off some other Netflix Christmas movies, and you let me know if you notice the theme here. Christmas with a Prince, A Christmas Prince, A Christmas Prince the Royal Wedding, A Christmas Prince the Royal Baby, The Princess Switch, A Princess for Christmas, The Princess Switch Switched Again Part 2, The Night Before Christmas, and Prince of Peoria, A Christmas Moose Miracle. For some reason, all 9 of these movies revolve around a royal family, and almost half of them star Vanessa Hudgens. The Princess Switch is probably the most notorious one here. It's your classic Princess and the Pauper, Parent Trap kind of situation, where Vanessa Hudgens and her twin, Vanessa Hudgens, no relation, switch places before realizing that maybe the grass isn't greener on the other side. Just kidding, they love it. Nothing goes wrong, and now they're both princesses. Also, one of them's British.
Keep calm and carry on.
To be clear though, she's not the Princess of Britain. She doesn't live in Britain, she just is British. I know it doesn't make too much sense, but half the people in Star Wars were British and they lived in space, so I'll let this one slide. I would say the most annoying part of this movie is how boring the prince is. I understand why Princess Vanessa didn't want to marry him, so she ran away to Chicago, but American Vanessa fucking loves this dude.
I love you more than I've ever loved anyone in my whole life.
They met 3 days ago. Maybe she hit her head when she fell off that horse, I don't know. But they don't seem to have anything in common, and also he's kind of weird.
You sound like my grandmother.
Meanwhile, British Vanessa, who's pretending to be American Vanessa, falls in love with a guy that the real American Vanessa had been friend-zoning, and they have a pretty decent relationship. He's charismatic, he's like a good dad, and she is just mesmerized by his torso.
Have you ever seen Kevin with his shirt off? Ew, Kevin? No. But Edward, you and Kevin aren't an item.
Ew, have I ever dated my handsome best friend? No. I like Edward. But he's like if a blank piece of paper was a person, yeah.
This is crazy.
If you thought that movie was crazy, the real fun begins in The Princess Switch Switched Again Part 2, where we're introduced to a third Vanessa Hudgens, only this one is evil.
Off with their heads.
Yeah, people are gonna die.
Minions, I need more champagne.
Is she really related to you?
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure they're related.
You're yummy.
The next scene looks like one of those infomercials where the actor has to try really hard to spill something on themselves so they can make the product look useful.
There's the sugar behind the flour.
I'll get it.
It's quite all right.
Ah, it'd be easier if I get it.
I just told you.
Has this ever happened to you?
You're not just about to become the Queen of Montanaro. You've also become the Queen of my heart.
Somebody wrote that, and then they put it in the movie. You know what? I'm just gonna skip to the end.
To love and support you in everything that you do. And maybe someday teach you how to make a hot chocolate.
Crap, I don't understand that reference because I didn't actually watch the movie. Just try and act natural.
I love you, Margaret.
I'm just excited for the next sequel to come out when they all have kids, who I assume will also be played by Vanessa Hudgens.
What news?
As bad as the Princess Switch movies are, I really think they have nothing on this next one. This is the other Netflix movie that also has Vanessa in it, and it is so unbelievably dumb. So this movie is set in the 1300s, and also 2019. You see, Sir Cole over here wants to become a knight, but he can't until he completes the quest given to him by this old crone.
Old crone?
Her name in the movie actually is Old Crone. What if there was more than one old crone? How would you tell them apart? Also, what is an old crone? Well, in folklore, a crone is an old woman who may be disagreeable, malicious, or sinister in manner, often with magical or supernatural associations that can make her either helpful or obstructing. As a character type, the crone shares characteristics with the hag. What a description. Anyway, the old crone sends him on a quest which is for some reason 700 years in the future.
You shall travel to faraway lands, see things undreamed of.
Seems a little random to me. What, did they run out of medieval things to do? All right, gather around, gentlemen. Come get your quests. Okay, you young men, you're going to fetch an enchanted sword for the prince. And you're gonna scale the highest mountain and slay the dragon who lives on the top. And you're gonna date a middle school teacher. So she sends him to 2019, and he's hella confused, obviously.
Can we take a selfie?
Pretty, what might that be, Max?
Thank you.
Did you notice anything about that shot? Well, let's see. Her hand moved. He went from being in the middle to being on the end. And where the hell did that merry-go-round come from? Not that continuity is important or anything. We're just making a movie. Also, the old crone time traveled here too, I guess to make sure he's doing his job. But she's posing as Mrs. Claus and no one notices. Wouldn't the guy playing Santa be a little confused that she just appeared out of nowhere? Like, wait a minute, where did you come from? Get away from those children. You share characteristics with the hag. It must be like the easiest thing in the world to write a Christmas movie because nothing has to make sense. Christmas is a time for magic and wonder and plot holes, but
If you believe, anything's possible.
as a result of that logic, these writers think that they can get away with anything and no one's allowed to question it. But I will question it. I am a professional movie nitpicker. I am the second most annoying kind of detective, behind those people who brag about noticing typos in deleted tweets. Anyway, later that night, she runs him over in her car.
I hit him with my car.
Which I gotta say is one of the more aggressive meet cutes I've ever seen, but luckily he's alright because he's wearing a literal suit of armor.
I think he hit his head.
Apparently, Sir Cole believes that he's a 14th century knight.
You are not sleeping under a tree when I have an empty guest house you can stay in.
Vanessa decides at this point that the strange man she just met, who she believes is suffering from a brain injury and is armed with a sword, should stay with her in her home. There's an idea that couldn't end badly. Good thing she has an entire guest house for him to stay in, because, you know, she's a teacher, and we all know how well teachers get paid.
You scared away my supper.
Skunk. I feel like even a knight from the 1300s wouldn't look at a skunk and think, I'm gonna eat that. But he's still hungry, so they go to Denny's.
Hot dog.
Delicious. Another one, wench.
Whoa. Okay, Sir Cole, that's kind of an offensive term.
Cole, you're being rude. We prefer to call them hags. So then he spends all night watching TV and I guess learns some of the modern dialect.
What do you think of these awesome new threads? Modern technology is lit AF.
He doesn't talk like that at all the rest of the movie. It's just for that scene because it's funny, lit.
We tweeted ours.
The next day, he chops down a tree with one swing, and then Vanessa lets him drive her car. Yep, the guy who spent the last 3 days talking like a Shakespeare play, who doesn't have a license and clearly has never been in a car before the night you met him. Sure, let him drive your car around by himself. Why stop there? Give him a gun too. See what more havoc he can wreak. Side note, time moves very fast in this movie. There are entire days that are only like 3 minutes long. On December 19th, they wake up, start watching TV, and then it's nighttime, and then they fall asleep, and then it's the morning again. December 21st, she sends Cole and her niece outside to hit each other with sticks, and they do it until it's dark.
That's called fist bump.
The next morning, Vanessa comes outside to see Cole beating up her lawn ornaments, and she's just like, oh, you. What a goofball. And I guess her neighbor was really impressed by his moves because she comes over and starts flirting with him.
Actually, just popped by to see if you were free tonight to do some Christmas caroling with friends.
I mean, shit, if I saw a homeless man winning a fight with plastic, I'd probably ask him on a date, too.
Lady Allison seems to have you green with envy.
Okay, first off, she ain't no lady. In high school, she was voted biggest flirt.
You see, Sir Cole, here in 2019, we don't call women wenches. We merely imply that they are one. I will say Cole is a very nice guy, which is probably why Vanessa and the police let him get away with literally anything. But he teaches the girl about kindness, and then he saves her life when she wanders onto a lake in the middle of a snowstorm. And then he and Vanessa share a little Christmas romance.
But the dough will fail to rise if you continue to wrest it like a dragon slayer.
Why can't I get my printer to connect? Need a hand? No, I'm good. Shh. Don't say a word. You'll ruin the moment. This isn't helping.
He loves them.
Pickpocket! Should we let him keep his hands?
Yeah.
Yes? Well, you're turning into quite the natural at this game, Cole.
You know, you should consider, joining the force.
Wait, so this cop is well aware of how insane Cole is. He just watched him use excessive force on a teenager, and so he asks him to join the police force? This movie's more realistic than I thought. They were about to kiss, but they got interrupted. I wonder if that same exact thing is gonna happen again 7 minutes from now. It did. All right, third time's a charm. But of course, the old crone, whose motives I'm starting to question, is just staring at them creepily in the background.
Cole, your medallion.
This thing's glowing. That means he did his quest. They figured it out. The quest was to kiss her. Still kind of weird, but they did it. They're in love. It's beautiful. They can finally live happily ever after. Wait, where is he going? Oh, he got sent back to the 1300s. Let me make sure I understand the stakes of this movie. So he was banished to go to the future, which he loves because it's awesome.
Play Deck the Halls.
Deck the Halls. And if he didn't complete his quest in time, he would have been stuck there forever, where he'd be forced to continue living happily with Vanessa Hudgens. But because he did kiss her before Christmas, he completed his quest, and his reward is that he gets to go back to his kingdom, where he'll probably die in his 30s. Yeah, that makes sense.
Brother? Jeffrey.
Wait, did they just do a bro hug? He seemed so confused by a fist bump earlier, but I get it. That's his ride or die right there. Obviously, he wants to go back, though, so he's got to find the old crone again.
Crone? Crone! Crone! Oh, crone! I beg thee, crone. I will do. Very well.
That problem resolved itself in like a minute and a half.
It's Cole, and he brought his horse.
Delighting in your company.
Cole, I thought you were gone. Like, for good.
I found someone else. I was gone for an hour. You have to move on, Cole. Well, it wouldn't be a rom-com if it didn't end with all the extras clapping for the main characters because they have nothing better to do. Oh. Did not expect that. Another thing I didn't expect was a random post-credits scene.
You truly are a handsome young knight.
Sir Geoffrey Alexander Edward Lyons. At your service.
Oh, the old crone is at it again. Are they hinting at a sequel? Is there gonna be like a whole Marvel universe of knights being sent in the future, only they all go to Vanessa Hudgens and she's just like, guys, I'm taken. You should know this. It was your brother. I give this movie a D. D's nuts. Before you unsubscribe, I just want to touch on one last movie. It's called Holiday, starring Emma Watson. It just came out. Amanda and I watched the entire thing, and I don't really have anything funny to say about it. I just need to rant about it for a sec because this movie pissed us the hell off. So the premise is that Emma Watson is tired of her family judging her when she comes home boyfriendless every Christmas. So she meets this guy who lives at the mall, and they decide that he'll pretend to be her boyfriend only on holidays so her mom gets off her back. Here's the thing though. The mom doesn't like him. She still spends the rest of the movie trying to set her up with someone else. Also, they go on holidays, not even in front of her family, which I thought was the whole point. So at this point, they're just friends with benefits, except without the benefits, and also they're not friends. And I'm sure you can see where this is going. They eventually start to like each other, but they don't want to admit that they like each other, and that's like the main conflict of the movie. Emma Watson also shits her pants on Halloween because her aunt accidentally gave her laxatives instead of Advil. You know, when you bring a giant bottle of laxatives to a Halloween party just in case you decide it's time to go have diarrhea in public. Shit, I haven't pooped in almost 15 minutes. I must be constipated. Then on Thanksgiving, this random guy comes over and immediately tries to eat the turkey out of the oven with his hands. The turkey is clearly done already, but they put it back in the oven and surprise, they burn all the food. So Emma has to go to the store, which is open on Thanksgiving, and she's buying like waffles for some reason, and Ryan Gosling is there. And then she goes back home and it's dark outside, so she's been gone all day while they were all waiting, and they all start to fight, and then this guy has a heart attack, so they go to the hospital where, sorry, I'm out of breath, where the aunt tells the doctor that she loves him, and then they kiss. Also, Emma's sister cheats on her husband with King Batch, and they use it as the catalyst to fix their broken relationship. No! This poor guy, who doesn't have any time for her anymore because he's too busy being the only one to take care of their 4 children, gets cheated on with a Vine star, which, yeah, I know that's kind of a self-roast, and she's just like, oopsies, and everything's okay. No, fuck that. These people suck, none of them deserve a happy ending, and why the hell did they spend so much time at the mall? Nobody goes to the mall anymore. I guess what I'm trying to say is, Netflix, try harder. Christmas is good. Christmas movies should be good too. I know you can make good stuff. I watched The Chess Show. I liked Stranger Kids. Put some of that effort into a holiday movie that doesn't suck, and then maybe I won't have to go watch Lifetime instead. What are they working on right now? You know, on second thought, I don't think I'm gonna be celebrating Christmas anymore. Don't cut back to me, cut to the commercial. Hi, I'm soaking wet, and I want to tell you guys about today's sponsor, ExpressVPN. This holiday season, you deserve to watch a good Christmas movie, and as we talked about, the American Netflix library is just not cutting it. But you don't have to hop in a submarine and escape the country just to be able to watch something else. You can just use a VPN. With ExpressVPN, you can change your computer's location to one of 94 different countries, thereby unlocking content that you thought you might not be able to watch. Want to watch Fred Claus? Switch to Australia. Christmas with the Cranks? Switch to The Hague, the Netherlands. Don't settle for a go-go Corey Carson Christmas. You deserve better than that. ExpressVPN can also help keep your important information safe by encrypting your data every time you connect to the internet. This prevents the websites you visit and even your internet service provider from taking that information and selling it off to the highest bidder. Personally, I've tried a few different virtual private networks in the past, and ExpressVPN is the only one that didn't throttle my connection speed. You shouldn't have to sacrifice that just to have a secure connection. And of course, they also come with a 30-day money-back guarantee and 24/7 customer support. You can use it on your computer, on your phone, on your Apple TV. You'll be unstoppable. So to find out how you can get 3 months free of ExpressVPN, click the link in the description. That's expressvpn.com/drip. Thank you to ExpressVPN for sponsoring my channel. Thank you so much for watching today's video, guy. If you want to subscribe to my channel, go to Google. Where is it? How do I get to Google? It's Google. Crap, I think I'm stuck on this page. Search, I guess I'll search YouTube for google.com. Maybe they have official, maybe this will take Google. Take me to Google. Fuck. How do I get to Google.com? I feel like for the past 3 years, I've heard over and over again that a recession is about to hit. The stock market is going to crash. The housing prices are going to come back down to earth any day now. And yet somehow all of these things keep not happening. And for most people, it doesn't make sense. What do you mean the economy's good? My dentist just tried to get me to sign up for a credit card. Since the pandemic, the cost of living has skyrocketed. Inflation is out of control. Groceries have never been more expensive. Layoffs are happening at an alarming rate. At this point, a college degree might be more likely to get you into crippling debt than it is to help you find a job. And even if you have savings, you're more than likely one stroke of bad luck away from losing it all to medical bills. And yet some people will look you right in the eyes and tell you, I don't know what you're talking about. The numbers are green.
Is this guy stupid?
The problem is each of these people are kind of correct in their own way. This is the best the economy has ever been if you already have money. If you bought a house 5 years ago, there's a chance it's already doubled in value. If you invested in the S&P 500 in 2021, you could be up as much as 80%. And that's not like saying, you'd be rich if you just bought Bitcoin in 1973. That's just the regular stock market. You didn't need to have some genius level of foresight to be able to do that. You just needed to already have a bunch of cash sitting around. And obviously for the overwhelming majority of people, that is not the case. If you're living paycheck to paycheck, you're not thinking about the stock market. If you're in your 20s, you haven't even been working long enough to save any money to invest. You don't get to benefit from rising home equity if you don't own a house. The only thing this graph represents to you is how much further away that dream is getting. Right now, the average age of home buyers is 59 years old. What a depressing statistic. This is the problem with an economy that disproportionately benefits asset holders instead of the people still trying to earn them. Wealth grows exponentially, but wages aren't even outpacing inflation, which means if your salary hasn't been going up every year, you're effectively making less money. Meanwhile, the fastest way to make $1 million is to just already have 10 million. Leave it in an investment account for a year and congratulations, you now have $11 million. At a larger scale, this is why it feels like there's two different economies happening and they're both moving in opposite directions. 50% of the stock market is owned by the top 1% and only 1% is owned by the bottom 50%. Don't let somebody tell you that these numbers going up should discredit your own lived experience. Don't let somebody who's benefited from untaxed inheritance or years of compound interest granting them passive income tell you that your problem is you're just not working hard enough. No, the real answer is sorry, you should have been born sooner. Have you thought about that? Maybe instead of wasting all that time farting around kindergarten class, you should have been investing in real estate. It's not my fault you're lazy. People are getting squeezed in every direction while also being gaslit into thinking that it's somehow our fault. There's CEOs in earnings calls bragging about how they get to make customers pay for inflation so they don't have to. The economy is so bad right now, I'm about to segue into an extremely ill-timed brand deal in a video about greed. You think I like looking like a hypocrite? Of course not. But my avocado toast isn't going to pay for itself. Hi, I'm Upside Down, and I'm here to tell you about today's sponsor, NordVPN. If you're watching this video, you're probably connected to the internet. And if you're not watching this video, how are you hearing this? Anytime you're connected to the internet, especially when you're on public Wi-Fi, you should consider using a virtual private network for an extra layer of security. A VPN creates a nice, warm, encrypted tunnel for all your precious data to pass through as it gets communicated between your devices and the internet, keeping your sensitive information safe from criminals, losers, and especially freaks. But NordVPN takes online security a step further with Threat Protection Pro. All you gotta do is flip it on in the desktop app and it'll block dangerous ads, check your downloading files for malware. It can even warn you if you stumbled onto a fake online shop before you try to buy something that doesn't actually exist. You may think you're way too smart to fall for something like that, but take it from me, it could happen to anyone. You might have also heard that a VPN allows you to unlock websites and content that may be restricted in your area. Just by changing your virtual location in the app, you can essentially trick the internet into thinking that that's where you are, unlocking that show, movie, or YouTube video that randomly got blocked in 98 countries for some reason in the process. If you want to try out NordVPN for yourself with a 30-day money-back guarantee, go to nordvpn.com/Gooden for my exclusive deal with 4 extra months added on. You can also get there by clicking the link in the description or scanning the QR code on the screen. But don't scan me. It's not gonna do anything. I'm just a guy. Thank you to NordVPN for sponsoring this video. The economy sucks ass for most people right now. The only reason we're not technically in a recession is because the GDP is still going up. But the only reason the GDP is still going up is because of the AI industry. But the only reason that even looks as good as it does is because a handful of companies are just like passing money back and forth. But there's no recession. You're hallucinating that. Because the AI industry is now single-handedly propping up the entire global economy, there's really only 2 paths forward. Worst case scenario, turns out it is all bullshit. The bubble pops in spectacular fashion, trillions of dollars of investments cannot get paid out, and everything goes up in flames. Or best case scenario, a few billionaires get even richer. Wait, is that what we're hoping for? All right, you're gonna have to bear with me while I go on another AI rant here. I know I do this like every 6 months, but it's not going away. It doesn't count as beating a dead horse if the horse is still alive. we gotta kill that horse first. People largely do not like AI and are worried about the future it imposes. It's currently being used to make a bunch of promises that almost no one asked for. The main appeal of it comes from corporations who see advancements in AI as a way to further reduce their dependence on human labor. The only thing cheaper than outsourcing jobs is just eliminating them altogether. The wet dream that soils the sheets of every CEO is a company that's somehow run entirely on its own, and they can just sit back and collect all the profits for themselves. No more dealing with pesky labor laws or health insurance or can I have Saturday off? My family died. No! Shut up. That's the eventual goal, and why they're all pouring billions of dollars into Nvidia chips and data centers and cool shirts for Mark Zuckerberg. And in the meantime, we're stuck with ChatGPT, a humanized Google search designed to affirm whatever belief you share with it, even if it's incredibly dangerous, or generative video apps that are already being used to trick people into thinking something happened that didn't actually happen. Awesome technology. I'm so glad this exists. And I think the best thing we can do to fight back against AI is to simply not engage with it. The problem is, even if you don't use these tools, if you live in certain parts of the country, you might be paying for them. There's been a lot of really good investigative journalism done on all these new data centers that are popping up around the country, who's funding them and who's getting screwed over in the process. For example, some residents in New Jersey who noticed that their power bill kept going up, even though they were actually using less electricity than usual. Well, it turns out it's due to an overall supply cost. Basically, when the total amount of electricity usage in an area goes up, power companies tend to pass those higher costs onto their customers. And for the past several years, electricity usage has been skyrocketing, with over half of that increase coming solely from data centers. Your utility bill is going up because Elon Musk wants to pretend to have a girlfriend. You see, AI doesn't just exist in some theoretical space. It has to be trained on trillions of gigabytes of data, and that data has to be stored in a physical location. To power this, it requires an absurd amount of electricity, which generates an absurd amount of heat, which then requires an absurd amount of water to cool off. Most of these buildings use over 1 million gallons per day, roughly the equivalent of 10,000 people. This would be even more problematic if they were being built in areas where water is extremely scarce. So we should be good as long as we don't build a bunch of them in like the middle of the desert. Whoops. But to be fair, they are extremely efficient about it. They don't just use the water, they also poison it. Every part of this process is wasteful and destructive, and this is only the beginning. AI is still a relatively new phenomenon, so we're only just starting to see the effects of this. But the Department of Energy projects that the percentage of electricity used by data centers could nearly triple in just the next 3 years. And who gets to pay for it? We do. It's hard for me to accurately express how infuriating this is. The giant buildings that power this stupid fucking technology are being subsidized by people who just happen to live near them. Oh, but hold on, because they're technically contributing to the operating costs. So does that mean that they get to share in the eventual profits? No, of course not. They're more like involuntary investors doing it for free, or really worse than free, because a lot of them are being kept awake at night by the deafening hum endlessly emitting from the factory shoved into the backyard of their homes that have now surely plummeted in value as a result. But hey, at least they're doing all of this to make a product that hopes to replace 80% of humanity. It's not enough that these people already own everything they could ever want. They could so easily afford to pay for these things without even noticing that that money is gone. But why would they do that when they could simply have poor people pay for it instead? Because nothing will ever be enough for them. You know, when a rich person makes some shady deal to screw over the working class, people will joke that they just need that money to buy their 4th yacht. And like, I don't even think it's that. They could buy 1,000 yachts and still not run out of money. They don't want to spend their wealth. They just want it to get bigger. It's the same obsession with seeing number go up that keeps me addicted to old school RuneScape, except the only life that's ruining is my own. What they have is a disease. They have been scourged with the blight of insatiable greed, cursed to an endless pursuit of wealth that will never bring them true happiness. I would almost feel bad for them if they weren't actively destroying destroying the world in the process. One of the most frustrating things about this problem is that if you even try to suggest that maybe these guys should just have a little bit less money, like you guys can still be rich, whatever, just turn it down a notch because you're kind of making shit terrible for everybody else, you're treated like you're crazy. No, this is the American way. If you don't like it, then leave. And yet these ideas aren't radical. They're not even new. Most people who advocate for a more progressive tax system are only calling for a return to something that used to exist in this country. We just forgot about it. So I think it's important to do a little history lesson here. If you can believe it, there was a time where the working class in this country actually had it really good. And it was mostly because things got so bad during the Great Depression that the government was worried about the country collapsing. Thousands of banks had closed, millions of people lost their entire life savings, unemployment peaked at 25%. So in fear of a revolution happening, the government was like, all right, fine, we'll give you livable wages. Just please put that musket down. I don't like the way you're looking at me. So the New Deal was born, and with it came Social Security, better labor standards, the right to unionize, a national minimum wage, an 8-hour workday. And over the next 2 to 3 decades, America became the most prosperous country on earth. Productivity skyrocketed and wages rose with them. Extra profits weren't just redistributed to employees, but their employers were proud to do it. They would brag about how lucrative it was to work for them. Look, 37% of profits went to our employees last year because this is a team effort, and when we win, they win. In 1943, Johnson & Johnson puts out this mission statement that's like, here's our list of priorities in order. Customers number 1, we gotta make good products. Employees number 2, everyone who works here needs to feel valued and respected. Our community number 3, we all wanna live in a better world, and as a company of our size, we feel like it's our responsibility to contribute to that however we can. And finally, all the way at the bottom, our shareholders can just have whatever's left. Of course, we need to make a profit to survive and grow, but that should just come naturally as a byproduct of focusing on these 3 tenets. Compared to modern corporate standards, this is all such a foreign concept that it almost sounds like it's coming from a fictional universe. But this actually happened. This was just America 70 years ago. Now, during this time, what do you think the tax rate was on the wealthiest Americans? For reference, in 2025, the highest income tax bracket is supposed to be around 24%, but because of how many ways there are to circumvent the rules, it often ends up being as little as 3%. For someone like Elon Musk, who doesn't take a salary from Tesla and instead just owns a large percentage of its stock, as long as he doesn't sell any of that stock, then technically there's no income to tax him on. Now, he can still leverage the value of those stocks to make purchases, like how money works, but it's still not taxable because of the rules. This is how people like him and Jeff Bezos can be, in terms of net worth, 2 of the richest people on the planet, and in some years pay $0 in taxes. In the middle of the 20th century, the tax rate on the ultra wealthy was not 3% or 20% or even 50%. It was between 70 and 94%. It honestly sounds crazy, but even a lot of the people being taxed understood that it was necessary for society to continue to exist. And having a strong middle class was a crucial investment into the future of the country. But I don't know, man, I just think it's kind of interesting that during what's referred to as the golden age of capitalism, the government did a bunch of socialism. During the period of time that birthed the idea of the American dream, the government was taxing the absolute shit out of the richest Americans and using that money to provide jobs and welfare programs for everybody else. A single income household working a regular ass job could afford to start a family, buy a house, send their kids to college, and retire at a reasonable age. No wonder people who grew up then gush about capitalism the way they do, because for them, it was great. But at this point, it is disingenuous to use that time period as the example for why capitalism works, because that version of it stopped existing a long time ago. The generation of people who started as beneficiaries of a more equitable system changed the rules once the roles were reversed and they had the power. So what the hell happened? Everything was going great. What changed? Well, there were a lot of things, obviously, but one of the first big dominoes was the US's involvement in the Vietnam War, which was expensive and deadly. But to be fair,
also accomplished nothing. And this had long-term ramifications. America had been diverting so much money away from manufacturing and towards defense that it opened the door for other growing industrialized countries to surpass them. More and more products were becoming cheaper to import than they were to produce. This led to factories getting shut down, unemployment starting to creep back up. A recession hits, and we're now facing a pivotal fork in the road in the late 70s. Either we could go back to what worked in the past, prioritize the working class, reinvest into our own infrastructure, try to help lift people out of poverty they've fallen into through no fault of their own, or we say, fuck the government, we don't owe you shit, we're stupid, isn't that right? I don't even know my own name. Exactly, the deal is you pay taxes and we don't do anything. And you like that, right? They like that? Sounds good to me. The prevailing philosophy throughout the 80s became trickle-down economics. The logic being, oh man, these rich people are really handcuffed. You know, I bet if we lowered the corporate tax rate from 70 all the way to eventually 28%, then companies will use all that extra money to pay their employees more. I mean, if there's one thing we know about rich people is that they're always looking out for the little guy. Now, for some reason, this hasn't worked out yet, but it's only been 55 years, so the jury's still out. See, I would argue that part of the reason why companies in the 40s and 50s were so generous with their extra profits was because the tax rate was so high. I mean, think about it. If you're faced with the decision between giving a huge chunk of money to the government or redistributing it back to the employees who helped you earn it in the first place, you would be much more likely to do the latter, because it's an investment in your own company. It's a mutually beneficial exchange. Well-compensated workers are proven to be more loyal and more productive, and those are two things that you want. Now, there were other factors as well, loosening a lot of anti-monopoly regulations, the legalization of stock buybacks, but this dramatically lower tax rate is a big reason why the 80s serves as the dividing line on just about every economic graph you could look at. This was the beginning of a long and continuous transfer of wealth from the working class to the top 1%. And while it would be very easy to just blame all of this on then President Reagan, that would only be mostly true. Sure, this new approach opened the door for more exploitation and greed, but you still needed a few scumbags willing to go through that door for the evolution to be complete. And nobody sprinted through it faster than one man. The real-life cartoon villain who designed the blueprint that most modern CEOs are still following to this day. His name was Jack Welch, and he's often referred to as the man who broke capitalism. During his tenure as CEO of General Electric, he turned the once quintessential American company that reshaped people's lives and supplied hundreds of thousands of high-paying jobs all across the country into a worthless carcass and a joke of a corporation, all while he became one of the richest people on the planet. In the century before Jack Welch took the reins, GE invented things like X-ray machines, jet engines, TVs, radios, and just about any kitchen appliance you can think of. In the 1980s, Jack invented laying people off. That was his big idea. What if we just fire a bunch of people? And then we don't have to spend as much money. It seems so simple and obviously very commonplace today, but before Jack, companies were not doing this. It was almost seen as un-American to fire somebody unless you absolutely had to. But Jack didn't think like everybody else. He was a pioneer. He bravely instituted the rank and yank system, where every year the bottom 10% of employees would get laid off no matter what. Not because they all deserved to be fired, but just because they fell on the wrong side of a spreadsheet. What's that? You were 3 years away from retirement and now you no longer qualify for pension? Okay. Then die. And to be clear, the layoffs were also not because the company wasn't profitable. It very much was, but it just wasn't profitable enough. See, when you routinely shut down entire facilities, you uproot thousands of lives, you create a toxic and selfish work environment where loyalty is replaced with fear, and if you're a company with the size and influence that GE had at the time, you can almost single-handedly destroy any semblance of a middle class across all of America. But this number gets a little bit bigger. So it's kind of a fair trade. GE was at the forefront of this countrywide philosophical transition from an economy that cared about making things and rewarding the labor it took to do so, to an economy that only cared about shareholder value and would prioritize anything it could to make that number go up. But the thing about the stock market is, it's mostly just about perception. As long as something seems to be growing in value, then people will be more likely to invest in it which will in turn cause it to be more valuable, even if it shouldn't be. A lot of what Jack did during his time as CEO did not make the company better, but it did make it bigger. And in the eyes of Wall Street, that was all that mattered. I mean, come on, a business that relies on something boring like selling products can only grow so much. But a company that's constantly acquiring other companies simply has no ceiling. I mean, they could be worth infinity dollars when you think about it. So that's what they did. Over the next few decades, GE bought and sold hundreds of companies, and Jack was lauded for his brilliance because from the outside, everything seemed to be working. I mean, sure, they were becoming a bloated, nonsensical hodgepodge of unrelated businesses, eroding the company's infrastructure and prioritizing constant quarterly gains over any long-term sustainability, but no one gives a shit because the stock price has never been higher. They've stumbled upon an infinite money glitch. They're just alchemizing value out of thin air. It gets to a point where the company founded by Thomas Edison doesn't even make their own light bulbs anymore. It's cheaper to get them somewhere else. Who cares? All they care about now is their ballooning financial division. They're issuing high-interest loans. They become a massive holder of subprime mortgages, a famously good investment to make in the early 2000s. Literally whatever it took to juice the numbers, that's what they would do. After about 30 years of short-term decisions that received instant gratification from shareholders but were gradually making things worse for the company and its dwindling number of employees, GE had become severely overvalued. And it wasn't until right after Jack retired with his $400 million severance package where his successors stepped in and were like, "Wait, this doesn't make any sense." The time bomb Jack planted explodes in their faces, and GE spends the next 20 years slowly bleeding out. And at this point, they couldn't fall back on just like selling microwaves because they'd been cutting corners on production so long that nobody wanted to buy any of their shitty garbage anymore. And of course, they had fallen way too far behind on innovation because they spent all their money on acquisitions instead of research. By 2021, the company that helped bring electricity to America was mercifully laid to rest, split into 3 separate institutions, none of which have come close to the dominance or influence that GE once had over the American economy. But here's the thing. You know who isn't affected at all by the cataclysmic downfall of General Electric? Jack Welch. Because he's dead now. He already got to live his entire life of luxury and adoration without ever having to deal with the fallout caused by his actions. He took control of a building with a rock-solid foundation and just kept scrapping it for parts until the only thing left for it to do was collapse under its own weight. But by that point, he was long gone. I believe that this is the goal of those who now follow in his footsteps. They don't need to care about whether or not what they're doing is harmful or unsustainable. As long as the facade can be maintained long enough for them to reap the rewards, it doesn't matter that the ship is sinking behind them because they have a lifeboat. It doesn't matter that America's spent the past 60 years exporting all its jobs and decimating the economies of small towns all across the country because a few hundred people responsible for those things already got to live long, happy lives. They don't give a shit.
This cutthroat corporate culture that Jack pioneered is still seen all around us today, and through the magic of time, it's only getting worse. CEOs make $1,000 every second, while their employees have to piss in water bottles so they don't fall behind. Routine layoffs, regardless of if a company is even struggling, are so normalized that it's just something we've come to expect. The stock market rules the world. Every major decision is dictated by this inherently volatile and short-sighted metric, and look at where that's gotten us. Millions without jobs, an enshittification epidemic, and a concentration of wealth that should be seen as a threat to humanity. Even while owning everything, billionaires live in fear of losing it, so they weasel their way into politics, they influence elections, they buy policy changes, they use their wealth to reshape the world to benefit them even further. They try to control narratives by buying up news outlets. They can dictate what's on our social media feeds. They spend an enormous amount of resources on pitting us all against each other, so we're too distracted to see that the real problem is them.
Should the human race survive?
Everything kind of sucks right now, and as a result, most people are justifiably pretty angry. But for media outlets and politicians, that anger is their single most powerful tool because they can tell you where to direct it. And they don't even really care who it is, so long as it's not them. That's why it changes all the time. Sometimes it's trans people, sometimes it's immigrants. Most recently, it's been poor people. There's been this whole war going on over food stamps because when the government shut down, 42 million Americans lost access to to SNAP benefits. Now that's an objective piece of information, an inarguable statistic, but depending on how it's presented to you, it may lead you to draw a drastically different conclusion than somebody else. For some, it might put into perspective how dire the situation has gotten. Like, surely there's underlying issues with a system that's allowed 12% of its population to be unable to afford food. Alternatively, you might hear that and think, wait a minute, my tax dollars are paying for these greedy freeloaders? I'm busting my ass over here to barely make ends meet, and these leeches are using my money to buy cookies? That's not fair. And all it takes is highlighting a story or two of someone taking advantage of the system to make you think there's this rampant issue, that you're expected to feed all of these people with money you barely have enough of to feed yourself. This narrative has been used since the 70s because it's very effective. You work hard, they're lazy, this program is bad. It's easier than ever now to push this narrative because you can just AI generate a video of a fat lady screaming in Walmart and get everyone pissed off. But in order to properly analyze this, let's take a look at the data. First of all, SNAP only makes up about 1.5% of the overall federal budget. Less than an eighth of what we spend on defense and an eighth of what we spend just on interest on the debt that we owe. By my math, cutting this program would only save the average taxpayer a couple $100s a year. And of course, that's assuming that if they were to cut it, they would send you a refund in the mail. No, I'm pretty sure they would still take the same amount, but instead of reinvesting it into the economy, which is what SNAP ultimately does, they would just buy some more missiles or send a pile of cash to Argentina. Second of all, by definition, the majority of SNAP recipients fall under the umbrella of elderly, disabled, veterans, full-time caretakers, or just temporarily unemployed. Remember, not everybody who isn't working does so because they don't want to. It is very hard to find and keep a job right now. The fact that SNAP spending ebbs and flows so closely with the overall state of the economy should be proof that this program is primarily used for temporary relief. Even still, many of the people on SNAP do work, and about 70% of the ones that do work full-time. That doesn't seem like a laziness problem, that seems like a wage problem. They need supplemental income to survive because of how little they're being paid. Of those full-time employees, their two most common employers were McDonald's and Walmart, who combined to earn $23 billion in profits last year. $23 billion, and you're telling me they can't afford to pay their employees enough so that they don't need government assistance? See, what that means is you wouldn't have to help pay for these people's food if their employer, a nearly $1 trillion corporation, just paid them a livable wage. You're more upset at the people using the program than the companies who have put them in a position where they even need it in the first place. Also, Walmart double dips here. The majority of food stamps are redeemed at Walmart. So not only do they save money by underpaying their staff, but their revenue then gets subsidized by this program because that's where people tend to use it. Final statistic, about a third of SNAP recipients, over 12 million of them, are children. What's the argument there? Are they not working hard enough? What, you don't want to get a job just because you're 7? Like, can we stop for 1 second to think about what you're saying here? You have let somebody convince you that in this situation, the only way to make your life better is if 12 million children starve. So I want to ask, who is more to blame here? A bunch of kids who got born into poverty, or CEOs with more money than anybody could spend in 1,000 lifetimes who expect you to solve the problem that they helped create?
For some people, it doesn't matter what you say about capitalism, they will still go to war for it, even if it's not working for them. Statistically speaking, it's probably not. You'll try to criticize a multi-billionaire who's not paying enough taxes, and people will defend them like, hey, it's not their fault. They're just taking advantage of loopholes like any smart business person would. And you're like, okay, so then we agree there's a problem with the rules, right? If they're just exploiting the system, then maybe the system shouldn't be so easy to exploit. We've reached a point where a lot of the core principles of a free market no longer apply. Like the idea that you can vote with your dollar. I get to pick which businesses I support, therefore the best ones will succeed and the worst ones will fail. Yeah, except when one company is allowed to corner the market and price out all their competition, suddenly there isn't any.
And we would have small businesses tell us if they walked into a Walmart or a Costco, the retail price at those stores, the price on the shelves at those stores, is lower than the wholesale price a small business is getting. And so there are huge disparities here.
And that's now feeding into itself, right? The more dire the economy is for everyone, the less freedom they have when they're deciding what to pay for. Amazon is certainly not the only place to buy things, but historically speaking, it's almost always the cheapest and most convenient. So how do you convince somebody who's also been forced to pinch pennies due to their own circumstances that they need to spend more time and money buying that same thing from a local mom and pop shop when they could just click 3 buttons and have it magically appear at their door in 3 hours? It's not even really fair to impose that because that person is also struggling. But then the cycle continues. The small business closes, Amazon and Walmart extend their reach even further, and once all competition is defeated, then they can just raise the prices to be whatever they want. They can train an algorithm to charge you the maximum price they think you'll pay at any given moment. Now, one of the most common counter arguments you'll hear if you bring up the idea of raising taxes on the ultra wealthy is that, well, if you do that, they're just gonna leave. First of all, no, they're not. That's a bluff they've been using for years, perpetuated by media networks owned by, you guessed it, rich people who don't want their taxes to go up. Sure, a few of them might leave, but the kinds of people who are willing to go to the trouble of moving their entire business from New York City to like Kissimmee, Florida, are probably already doing everything they can to avoid paying any taxes at all. It doesn't seem like a very productive mindset to cater to this parasitic minority at the expense of everybody else. Second of all, oh my God, can we grow some fucking balls here?
You don't understand. They're not gonna like it if we raise their taxes.
Do you hear yourself? Do you hear how pathetic you sound? Okay, so what, we can't do anything then? That's it? It's over, they won? Your plan is that we should just give up and let the billionaires have whatever they want. Buddy, we've already tried that, and that's not working either. Third of all, this criticism is predicated on an idea that taxation essentially has a bell curve to it, where after a certain rate, your overall revenue actually decreases because people will lose the incentive to work as hard or, like you're saying, move away. With this in mind, there have been studies done by economists who believe that every country has its own ideal rate for maximum efficiency. However, the implication that raising taxes would cause the overall revenue to go down would only be true if we were on the tail end of this bell curve, and we are nowhere close to that. So if your main concern is to maximize total revenue, it's pretty clear which direction we should be moving in. Otherwise, the very metric your point is referencing contradicts the argument you're trying to make. Now, even having said all of that, I'm not going to sit here and act like just raising taxes is an immediate fix to all of our problems, because we'd still have to rely on elected officials to actually use that money in a sensible way. I'd be happy to contribute more if I knew it was going to better healthcare or nicer parks or public transportation, but if my money's just going to be used to blow up a hospital on the other side of the world, then yeah, maybe I'd rather just give it to a food bank. I don't know all the answers, because at the end of the day, no matter how hard I try to expand my legacy beyond it, I'm still just the road work ahead guy. But I do know that this amount of wealth inequality that's showing zero signs of slowing down anytime soon is not sustainable. Turns out that actually every single thing in the world becoming a for-profit commodity, from housing to healthcare, is just a way to enrich a few people at the cost of many. And I have to wonder if we've finally reached a point now where the greed has gone too far, that it's now so impossible to ignore that no amount of gaslighting about how the economy is good actually will convince people who are dying because they can't afford to go to the doctor that this is just how life should be. History shows that unfortunately sometimes things have to get worse before they can get better, and if this is what it takes for a return to class solidarity, then I guess at least we're closer to that than we've been in a long time. We just need to put down our phones, set aside our differences for a little bit, and unite on this one issue. They want us divided because they're afraid of how strong we would be if we stood together. Do not fall for it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go argue on Reddit about how Ghost of Yote is woke because they didn't make the main character hot enough for me. Thank you for watching. Hey guys, welcome back to Roku City, where the streets are paved with blood and all crime is legal. You know when you're trying to navigate your rapidly deteriorating smart TV and some sponsored bullshit comes up telling you to watch like Darman Christmas, and you're like, who would even click on this? I would click on this. It's been a long year, and frankly, I'm tired of thinking. It hurts my head, and I don't want to do it anymore. So I'm going on autopilot. Whatever my stupid TV tells me to watch, I'm going to. No searching, no scrolling, whatever pops up, I'm hitting play.
Hey, why didn't your brother get any? First of all, he's not my brother.
Oh no.
He's drunk.
Now I have to admit, the main reason I'm making this video is out of spite. I had this fun little idea for a December video where I was gonna search Christmas on every streaming service and keep scrolling and scrolling and scrolling till I got all the way to the bottom where, in my head, I would find some random ass terrible movie that we could all make fun of and have ourselves a merry little Christmas. Well, I was wrong, because that's not how any of these fucking apps work anymore. If you search something on a streaming service, you're lucky if you get more than one page of results. So how am I supposed to find the crap? I know there's crap in here. Show it to me. There's like 14,000 titles on Prime Video, and you're telling me only 16 of them are Christmas movies? I don't believe you. Hulu has a few dozen, but most of these are only available if you have Hulu with Paramount Plus with Showtime, which in spite of its impeccable branding, I don't. On Netflix, it seems like there's more results until you realize about half of these are just hour-long videos of a fire. Wednesday fireplace? What about the rest of the week? I can see that there's way more stuff in here, but none of it comes up when I search. Why can't I look for it myself? Why do I have to click on a movie first if I want to see more that are similar? I thought maybe my phone would work better, but on there, Netflix doesn't even try. Christmas movie. What's a Christmas movie? Oh, White Chicks? Groundhog Day? Benjamin Button? What about White Chicks? Groundhog Day? Benjamin Button? Are you sure you don't want to watch Benjamin Button? I don't want your curated list. I want a search feature that's so all-encompassing and unalgorithmic that it's showing me every episode of House Hunters that took place in a city with the word Santa in it. But even this is only going to exist until HBO gets absorbed by one of the other two companies. If you want to watch Christmas movies on Prime Video, you have to go to their holiday collection, where you'll be shown a bunch of categories that frankly don't mean anything. What's the difference between holiday cheer and festive inspiration? Those are two different things? What does home for the holidays mean? Are these romantic Christmas movies? I thought that's what this one was. Are they movies about spending time with your family? They already have a category for that. But here's my favorite thing. There's actually a movie in here called Home for the Holidays, but it's not in Home for the Holidays. It's in Festive Inspiration. Home for the Holidays is for Sister Swap 1 and 2. Who made this? And don't get me started on It's Giving Holiday Escape. This category is just any movie. Need an escape from Christmas movies? No! Otherwise, I wouldn't have clicked on the Christmas movie button. So anyway, that's why I decided to just give up and watch whatever they want me to. You know why? Because it doesn't matter. They're just gonna funnel you towards the same 3 things anyway, so why even bother? You're not supposed to think when you look at your phone. You're not supposed to use your brain when you turn on the TV. Your job is to sit there and stare at whatever we put in front of you. So fine, Netflix, you win. What do you want me to watch? Aw, man. All right, I'll talk about Stranger Things. I know I'm uploading this video before the final episode comes out, but I have a lot of opinion about the first 98% of this show, so I'm gonna talk about it anyway. Like most people, I loved season 1 of Stranger Things. The story was fun and original. It was beautifully directed. The music was fantastic. They did such a good job nailing the atmosphere that it made a lot of people, myself included, nostalgic for a time period they weren't even alive for. And if the show ended after one nearly perfect season like they originally planned to, I think it would have gone down as one of the greatest short-lived achievements in television history, right up there with shows like Chernobyl or Fleabag. But I don't blame Netflix for wanting to keep the gravy train rolling, nor do I think everything that came after it was a total waste of time. I thought season 2 was pretty good, season 3 a little bit more so.
How many children are you friends with?
And season 4 was legitimately great. I don't think it needed to be 75 hours long, but its peaks were some of the best of the entire show. But I think you can only ask for so much patience out of your audience. It's been almost 10 years since the first season came out. At this point, I'm not that excited to watch a bunch of 27-year-olds pretending to be teenagers stick their arms out and yell until their nose bleeds. The returns are starting to diminish. I thought about this a lot, and I think I've come up with the perfect comparison. Stranger Things 5 is the same as Kingdom Hearts 3. Hear me out. The first Kingdom Hearts game is about a young boy who gets separated from his friends and family and has to fight through darkness on his journey to reconnect with them. It's simple yet effective. It's a little goofy, but it's also Donald Duck. By the time Kingdom Hearts 3 came out, 17 years later, I found myself skipping every cutscene because I didn't know what the fuck everyone was talking about anyway.
It's not the sum of our parts. It's the sum of our hearts. Yeah!
Similarly, Stranger Things 1 was a story about a young boy who was taken from his friends and family and their fight through darkness on a journey to reconnect with him. It's simple yet effective. It's a little goofy, but it's also Millie Bobby Brown. In Stranger Things 5, we learn that actually the Upside Down isn't the evil place, it's a wormhole, a bridge between the real world and the truly evil place. And the bridge has been deteriorating because Will had too many dreams about it. So now the gang, which is like 30 people at this point, has to breach the abyss so they can defeat Vecna by attacking his core in Dimension X. And Vecna's been posing as Mr. What's-It to lure a bunch of kids into his mind palace.
What's it?
His real name is Henry.
AKA Vecna. AKA 1.
That's too many names.
Also, Eleven's sister is back. Definitely not because we wanted to justify that random throwaway episode we did in season 2, but because it's important to the story. What this show needs is more characters. There aren't enough characters. I think what's taken me out of the show the most at this point is the apparent lack of stakes. They always seem to be in danger. They're always saying stuff like this.
You will die! We will die! Holly will die! Everyone will die!
But then nobody ever does. Life or death situations are just temporary inconveniences. The Demogorgons ruthlessly rip through every background extra without breaking a sweat, and yet when they face any of the main characters, they're suddenly frozen in place. Like they all emanate some invisible force field that makes them invincible. Even when they inevitably kill off 1 or 2 people in the final episode tonight, it won't change the fact that they've missed every opportunity to do this throughout the show. Not only would this have made the danger actually feel real, but I think it would have better served a lot of these characters. Imagine if Steve died as a hero last season instead of the random new guy they introduced just so they had someone to kill off in his place. Imagine if Hopper actually sacrificed himself 2 seasons ago. Then he could have had a meaningful, emotional send-off instead of just getting dragged through to the finish line, even though he's not adding anything to the show at this point. What we're left with now is a show with a hugely bloated cast that spends half of their screen time just explaining things to each other. Way too much of this season is characters in a room answering questions or coming up with a plan, and they all finish each other's sentences. Yeah, I got it.
It'll probably take days.
His powers are...
And Nate, try and keep the telemetry signal within -60 and -70 dB. Get them to Murray. Smuggle them out of Hawkins.
All before anyone notices they're gone.
Dick.
What?
Robin somehow has to serve as both a ditzy comic relief, but also the main deliverer of exposition, which feels kind of contradictory, but I guess they have to put this much on her plate because she's one of only a few of the young people on the cast who grew into being a good actor. Maybe it's unfair to criticize any of the individual actors when there's so many nothing performances. So is it the acting, the directing, the writing, or some combination of all 3? The writing is so bad this time around, it's making me question my memory of the other 4 seasons. Were there always this many Disney Channel ass lines? Or like AAA video game writing tropes?
Dick.
What?
Sorry, did I say that out loud? I thought I was talking in my head.
That was supposed to be an inside thought.
We're going in there. We're going in there.
We're going to the scary monster place? We're going to the scary monster place.
Is that supposed to be English, freak?
And why in this universe, where evil and crazy shit has been happening for like 5 years now, do people still not believe anyone when they say that something evil and crazy is happening?
Monsters aren't real, Holly.
Monsters are real, but not the one you're talking about.
Monsters and alternate dimensions.
Who is stupid enough to believe that? You are going through withdrawal.
Robin, that doesn't make any sense. You must be high on drugs. Brother, what city have you been living in? Because it sure doesn't sound like Hawkins, Indiana. Of course, this season is not all bad. In fact, some of it's still really solid. At least half of the cast is still giving really great performances. I actually teared up when Dustin pleaded for Steve not to put himself in danger because he didn't want to lose another one of his friends. And Vecna, both in human and Demogorgon form, is a very intimidating villain. Except when you can see his legs. His legs look dumb as hell. But you know, maybe in that way he's the perfect representation of what Stranger Things has become. The top half is the aesthetic that you see on the surface, a show that maintains the appearance of something competent, but is perched on top of an ever-wavering foundation. Those damn legs. They're too fragile, and we just called it quits in season 4. They would have held on until their final moments, but we got greedy. Now they're trembling under the weight of a world we made too big for its own good. Or maybe they'll stick the landing tonight and I'll be wrong. I hope so. I don't want this show to fail. I don't want it to become the next Game of Thrones. It deserves a good ending. My official prediction for the finale? Thanks for asking. I think everybody dies except for Derek and one demodog, and together they have to repopulate the Earth.
All right, what do I have to watch today? What the hell is this? Today's video is sponsored by SoFi, the mobile-first finance company helping its members save, spend, borrow, and invest. The worst thing you can do with your money is cut it up into little pieces and feed it to your dog. But the second worst thing you can do is leave it all in a checking account that's barely earning you a cent. But that's exactly what most banks will do. With SoFi, you can flip that. When you open a SoFi checking and savings account and set up eligible direct deposit, you earn a competitive APY, and there's no account fees. That means your money isn't just sitting there, it's working for you by earning interest on every dollar you make. Are you listening? Yeah. Good. For a limited time, when you open a new high-yield savings account, you can earn up to a $300 cash bonus and a 0.7% boost to your savings APY with eligible direct deposit. Terms apply. So start putting your money to work. Head to SoFi.com/Drew, click the link in the description, or scan the QR code on the screen to get started. Thank you to SoFi for sponsoring this video. Let's cleanse our palate with some good old-fashioned Christmas slop. Hot Chocolate Holiday is a story that could only exist in Christmastown, which is what I like to call the unspecified fictional city where these kinds of movies take place. You know, where it doesn't quite look like real life. It's almost like they're filming inside a snow globe. That's where this movie's set. It's your classic Romeo and Juliet story about two people falling in love in spite of the fact that they own rival hot chocolate cafes. That's right, this town has not one, but two cafes that specialize in hot chocolate, and they are right next to each other.
So you're telling me that more people buy your hot chocolate than your coffee?
I love this stuff.
Colette's Cafe is named Colette's Cafe because it's a cafe and her name is Colette. Marcus's Cafe sells sweet pastries and it's called Sweet Pastries. Now the entire plot of this movie is that Colette thinks Marcus stole her hot chocolate recipe, and she's freaking out about it. She's making her employees do undercover recon. She's obsessively running taste tests. Wait, why didn't she just drink it? She didn't need to stick her finger in there.
I love this stuff.
This whole thing is crazy to me because, like, I haven't had a ton of hot chocolate in my life, but aren't they all exactly the same? How many different ways are there to make hot chocolate? Surely not enough that you could accuse someone of stealing yours. It's chocolate and it's hot. Both the recipe and the temperature at which it's served are in the name. But they fight about this the whole movie.
That's ridiculous.
This whole thing is ridiculous.
It's a pretty insane choice for a movie plot, but I'm mostly just upset because this was setting up for a perfect twist ending that they completely ignored. See, Colette's recipe has been passed down from her grandmother, and that's why she's so particular about it. He insists he didn't steal it from her, that it's his own proprietary recipe. So anyway, they bicker back and forth for a while. Things escalate romantically. They hook up. Now they're laying in bed together, out of breath, smiling. They just had sex. And that's when he's like, all right, I'll tell you, the reason I'm so certain that I didn't steal your recipe is that mine is actually pretty old. See, I got it from my grandmother. Mine is from my grandmother. What?
We're cousins?
But we just raw dog. But no, there's no incest. Just boring old regular love. Actually, nothing else really happens in this movie until his cafe catches on fire, and it definitely wasn't her. She wasn't being vengeful and crazy because he stole her recipe. That would make the movie interesting. They actually never figure out what caused it. They kind of just keep beating around the bush.
Do they have any idea what caused this?
They think it came from the kitchen.
Any ideas on the cause?
Might have been an oven.
They think it just started itself.
The more time we're closed, the less money we make.
That's so true. Everybody in this movie is really smart. This guy's a construction worker, which you can tell because of his hat. And he's like, yeah, I don't know, man. You should just do it.
I'm booked for the next 2 months.
You could do a lot of the work yourself, though.
I can?
Yeah, you're just gonna need one of these hats.
And so he does. They all work together because that's what Christmas is about.
I love this stuff.
Okay, great. They cleared out all the debris, but the walls are still burnt. You're just gonna like paint over them? Are they gonna do the landlord special at the hot chocolate cafe? Before we even get an answer to that, Colette surprises Marcus by bashing a hole in the wall.
What are you doing?
Tearing down the wall?
Look, now we have one big cafe instead of 2 little ones.
If it's okay with you.
If it's okay with you? A little late to be asking that question.
We're combining Colette's cafe and sweet pastries.
Sweet pastries here?
But sweet pastries there.
Why?
Because it makes sense.
Well, hard to argue with that logic. Sure, I guess they could have finished the other side before turning her business into an active construction zone, but where's the fun in that? It's Christmas.
I think I'm falling in love with you.
Why is there a hole in the wall?
I love this stuff.
The best thing about watching that movie was that it updated my Hulu algorithm, and now they're recommending nothing but bangers. I'm talking Fred Claus in Spanish. Christmas in Tennessee.
There's no way they're gonna make it in for the Christmas Eve service tonight.
Well, why don't you sing it?
I haven't sung in years. I can't do that.
Mom, I need you to sing.
Gary's gonna sing. Gary's gonna sing. Gary's gonna sing.
Of every childlike heart tonight.
But I didn't watch any of those because I saw something called Cowboy Christmas Romance was the #3 movie on Netflix, and I knew I had to see it for myself. This movie's all about the completely unexpected pairing of a city girl and a country boy. That doesn't make any sense. They're from entirely different walks of life. What could they possibly have in common? I don't know. Ever heard of beer?
Beer?
Yeah.
I remembered you liked IPAs.
Same.
I remembered that I like IPAs too. Oh boy, the sparks are flying now.
Horses are a lot easier for me than people.
Why don't you grab a few of those apples?
Oh, no, I don't.
Grab some of the apples and give her one. And give her another 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 one.
Oh, no, I don't.
Trust me.
The most noteworthy thing about this movie to me is that the guy who plays her brother
Bless you, little brother.
might be the poutiest person I've ever seen. Everything he says is through gritted teeth.
Grab a plate if you're hungry. Yeah, coffee's over there. Chop up those peppers.
He barely opens his mouth the whole movie. It's awesome.
Cheer him. Or not. Everything okay?
Hey, come on, buddy, cheer up. It's Christmas. Christmas Eve.
If you please, it's time for the main event of Christmas Eve.
Our December 22nd tradition. Dad's gonna sing a song.
This Christmas.
Wait, he's not. Who's singing? Why did they make it seem like he was gonna sing and then not have him even pretend like he was?
No, don't stop.
Don't stop? He never started. I do like that 2 of the ornaments on this tree are just full-size cowboy boots. You gotta admit, that's pretty cool. And yeah, they fucking a barn. You can take the boy out of the country, but you can't take the country out of the boy.
I love this stuff.
Say what you want about this movie, but they employed a lot of horse actors. I just hope this inspires all the young ponies out there trying to break into the industry. Keep your head up. For as long as white women have cable TV, you'll never be out of work. All right, fine. I'll talk about something good so I'm not just bitching the whole time. Forewarning, I'm about to spoil most of the first season of Pluribus, so maybe skip ahead if you haven't watched it yet. With that out of the way, this show is awesome. And it's been really interesting to see some of the discourse around it. The main criticism of Pluribus is that it can be agonizingly slow. Not enough stuff happens, it's a waste of time, and while I mostly disagree with this, it certainly drags at some points, I understand why it's happening. I honestly think the biggest pitfall of Pluribus is that it's gotten too popular too quickly. In the middle of the very first season, it was announced that this is already the most streamed show in the history of Apple TV. Now, this is partly because it's made by Vince Gilligan, who's responsible for 2 of the most acclaimed shows ever made, and also because only like 100 people are subscribed to Apple TV, so probably not a huge bar to clear. But having a show get so much traction before its first season is even halfway done can lead to a lot of people basing their opinion on an incomplete picture. The pilot of Pluribus is incredible. It's like a beautifully directed modern episode of The Twilight Zone. It's propulsive, it's
suspenseful, especially if you go into it not knowing anything about what the fuck is going on. You can see the seeds of an apocalypse, but the specifics of it are unclear. These people are getting infected by something, but they're not turning into bloodthirsty monsters sprinting around looking for someone to kill. They're a different kind of zombie. They're human, but not entirely. It's like their free will has dissipated and they're all moving in unison towards a calling that seems out of their control. Eventually, the entire human race, with just a handful of exceptions, has transitioned into this hive mind. They each share one consciousness. They know everything everyone else thinks and feels. They have no sense of or desire for individuality because they now live to serve the same goal. To figure out why these 13 people didn't transition with them and use every resource on Earth to finish what they started.
We will figure out what makes you different.
Figure it out, why?
So we can fix it. So you can join us.
It's such a cool premise that had me hooked instantly. And then nothing really happens for a while. Carol is pissed off all the time, and it's kind of frustrating to watch. She meets the other survivors, if you will, and none of them share her desire to turn things back to the way they were, which is kind of frustrating to watch. For a couple episodes, I had this feeling of like, okay, I get it. They all work together for the common good, and Carol doesn't trust them, but we're seeing the same types of scenes over and over again. So where is this going? Why am I investing in a show that doesn't seem to be moving towards something? I think the reason it feels so slow early on is because the writers are committed to organic character development, and that's something that takes time. As an audience, we often want instant gratification from the people we're watching on screen. Come on, do something. I put my phone down for this. But this isn't how real people act. And change, especially in the face of life-altering circumstances, doesn't happen overnight. Most of the criticism seems to get levied specifically towards Carol. She's paranoid, she's distrusting, she refuses to accept what's become of her life, and sure, it's not always the most fun to watch, but it always feels authentic. How is she supposed to act in this situation? In a single moment, the world as she knew it ceased to exist, and now she's stuck in this apocalyptic dystopia completely alone. These people, or whatever they are responsible for this. They're the reason her wife dropped dead in front of her. And then while still wrestling with the emotions of this, she goes to meet up with the only other people on Earth in her same position, and none of them even acknowledge that there's a problem to solve. Not only have they already made peace with things, but they think she's the crazy one. Try imagining yourself in this situation. You would be losing your mind. So why then do we expect this character to act in a way that wouldn't make sense? Just because it would be more interesting to watch? What exactly do you want this show to be? It takes literal months of grief and solitude for Carol to finally snap. We see her go through multiple stages of denial, anger, acceptance, until she finally gets so miserably lonely that she realizes she'd rather spend time with an alien that looks like a human than continue to suffer on her own. I think it's a beautiful and realistic depiction of someone's journey with grief. And maybe the problem is that's just not the story some people came to see. I think that's okay though. I respect that Vince Gilligan, knowing how many eyes are going to be on his work at this point, is not just trying to play to the largest possible crowd. They're convicted in the show that they want to make, and they're not going to force certain things to happen because they're worried about some people getting bored. If you'd asked me how I felt about Better Call Saul after the first season, I would have said, it's pretty good. I enjoyed it, but ask me how I feel after watching season 6, and I'll tell you it's one of my favorite shows ever made. I'm all in on Pluribus. I expect a similar trajectory because Ray and Vince and his crew are too talented to disappoint. And even if the plot stalls from time to time, at least you know the detour they're taking is the scenic route. Anyway, that's my video about the 4 things I watched this month. Sometimes on YouTube you spend 2 months writing an essay about capitalism, and other times you pull an idea out of your ass and throw some shit together because the holidays are stressful and this is the best you could come up with. I'll be back stronger than ever in 2026, unless, of course, I die tonight in a tragic fireworks accident. Goodbye.
It's plurbin time.
Remember the first time you ever went to an arcade and you saw all the incredible, life-changing prizes available and your mind started running wild with possibilities?
Shit, alright. I'll take the electric guitar, the skateboard, the PlayStation 2, 1,000 Tootsie Rolls, that stuffed animal that's taller than me. Hey Toots, would you mind wrapping them up in plastic for me? I'll wet the bed.
And then 2 hours and $47 later, you realize you've only earned enough tickets to buy one whoopee cushion? Well, not to brag or anything, but I'm old as fuck now. And I'm pretty good at games, or at least better than I used to be. So for this video, I decided to test out an idea that I've wanted to do basically my whole life. I want to find out if you can profit at an arcade. If I just play the one game I'm best at over and over and over again, can I ultimately earn a prize that's worth more than the amount of money that I spent on the tokens? I didn't need to say all that. You read the title, you know what I'm gonna do. So I headed to the second most touristy part of Orlando, Florida, to a place called Main Event, which is somewhere in between Dave & Buster's and Chuck E. Cheese. In spirit, I should say. Geographically speaking, Dave & Buster's is in the middle. This place has everything. Bowling, laser tag, a weird obstacle course hanging from the ceiling. But I don't have time for any of that right now. The reason I dragged my wife here at 3 p.m. on a Friday is to figure out the most efficient game to play and the best prize to buy. Now, this isn't like the old days anymore where you gotta lug around a 75-pound bucket of tokens. The first thing you do here is preload cash onto a fun card, which holds all of your credits and then also the points you earn from the game. And I gotta say, I immediately got overwhelmed from the onslaught of numbers. Okay, so 200 credits is not $40. It's $35, and 300 credits should be, quite frankly, $60, but it's not, it's only $50. And everyone keeps saying that 500 credits costs $100. It doesn't, it's only $75. You save $25 when you buy that, which you can use to buy 140 credits, which is actually $28. And plus, I don't know what any of that means. If I buy this one, does that mean I can play 200 games? No. Most games cost anywhere between 7.5 and 8.5 credits, which are such confusing numbers to keep track of. Why even include a decimal at all? Who thought of this? The last time I came here in 2019, I remember each machine just telling you how much it cost in terms of dollars. But if I had to guess, I'd say they changed it to be purposely confusing so you don't realize how much money you're actually blowing through with every passing game. It's kind of like how if I saw a Fortnite skin that said, this costs $20, I would be like, hell no. I'm not spending $20 on this. I'm gonna buy $20 worth of V-Bucks because then the costume is free. As with most arcades, there are pretty much 3 types of games here. There are the fun ones like Basketball Connect 4, Air Hockey, Flappy Bird but big. Typically these are the ones you earn the least amount of points for playing, but if you're just here to have a good time, that doesn't matter. Then there's the luck-based games, which can, in theory, earn you a whole bunch of tickets, but you have no control over that because it's essentially just a giant slot machine with SpongeBob on it. And then lastly, there are skill-based games where technically you could earn the jackpot every time. The only thing stopping you from doing so is your own ability. The only downside is they're usually tedious and stressful and the least fun options out of all the games in the arcade. So in other words, they're perfect for this video. Let me tell you, I was ecstatic when I walked in and saw that they still had this ball cup game. This is the machine I had in mind when I was planning this video because I used to abuse the hell out of this. While the rest of my friends were playing skee ball and enjoying themselves, I was just standing on this machine for 1 whole hour, hoping to earn the best prize out of the group. See, I was playing the long game. Sure, maybe you guys had more fun that night because you got to play Mario Olympics and Vin Diesel Simulator, but I get to have this forever. So, who actually came out on top. Anyways, back to the ball game. So the goal with this is to get all 50 balls into these spinning cups without losing any of them, and you have to do so before time runs out. You really gotta try to be perfect with this one because the difference between getting 49 balls and getting all 50 is massive. But once you get the rhythm down, it's possible to start stacking jackpots and become the queen of the arcade. When I started out though, I was blowing through tries so fast. I'd started sweating immediately. I got very tense and nervous. I think the pressure of the video was mounting on me. And every time I would be just one ball away from the jackpot, the disappointment and frustration would hit me like a ton of bricks. Or a ton of feathers. They both weigh the same. But I managed to calm myself down, gain my composure, and on my 10th try, I did it. Gimme that jackpot, baby. That'll be 711 points, please.
I love you now.
Now I just gotta stand here for 4 minutes while the machine counts up all my points one at a time for some reason. Why does this take so long? Is there a little guy in there trying to count them up by hand? Just use a calculator, dude. It's like they're trying to discourage you from winning the jackpots by making them inconvenient. Well, while we're waiting for that, I do just want to say, unironically, I was so relieved when I won this. I think I had built this video up so much in my head over the past couple years, and I just felt it all falling apart before my eyes. When I started losing again and again and again, I started to freak out and think, did they make the game harder? Or worse, am I just dumb now? Am I gonna have to go to Chuck E. Cheese? They'll never let me in there. I'm almost 30. Oh, hey, my points are done. With the satisfaction of one, that's right, a single win in my belt, I decided to just enjoy the rest of my night with Amanda, knowing I was gonna have to come here by myself later in the week anyway. We went bowling for the first time in about 5 years, which reminded me that I am possibly the worst bowler in the entire world, including babies. I think a baby would do better than I did. The second game though, I was like, wait, who are we trying to fool by doing regular mode? Let me just throw the bumpers up and then we'll have way more fun. Just kidding, I sucked at that too. Then we ate dinner, which was, it was fine. There's just something about cubed meat that makes me feel like I'm being given my rations for the day. When we were done eating, I decided to try out a few other games, but I quickly came to the conclusion that nothing was going to be as productive or efficient as Quick Draw. I should probably talk about the prizes, because that's the other thing I have to figure out. The single most expensive item in here is, for some reason, a minion named Turbo Dave. Just below that are some random kitchen appliances, some extremely cheap looking electronics, you know, the kind of headphones you buy for $3 at a CVS checkout line and they stop working before you even make it back to your car. There's a bunch of vlogging and podcasting gear. Then they've got a few plushies, which range from Among Us to terrifying. A fake wad of gum, you know, for pranks. And then finally, a whole bunch of candy that you throw in when you don't have very many points left. I always find it interesting to see how they price these things because it's not like there's a 1-to-1 ratio of points to dollars. Like, I don't think that the minion on a hoverboard is worth 14 Marvel mugs or 400 blow pops, but I'm not in charge of an arcade. All right, babe, let's see that haul. That's just what Amanda got with her entree and tickets. I found out you can save your points for up to 5 years. I don't think I'm gonna be saving them that long, but I am gonna come back in a couple days. I've got about 1,700 points stocked up. $37 in, I believe. So yeah, not off to a great start in terms of profiting, but I may have discovered a loophole. You see, anytime you buy something at Main Event, they give you the option to fill out a survey on their website in exchange for a free 30-minute game card. If I could stand on this machine for 30 straight minutes, I could win thousands of tickets without having to spend even $1 more. It's the perfect plan. So I headed back to the second most touristy part of Orlando, and I swiped my card again, and I dropped those balls. And turns out you don't actually get any points from the free plays. So, 'twas not the perfect plan. But I still had fun. Not that that matters for this video. I did get to play possibly the funniest game of Deal or No Deal in its entire history. Obviously, I couldn't risk ending up with only one ticket, so I decided to accept his offer of one ticket. Anyway, after farting around for half an hour, I decided to just suck it up, spend another $35, and I headed back to my favorite stress game. Took me a few tries to get back into the swing of things, but on my 5th game, I won the jackpot. Then 3 games later, I won it again, and 2 games later, I won it again, and at this point, no one could stop me. I won twice in a row, then 3 times, then 4 times before capping my streak off at 5 consecutive jackpots. If this isn't poggers, then I don't know what is. Grandma, if you're watching this, poggers is a gaming term for when someone does a good job. So... can you tell Grandpa too? Also, do you like how nervous I look filming all of these shots? I felt like the biggest idiot every time I picked up my phone to record myself winning the stupid game. The thought of someone watching me be proud of this is so embarrassing. Just looking at me from across the room like, does this guy have a job? It's Wednesday, go home. Well, sorry to break it to you, person I made up in my head, but this is my job now. The arcade is my office, and I'm gonna give myself a raise. Just when I could feel myself starting to get a little bit too cocky, the universe sent another obstacle my way. Maximum payout? So now I'm getting punished for being too good at the game? At this point, I'm pissed. At least warn me ahead of time when I'm getting close. Like, hey, you might want to slow down there, big guy. This machine's almost empty. Also, what? You ran out of virtual tickets? Just make more of them. I thought about it, and I think this might be why they count up your points so slowly. So that by the time they've arbitrarily decided to stop giving you points, you've already spent $8 more on the machine, all for nothing. I even had to watch them count up my unawarded tickets one by one, and at this point, you're just taunting me. Anyway, when the dust finally settled, I had lost about 1.5 jackpots. Very upsetting, not gonna lie, but I don't think this completely ruins my plan. I'm pretty sure this is only a temporary limit. I think it's just there to keep you from hogging one machine during peak hours, which is fair, by the way. If I had a line of kids behind me waiting for their turn and I was just like, sorry, I'm making a video, that would be pretty selfish. But I came here in the middle of a school day and there was nary a child in sight. Since I wasn't sure if I'd ever have this many points at once again, I decided to cash out on day 2 and buy myself the hot dog toaster I had my eyes on from the moment I walked in the room.
Now, I'm not sure I would say that this is the best day of my life, but it's definitely in the top 5. I actually feel kind of bad because I had to get one of the employees to not only grab a ladder from the storage room, but also get like a special key to unlock the high value prize section. And he seemed really confused. I was hoping he might be like, oh, that's funny, you got the hot dog toaster. No one's ever redeemed this before. But I don't think he really said more than 2 words.
All right, babe. I know you had a long day at work. Close your eyes. I know work's been crazy lately, but I have something for you. Open your eyes.
Thanks.
It's not for you.
If I open it and there's like crumbs in it, I'm gonna laugh.
I'm gonna cry. Oh, it's smiling at us.
Was that a thing? Was hot dog toasters
I doubt it.
All my baby boomers in the chat, sound off. Was hot dog toasters a thing? Let me know.
With enough credits left to play 9 more games of Quick Drop, I headed into day 3 with a very clear goal in mind. From all the Googling I've done, I'm pretty sure this Marvel mug has the best points to potential resale value ratio of all of the redeemable items here. If each attempt cost me about $2, and I think I could reasonably sell this mug for $10, that means out of 5 tries, I only need to get 2 jackpots to turn a profit. If I get really lucky and win 5 jackpots in a row like I did yesterday, then I'd have enough for 3 mugs, at which point I could be potentially making a $20 profit. And so on and so forth until I've sold 1 mug to every human being on the face of the planet, and I'll finally have enough money to buy my own private island that no one's invited to. Also, fine, I'll explain my strategy with the game so you too can try to win at this specific machine in Orlando, Florida. The secret is to just drop 4 balls at a time. That's pretty much it. They even show you that in the little tutorial video that plays, and yet I still see so many people try to drop all 50 balls in 1 second like they're in a hurry to lose. If you drop exactly 4 balls every spin, which is pretty easy to do, you will end up with 48 out of the 50 balls with the time that you are given. That means at some point during the 12 turns, you only have to drop 1 extra ball twice to end up with 50. Personally, I like to get those 5th balls out of the way early so I know how hard I need to focus for the rest of the game, but if you'd rather save them for the end because you'll have the rhythm down at that point, I can't blame you. I'm just impressed that you flew all the way to Orlando to play this game. As usual, I got off to a bit of a shaky start. Probably didn't help that I forgot to take my Tom Brady brain pills like I did on day 2. I hope they don't consider that an illegal substance here, and it's not like the arcade equivalent of steroids in baseball. But after a few tries, I was able to win the massive jackpot that everybody else had graciously accrued for me. You see, every time someone loses this game, the jackpot goes up by 1 and resets when someone wins. So this means there had been about 300 losses in a row, and I got to benefit from that. That's another variable to throw into the math here, but even without that, 600 points is nothing to sneeze at. Anyway, after 3 days of mashing one button a million times and a hot dog toaster already sitting pretty in my kitchen, I headed to get my reward. Lucky for me, I got to ask the same guy from yesterday for help grabbing the LED sign that was just out of my reach. Instead of using a ladder though, he just kind of climbed on top of the shelves, and I really admired the creativity. Am I gonna somehow profit off of this sign? No. But to me, having a man cave that's open all day, every day, is priceless. Oh, also I grabbed the mug that I came here for. I keep getting distracted by funnier prizes. As much as I wanted to race home and enjoy a celebratory cup of decaf coffee out of my new mug, it was time to get down to business. And I threw that bad boy up on the world's worst commerce website, Facebook Marketplace, and I waited and waited and waited. And just when I was starting to lose hope, my friend Cody offered to buy it from me with real American money. Sorry for the abrupt exit, Cody, but I had to rush home and count my earnings.
10.
I couldn't believe my success. I earned enough points to buy that mug with 1 game of Quick Drop. These kind of profit margins are unheard of. Jeff Bezos who? There's a new guy in town. Why did I even bother going to community college for 8 months when I could have been investing that tuition money into the school of video games? Let's go ahead and break down the numbers, shall we? Sorry, I don't have a regular dry erase board, so this calendar is gonna have to do. Day 1, we spent $37. I still don't know why it was 37 and not 35. I guess the card itself, it cost $2 because when I refilled it, it was exactly 35 the next day, but I don't fucking know. We also spent $48 on bowling and $70 on food and drinks, but that doesn't count. That's not part of it. I'm just saying that that's what we did. Okay, but $72 spent on game credits, and here is what we earned. Number 1, a state-of-the-art hot dog toaster, a relic of simpler times, a rare and priceless artifact that is currently being sold on Amazon for $25. But let's say I was gonna buy that anyway, and in doing so, I saved $25, which is almost like earning $25, because penny saved, penny earned. Benjamin Franklin? Last I heard, he's the guy who electrocuted himself on purpose, so I think he knows a thing or two about math. We also got the man cave sign, and again, let's say I was gonna buy that anyway. Well, currently, that's being sold on eBay for an average of about $40. At less than 2,000 points, that's a bargain. If you're wondering why I didn't just try to sell that one instead, that's because I didn't think anyone would buy it. But maybe I'm wrong about that. Finally, of course, we have the mug, which I sold for $10. Now, if you have a calculator at home and you're playing along, you may have noticed that this number is bigger than this number. I'm trying to think if there's a word for that, like a math word, you know, for when you make more money than you spend on something. What's the term again? Oh, that's right, I think it's called a profit. And that's not even mentioning the fact that I practically threw away half my tickets on day 1, and the machine stole over 900 points from me on day 2, and I forgot to get my parking validated on day 3, so I had to pay for that myself. Also, I guess if you factor in like gas and stuff, because I had to drive a lot, that's probably another like $15. You know what, on second thought, I think we're just gonna call that part a wash. I made a $3 profit, and that is a success. So to answer the question of can you profit at an arcade, the answer is technically yes. Obviously, it depends on which arcade you're at, what prizes they have, if there's a machine that you can win consistently. But for this specific ball drop machine, I have learned that if I just win jackpots over and over and over again, making sure to take breaks so I don't hit the payout limit, I can absolutely redeem my points on something that I would have wanted to buy anyway and save a few bucks in the process. Am I gonna somehow turn this into a full-time job? You never know. I mean, I would pretty much be actively crashing the blue Marvel mug market by increasing the supply so much. Absolute best case scenario, I could see myself locking in minimum wage, but I would run out of people to sell mugs to eventually. Or, before any of that happens, the arcade might just run out of them, or they'll catch on to what I'm doing and nerf the machine I like, or raise the price of the prizes, or put a photo of my face on the wall that says, "Do not let this guy play quick drop, he is bleeding us dry." I guess if I had to pick one thing that I learned in this video, it's that unless you have a concrete plan going into it, and you've already done the math, you're probably only going to lose money at an arcade. Also, don't do what I almost did in this video and get really excited by the idea of selling something for a profit, because I almost got like a bunch of mugs before even seeing if they would sell, and then I barely sold one of them. Remember, the value of a product is only what someone is willing to pay for it. This isn't RuneScape. I can't just throw my Avengers mug into the Grand Exchange and get a bunch of gold coins for it. I have to use Facebook Marketplace, and Facebook Marketplace is the worst.
Thomas Edward Patrick Brady Jr., the greatest quarterback of all time. He's won 7 Super Bowls, set almost every imaginable passing record, and has made probably over $1 million or something like that. But what I find truly interesting about Tom's story is that he isn't that special of an athlete. It's not like he can throw the ball further than anyone else, and he's probably the slowest player on every team he's ever been on. Giannis Antetokounmpo is superhuman. JJ Watt looks like if a muscle came to life and started talking. But on the surface, Tom just kind of looks like a guy. In fact, he's so unassuming as an athlete that almost 200 people were picked ahead of him the year he was drafted. And he played longer than every single one of them. In many ways, he got better as he got older. His face changed shape like 6 times. Everything he's doing defies all logic. So what the hell is his secret? Is he a cyborg? A time traveler? Was he an experiment created in some kind of football laboratory? Or is all of his success attributed to his famously specific diet? This dude hasn't had sugar in like 14 years. No wonder he's able to pull off the impossible. I had a toaster strudel for breakfast and now my tummy hurts. But why am I making this video? Well, because a few days ago on February 1st, Tom Brady finally retired from the NFL, which means someone has to take his place. And that's where I come in. Slightly above average height? Check. Total underdog story? Check. Lives within reasonable driving distance of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers practice facility? Check. And just like Tom, everything I do for my son. My son is 4 inches tall, he lives in this box, and as of 1 minute ago, he's now available for purchase for a limited time at youtooz.com. But if I'm gonna become the new starting quarterback of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, I'll need to eat like Tom. I'll need to train like Tom. At least for about a month. That should do it. So starting on February 14th, the day after the Super Bowl, because I'm probably gonna eat a lot of crap that night, I will begin my transformation. But first, I have to prepare. Like a lot of mega popular athletes do, Sweet Thomas has very much turned his identity into a brand. It's called the TB12 method. He has 2 books about it. He has his own recipes, his own workout gear and supplements and hats and podcasts and training centers and Vital Fit tart cherry. Congrats, Tom. While this chapter is closing, the best is yet to come. You know, I hate to say it, but I don't think that's true. Some people just peak early in life. There's nothing wrong with that. You think anyone's gonna give a shit about me in 20 years? Hell no. I gotta savor this while I can. So this says get started, but then there's so much shit here that I don't even know where to begin. Oh wait,
Yeah, I do. I'm getting the Big Tom.
Tom Brady drinks 200 to 300 ounces of water on active days. Jesus Christ. I feel like I'm gonna have to get a second bladder surgically inserted into my body if I drink this much water. Oh, here we go. They have starter packs. Here's what people are saying. But it's not customer testimony, it's just their employees. No biases here. Guys, people have been raving about my YouTube videos. Don't believe me? Just ask my mom. You know, I am actually wondering what Brian thinks.
Hey everyone, Brian Hart here, body coach down in Tampa Bay. By far my favorite product that TB12 has is the TB12 electrolytes. Helps me stay hydrated, gives me energy, prevents muscle cramping, tastes great.
Does it? I saw that eye roll. Believe me, this stuff is awesome.
TB12 plant-based protein,
right.
TB12 omega.
Okay.
One of the products that I really have loved recently is the TB12 sleep. And I don't really struggle to sleep or go to sleep.
This stuff is amazing. I don't need it, and I've never actually taken it before, but Tom said I had to throw in a fourth thing, and so I just picked one randomly.
I wake up every morning feeling awesome after I take that TB12 sleep.
Yeah, I can tell. You're like a ball of energy.
Feel free to go to tb12sports.com.
What a coincidence. That's a website I was already on. Oh, I guess I should probably just get the Tom pack. Sorry, Brian. In his honor, I will at least get his favorite flavor of electrolytes, and I will think about you every time I drink them. Okay. So it's $200, and that's just the first page. Gonna be another $216 just for the equipment. That at least seems more reasonable. What was the other one? Vitamins and protein powder. And I'm supposed to buy that every month? Well, it's a good thing I'm only doing this for one. Oh, you have to subscribe to it? But what if I don't want to? Why is it $600? I got the Tom pack. The starter home gym pack should be $425, and it is $600. What the fuck, Tom? I mean, yeah, I have the water bottle in here too, but that's only $65. Oh, I see. Once you go to check out, they sneakily raise the price of the exercise equipment by $111. That's cool. No, I get it. I would do the same thing if I was the worst. You know what though? I have to suck it up. I'm trying to change my life here. I want to live to be 300 years old, and you can't put a price on that. So I guess I'm already out $600. And I haven't even bought any food yet. It's funny, I've always heard the main criticism of the TB12 brand is that it's overly expensive and inaccessible to the average person, but I actually think we're off to a great start. Oh my God, I still have to buy the book. I almost forgot. They're sold out on the website, so I have to settle for an acceptable used copy from Amazon. Would I like to spend half of that on a new copy? Of course I would. But then I won't get it for a month, and I'm trying to start this diet in a few days. What are you gonna do? Before I forget, I should also go ahead and cancel my subscriptions while I'm here. Luckily, they've made it as difficult as possible by making you do one at a time. Hello. My first impression when I saw this in front of my door was that this box is way bigger than I thought it would be, and then I remembered I bought the Big Tom. So I'm picturing that that's pretty much taking up most of the space. It's just like a giant fat water bottle, and then everything else is just pushed into the corner. Forgot my box cutter. I'll be right back. Best thing about the moon pod is how easy it is to get up. Sorry about that. There's the Big Tom. There it is. Wow, these are fancy. Glass jars. Everything's kind of dusty, which is fun. Oh. Because this popped open and there's very expensive protein dust all over this box. And I got my electrolyte, my vibrating pliability sphere. So that's all the stuff that I put in my body. Now for what I put my body on top of. To be honest, I kind of blindly just bought the starter kit. I didn't really look at what was in it. I just assumed, you know, this is good for Tom, it's good for me. But I did end up doubling up on water bottles, and I don't know what anything else is. Don't know why they gave me a little bag, when clearly that's not big enough to put all this stuff in. I got a vibrating pliability sphere and also a vibrating pliability roller. Lots of different shapes in which I can vibrate. This is just like a phone stand that they threw in here. Don't know what I was expecting. It's gonna be a journey figuring out what to do with all this crap. So So we got some pills to pop here. Thanks, Tom, for that. You've got sleep, which is pretty self-explanatory. I'll try this once, but I'm probably not gonna take this every night because I don't like melatonin. It makes me feel weird and gives me really crazy dreams, and I don't want that. But then you've got the other two. This one is like brain pills, daily support for mind-body performance, and then the other one is for like joint support. But this is one I'm really intrigued by. For like a year, I used to take something called Alpha Brain, and I'm pretty sure it was just a placebo, but I would take it every time I filmed or wrote anything, and I felt like it helped, like I could think more clearly, but again, it might have just been I told myself that I would be more focused, and then I was more focused, so who's to say? But this shit was personally engineered by the greatest quarterback of all time, and if anyone knows something about brain performance, it's Tom Brady. So let's see what happens. I don't know, I didn't really, whoa! What's going on? I have so many thoughts. I think I'm finally using 100% of my brain, just like Bradley Cooper in that Limitless movie. Oh my God, the ideas. I can't stop them. Hey, sorry to bother you. I know you're at work right now, but I had to call you. I just thought of a new invention. Silent ice. It's just like regular ice, but it doesn't make any noise. I did it. I finally finished my book. Wow, what a productive day. I even managed to move my couch into the middle of the room like I've been meaning to. Well, I guess I'll go ahead and hit the hay. Never mind, it has been 4 minutes. I don't really know what to say about the supplements because I've taken them a bunch now and I kind of feel the same, but I've also been taking multivitamins every day for several years and those don't make me feel any different. So does that mean I should stop taking them? It's hard to judge something that is supposed to have this like silent effect on your body. So they may not actually do anything, but at least they're very expensive. The best thing about them though is that they don't taste like anything because you're also supposed to drink these electrolytes every day, multiple times a day. First thing you do when you wake up. I excitedly tried the lemon one first, and let me just tell you, it is one of the grossest things I've ever tasted in my life.
Tastes great.
It doesn't taste so much like lemonade as it does lemon pledge. I did actually just notice today that they also sent me the same thing but in packet form. So I'm pretty sure there's like a powder instead of something that's already a liquid. Maybe that'll make it taste better? Oh, thank God. Okay, this is way better. This is a huge relief because drinking electrolytes is very much part of Tom's daily routine, and I physically was not able to drink the other one. It was so gross. And it's not like, oh, it doesn't taste like Gatorade. This isn't very good. I don't need it to taste like Gatorade. I don't need it to taste sweet. Honestly, I don't need it to taste like anything. Good thing they also have one called unflavored. This has no flavor. It's just gonna go in my water. I'm not even gonna notice it's there. It's just gonna taste like nothing, right? No, this shit just tastes like salt. I'm just relieved that a lot of the reviews say the same thing and I'm not the only one going crazy here. This person said it tasted like watered down cough syrup. That's a good description. I love Tom, but I threw away the electrolytes. Terrible taste. The electrolytes did not agree with me, and I agree with you. I think when I run out of these packets, I'll just buy a different brand of electrolytes and hope they don't also taste like shit. As previously discussed, Tom Brady loves water. You think this is a lot? This jug that weighs almost 5 pounds when full? Well, he drinks 5 of these every day. My goal for this has been to at least drink 3 of these a day because that's still on the low end of the spectrum. And 3 a day is doable, but it's also a lot. There are a few things that I don't love about the water bottle. For one, it takes about 90 seconds for me to fill it up all the way because it's so goddamn big. It's also so heavy and bulky that you need to use 2 hands to drink out of it, and it makes you look like a baby drinking out of a sippy cup. It's too wide to fit in a cup holder, so it kind of just jostles around in my car as I drive. And unless it's more than halfway full, I can't drink out of it while I drive without it hitting the ceiling. But do you think I'm gonna ever drive somewhere without having a little beverage in my car? Hell no. But all of that pales in comparison to the worst thing about drinking this much water, which is that I now pee roughly 600 times per day. Sometimes I'll just drink and pee at the same time because I know I'm gonna have to do it in 5 minutes anyway. It really makes me mad that Amanda and I thought it would be funny to have the Pledge of Allegiance in our guest bathroom, but now the joke's on me because I have to recite it every time I go in there. I did the math and I don't think I've gone an entire 2-hour period without having to go to the bathroom. And that made me realize that Tom Brady pees his pants. It's not like they have a bathroom on the sideline. It's not like you can call a timeout to do a potty break. This legend, this sports hero, has been running around on the field with piss in his uniform. Gross! I looked up to you, man. Anyway, sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but someone had to say something. This book's not too crazy. A lot of the stuff I had heard before, like how he was born on a spaceship and came out the womb holding a football. But the thing that's weird about this is, like, this is supposed to be the Tom Brady Bible. But there are things I've read online about him that contradict some of the stuff I've read in here. Like, apparently he doesn't eat nightshades, peppers, tomatoes, but then there's recipes in here that include those things. He's famously on a plant-based diet, but almost all of the recipes have meat in them. So maybe this book is not as all-encompassing as I hope. It might be because they didn't want to include every restriction here, so as to not scare people off. Or maybe it's that some of the things Tom Brady believes in aren't actually backed up by science, so they're like, hey, just because Tom does that doesn't mean you have to too. You know, I've read a bunch of books like this before. A bunch. I've read like 2 books like this before. And the funny thing is, I feel like I always agree with almost everything they say. I just forget to actually do it. We all have one body and one life, and you should make it a priority to treat that body and life as respectfully as possible. And it's like, of course, what a beautiful mindset. Of course, I'm going to only eat the healthiest foods I can so my body can function as healthily and as prosperously as possible. And oh my God, is it 1 a.m. already? I'm gonna have a snack. Part of the reason I wanted to make this video is just to force myself to do it. I'm so bad at self-discipline, but I'm really good at making excuses. Like, I've had a long day today. I deserve this. I deserve to go to Twisty Treat. Twisty Treat is a restaurant shaped like ice cream, because they sell ice cream. Obviously, life would be really fucking boring if you never ate anything fun, but there has to be a balance to it, one that I rarely achieve. But one thing I've realized as an adult is that if I don't hold myself accountable, no one else will, because it's not their responsibility, it's mine. I have to do it, so I will do it. So let's start off with what you're not allowed to eat. You're not allowed to have dairy, or bread, or fast food, or soda, or things with added sugar, or overly processed foods that have a bunch of preservatives. Let me tell you the betrayal I felt when I found out these snap peas aren't actually healthy at all. They're not even real peas. They're just cleverly engineered to look like them. Everything is always too good to be true. Whatever, I'm not mad. You can have alcohol, but in extreme moderation, and I just went ahead and didn't have any because beer makes me want pizza. You can only have a little bit of caffeine, which thankfully wasn't much of a change for me. Something happened a couple years ago, and ever since then I've had an extremely low tolerance to caffeine, even though I drink coffee every single day. But I usually don't even finish 1 cup because I know if I drink it all, I'm gonna get all jittery and probably end up with a headache. You know what my Starbucks order is? I get a venti cold brew and then slowly drink it over the course of 4 days. That's not a joke, that's just my life. As far as what you are supposed to eat, it's pretty much a lot of vegetables all the time. Mostly just vegetables, actually. And you have to buy organic produce, preferably sourced locally, otherwise Tom will come to your house and kill you. According to the book, it's because non-organic food tends to have less nutrients in it, and also when food has to travel really far, it loses nutrients. I don't know how true that is, but man, was it depressing to have to ignore all the regular fruit that was on sale so I could get the special version of it. So I'll get to the meals themselves in a little bit, but there were 2 things that I've eaten every single day. Number 1, I have a smoothie with spinach and blueberries and most of a banana and almond butter and Tom powder and Greek yogurt and almond milk. These I don't mind at all. They taste really good and they fill me up for a few hours. I actually used to make smoothies like this all the time until one day our blender broke, and instead of buying a new one, I was just like, all right, well, guess I'm not doing that anymore. The hardest thing about these smoothies is that you always run out of different ingredients at different times. And it's like, am I really gonna go to the store right now just to get blueberries? For the sake of this video, yes. Yes, I am. The other thing I get to eat every single day is homemade guacamole. This is, for some reason, an absolute staple of the TB12 diet. Well, it's a good thing finding perfectly ripe avocados every single day isn't like hard to do or anything. Otherwise, this would be really annoying. For me, this was the first major example of this diet being 100 times more doable if you have someone else go buy ingredients and prepare food for you. Tom's not going to the grocery store. He throws a few footballs around and then yells, "Feed me," and an army of TB12 assistants come to shovel kale into his mouth. Now, if you're like me, you might be thinking, guacamole every day? That sounds awesome. But remember, you can't eat them with chips. That would be too easy. So usually I just add it to whatever meal I'm eating, or I'll dip celery or carrots into it and scarf it down that way. As far as grocery trips go, I've been doing them a lot. Basically every 2 to 4 days. I probably could have consolidated some of these trips, but I get overwhelmed when my grocery list is way too long, so I would split it up into smaller trips and only get like 1 or 2 meals at a time. And I will say the meals in this book are all pretty good. This salad is stupidly easy to make, so that's been a go-to for me. The cauliflower you make with this salmon is fucking great, so I don't even mind the fact that you have to eat like 12 pounds of it every time. And the chicken and lentils recipe is really good too, although the Dijon mustard flavor can be a little bit much when you're having leftovers, and at that point, it has soaked into every single ingredient. I even got to make my own hummus. That was pretty fun. So really, I have almost nothing but good things to say about all of these recipes, except there is the one.
I tried making one of Tom's famous fish taco bowls and everything went wrong. The cod completely fell apart as I was trying to cook it, so it was basically ground fish. The sauce was way too runny and just tasted like sesame seeds. The beans were all wet. The worst part is that it's been about 14 hours and the whole house smells like fish. Still.
To make my life a little bit easier, I have been ordering the same meal prep service that I've used for a while now. Only where before I was mostly doing it out of convenience, now I have to make sure I'm pretty much only eating chicken and vegetables or fish and vegetables. This takes care of 5 lunches a week, so I only have to worry about breakfast and dinner and then what I'm gonna eat on the weekend. I would say my biggest takeaway so far is that what you do eat is a lot more important than what you don't eat. I've had a couple of 2 or 3 day stretches in here where I don't really have the energy to cook, so then I don't eat enough, so then I don't have any energy, so then I don't cook any food. It's not enough to just not eat sugar. Just because I'm not eating McDonald's doesn't mean I'm doing a good job or being healthy. I need to have like a checklist of things that I do eat every single day, otherwise it's inevitable that I end up going crazy one night and eating half a block of cheese at 1 a.m. Am I saying that because that's what I did last night? Yes. But I'm not gonna beat myself up over it. I'm just gonna go outside and spike some footballs and get right back on track. So I'm about 2 weeks into eating like Tom Brady, and I can't say a lot has changed. I did notice that I've started floating. I don't really know how I'm doing it. I just know that whenever I go to walk somewhere, I am now levitating off the ground. If I had to guess, I would assume that my body has simply transcended past the need for gravity, which is cool. I don't think I used to be able to do that. At least not that I remember. I love how this box they gave me is just filled to the brim with crap, and yet there's no instruction manual of any kind. I don't know what any of this stuff does. I mean, I know what this bag does. I've used a bag before. So I was looking at some of the exercises in the book, and I kept getting confused on like, okay, I see that you're supposed to pull on the rope, but what is the rope attached to? And the photos don't help because it sort of just fades off into the void. But I realized one of the things in here was this like door strap. So I should be able to strap this to my door and then connect things to it, hopefully without breaking the door in the process. The issue with this for me though is most of the doors in my house, there's not a lot of room in front of them to maneuver and do things. So I'm gonna have to be doing most of my workouts in my laundry room. I'm realizing maybe I didn't put the camera in the right spot for this because I did the whole thing and I don't think you could see any of it. All right, looks pretty good, I think. Still worried this is somehow gonna break my door? If it does, I'll just ask Tom to buy me a new one. I now have something else I'm deathly afraid of, which is that while I'm doing one of these exercises, the back will snap, propel forward into the back of my head, and I will immediately die. The good news is if that does happen, I will at least get it in on what's going on here. So something that seems to be unique to Tom's workout is his emphasis on pliability, and I'll let him explain it for me.
Pliability is at the core of the TB12 lifestyle. Use a TB12 vibrating pliability roller
or sphere to target the muscle groups you're using.
So basically, before and after every workout, I gotta roll this thing all over my muscles.
There are two parts to pliability. Active muscle work, active muscle work, active muscle work.
This is how you play football. Finally, with just a few days left, having transformed into the best shape of my adult life, which unfortunately does not mean anything, it's time to hit the field.
Hi, my name's Drew Gooden. I'm over 4 feet tall, and this is my audition for the role of quarterback. Dear Roger Goodell, President of Football, I am politely demanding that you have me signed to one or all NFL teams as soon as possible. Obviously, my talent and positional versatility should speak for themselves, but I also have other attributes I can bring to the table that will make me instantly marketable as the new face of the league. Number one, I'm charitable. When this crazed fan came up to me and demanded my attention, I didn't throw 100 footballs at her face until she went away, even though I wanted to. I took the time to take multiple photos with her, a memory I'm sure she'll treasure forever. Reason number two, I'm already friends with several Hall of Fame athletes like Rob Gronkowski, Jeff Gordon, and Air Bud from the movie Air Bud. I believe these connections will help me thrive in the NFL. After all, it's a relationship game, not a football game. Reason number three, I think I could do a touchdown dance. And the final and most important reason why I should be immediately given a lifetime contract is that I am desperate for money. Over the past month, I have spent all of my life savings trying to do the Tom Brady diet, and now my house is being foreclosed. Not to be nosy or anything, but I saw how much you're giving some of these other guys, and I decided, can I have some? I'll do any position. I'll even be punter. Please let me play. Anyway, I hope you consider me for the role of quarterback. Have a wonderful day.
What the fuck? You're telling me I lost 5 pounds and felt great for a month and I have nothing to show for it because I can't even play professional football?
Oh, get you, Tom.
Ooh, I just know for a fact that I am the person most negatively affected by this. Okay, so maybe I am the person second most negatively affected by this. So I'm gonna break down my final thoughts on this by answering 2 questions. Number 1, is the TB12 diet good? Yeah. With the exception of the one disaster, all the meals were tasty and they got easier to prepare the more I made them. And a lot of the restrictions are easier to pull off than it seemed at first, as long as you don't think about what you're missing out on. Like, it's really daunting when you start off and you think, oh man, I can't have this or this or this. But then you get going and you're just focusing on the food that you are making and you realize it's been 2 weeks since you thought about pizza. I'm proud to say I only cracked twice. There was the cheese incident, and I also went to Taco Bell one day because I was kind of going through it. But I think it's good to at least have one meal every once in a while that you can look forward to. Otherwise, you're gonna lose motivation pretty fast. In hindsight, yeah, maybe I should have swung for something better than a 5-layer burrito, but at the time, it's all I could think about. Other than that, the meals were all just good enough to keep me from daydreaming about junk food. But the other question is, given the financial and time investment necessary to pull this diet off, how feasible is it? And that's a little bit trickier. It would be dumb of me to ignore the obvious advantage that I had while doing this, which is that I was able to put my job on hold for a while by turning the diet into my job. And even still, there were days where I'm like, fuck, it's 5 o'clock already? I don't want to cook. I just made food yesterday and now I gotta do it again? When will it end? And I tried to imagine what it would have been like to try to do this back when I had a 45-minute commute to my carpentry job, where I'd be lucky to get home before 6 o'clock, and I'm tired and I'm sore, and now I have to prepare this complicated ass meal. And whoops, our broccoli went bad. Should I go to Publix? No, I'm gonna go to Chipotle for the 3rd day in a row. You know what would be nice? If there were more convenient, healthy food options. The best I could find around me is a place called Fresh Kitchen, and it's pretty good, don't get me wrong, but the bowls are like $15. Also, I don't even know if that place is healthy. Did you know that restaurants aren't required to provide nutritional information unless they have over 20 locations? I didn't know that till I tried to look it up. And yeah, you can always drive through somewhere to get a fast food salad, but not only do I not want to eat salad every day, but a lot of the time, the salads have more calories than the regular food that they sell. Without a doubt, the best way to follow the TB12 diet is to have multiple fresh cooked meals every single day. And the easiest way to do that is to pay someone to cook them for you. But I'm not going to do that. And you're not gonna do that. So who the fuck is gonna do that? Following this diet is possible, but it's expensive and it's time consuming and you have to sacrifice a lot of convenience in order to make it work. And just like with all diets, you have to be patient. If you're hoping to lose weight, it could take 2 weeks before you even move the needle at all. So really, in the short term, there are almost no noticeable differences. Like I remember my dad asking me after a couple weeks how I felt, and I thought about it and I was like, just kind of normal, I think. For some reason, I guess I thought, I'm eating all these superfoods. I'm gonna feel amazing. These omega-3s are gonna be coursing through my veins. But I realized it's more so just an absence of feeling bad. It's been a week or so since I officially finished doing the diet for a month, and I've tried not to stray too far from it since then, but I've loosened up the restrictions. Like the other day, I had a milkshake, and it was fucking delicious. It was so good. I don't regret it at all. But I felt like garbage afterward. I was in a bad mood. I was groggy and irritable and I went to bed really early for some reason. Same thing happened when we had pizza a few days later. It was the best pizza I've ever had in my life. At least it felt like it at the time, you know how it is. But it also made me feel like shit. I was so full, but I was also really grumpy. I kept getting annoyed at everything. It kind of ruined my night. And when I thought about it the next day, I was like, I think I'm good on pizza for a while. It also gave me acid reflux, which made me realize that I had not had that for the entire month that I was on the diet. So now that I think about it, maybe I'm onto something here. So food good, diet good, but everything outside of the meals, I could take it or leave it. The electrolytes are disgusting. The vitamins cost like $2 a pill. The water bottle's nice, but you're essentially paying an extra $40 just to have Tom Brady's name on it. And I love the guy, but not that much. The exercise equipment was a pretty good deal as far as I can tell. I'll let you know if all that shit just starts breaking one day. But ultimately, for a lifestyle change as drastic and as costly as this can be, I wouldn't recommend starting it off by wasting a couple $100 on a bunch of the less necessary crap. Just save that money for all the fish you're gonna have to eat. I know there's probably gonna be a lot of people who watch this video and think, whoa, you went on a diet for a month? That's crazy. What are you, like a regular person? And that's fine, but I'm proud of myself for doing this. It's not that I don't normally pay attention to what I eat and try to eat as healthy as possible, but I'm certainly not very consistent about it. So every day that I would get through the entirety of without making any bad dietary choices, it felt good laying in bed that night knowing I did a good job. And the more I stacked those days on top of each other, the better I felt overall. And I also realized when I'm only having one truly bad meal every week or two, it makes it taste so much better, because I've earned this. I'm gonna savor this shit. Again, I know these are very basic human principles that a lot of people are gonna hear and be like, yeah, Drew, it is hard. Everyone struggles with cravings and making good choices. It's not like extremely healthy people were just born with a different brain and they never think about how good ice cream would taste right now. They just have better self-discipline than I do. Anyway, this is a diet that I've wanted to try for several years, and maybe it's a good thing that Tom pretended to retire for just long enough to make me actually do it, because if he didn't, I probably wouldn't have. I'm still kind of pissed that he took my spot on the team, but I'll try not to hold a grudge. Well, I think I have finally run out of things to say. I've been working on this video for almost 2 months now, and I'm ready to be done. Hey guy, what the hell's going on TV? I got cable again recently because sports are back on and I wanted to be able to look at them, and I am so confused. So for the past couple years, Fox has had a show called The Masked Singer, and I would be lying if I said it wasn't extremely entertaining.
I knew it! It's Ninja! I knew it the whole time!
What made you want to do The Masked Singer, other than come mess with me?
The fuck you say to me, you little shit?
Basically, it's a show where you can't see the contestants, but you can hear them, and you have to guess what they look like. But now they have this other show where you can't hear the contestants, but you can see them, and you have to guess what they sound like. So it's pretty innovative. It was while watching the show that I was reminded of how everything on TV seems like it's a spin-off of something that already exists. First, there was American Idol, which was actually derived from a British show called Pop Idol. Much like The Office, America took the idea, milked it dry, and then ran it into the ground long after everyone's favorite character left. But by modern reality TV standards, it was actually a pretty simple concept. It's just a straightforward singing competition. However, it became so popular that the question became, how do we rip it off? Oh, I have an idea. I'm all ears. What about American Idol, but instead of one singer at a time, there's two of them? Ooh, very nice. Okay, what if we did one that was like American Idol, except they have to sing a cappella? Yeah, that's different enough. We'll do 5 seasons of that? Oh wait, what if we did one where they couldn't see the singers before they voted for them? And the judges would compete too? Sure, I'm not gonna watch it. Oh, I got an idea. What about American Idol except they're all country singers? Yeah, you can do that. But that's gonna go on your network. Fine by me. Okay, what about American Idol, but they have to write their own songs? Love it. Oh, what about American Idol, but they have to write their own songs? Love it. Hey, I just said that. Wait, Brian, are you even awake? Huh? Yeah? Well, since you've been paying attention, why don't you tell everyone your idea? I was going to. Well, it's like American Idol, obviously, except, they're all wearing costumes? Brian? That is brilliant. Everyone, give it up for Brian.
Oh, and then in a couple years, we'll just do the opposite.
I'm realizing I probably could have just made a whole video about weird singing competitions because, oh my god, there's so many of them. Did you know they did one in 2008 where the grand prize was if you won, you'd get to be in High School Musical 3? Sort of. He doesn't have like a speaking role, so he's pretty hard to miss, but if you look closely, that's him right... Oh wait, sorry, I gotta fast forward a little bit. Right there. And there he goes. Well, at least the show is pretty good. Anyway, back to I Can See Your Voice, the epitome of network TV laziness. Much like The Avengers, it seems like all these singing competitions live inside the same cinematic universe. Ken Jeong went from being a judge on The Masked Singer to the host of this show, which is judged by Nick Lachey, who is the host of everything else. Really not a whole lot else to say about the show, but I do want to point out something I thought was interesting. When I was watching it, something felt off, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. It's very fake, obviously, all of these shows are, but this one felt even more so, and I finally found out why. According to Wikipedia, they only completed 1 episode before the pandemic started and production had to be stopped, so they didn't film the rest until August, this time without an audience. But when you watch the show, it's edited as if there's an audience there. They cut to the audience members cheering and laughing. They do this a lot, actually.
G.I. Jane, what ranking are you?
Sergeant First Class.
Wow, oh, wow.
Come to find out, all of those shots are recycled from other shows. All of the crowd noise is put in post. And when they do a wide shot of the entire studio, you can see that the audience not only looks nothing like the shots that they intersperse, there's not nearly enough rows of people, but it's actually just a screen showing a virtual audience. If you look closely, it's the same image on both sides, only mirrored. Now, I'm just pointing this out because I thought it was interesting. I'm glad that they did it this way. I would much rather they do it like this than try to cram a bunch of people in a studio, risking their lives just so they can watch this. Tell me how you gonna be without me. But it at least explains on a subconscious level why this is so uncomfortable to watch.
And that is a medical fact.
So the next big genre of television, and the one that consistently brings in the highest ratings, is the government organization that catches bad guys show. You've got CSI, CSI Miami, CSI New York, NCIS, NCIS Los Angeles, NCIS New Orleans, Blue Bloods, Law & Order SVU, SWAT, SEAL Team, 911, 911 Lone Star, Criminal Minds, Chicago PD, Magnum PI, The Rookie, FBI, FBI Most Wanted, and I'm just gonna stop there because I think you get the idea. Lately, a lot of people have been speculating that the reason these shows are so prevalent is because they act as a form of propaganda, making us love and respect the government and see them as the good guys. And while that might be somewhat true, I really think it's just because they're popular. By design, these shows tend to be more episodic. There aren't necessarily a bunch of through lines you need to be following to jump in halfway into a season. Every episode tends to be an open and shut case, so there's that immediate resolution, and the characters are usually pretty easy to figure out. Oh, that guy's a cop? And that guy's a cop? Okay, I think I got it. That being said, I fucking hate these shows, and they're all the same.
Hey Mike, I'm gonna take out the trash like I always do. A dead body? That wasn't there before.
Well, gentlemen, looks like we have all the evidence we need to pin this on the obvious suspect. Wait, main character? What are you doing? I don't know, something's not right here.
I have a hunch. Now's not the time to go rogue, kid. We got our man. Now let's go grab something to eat. I'm so confused. This just doesn't make sense. Sense. Sixth Sense. Haley Joel Osment.
What's going on here?
You're under arrest, Haley. For murder.
Okay, why not? I'll go with you guys.
I believe someone owes me an apology. All right, I'll swallow my pride. You did good, rookie. But just so you know, if this was real life, your antics would have gotten you fired. What? Then, of course, you have essentially the same subgenre, but with doctors instead. There's Grey's Anatomy, Scrubs, Chicago Med, The Good Doctor, Attaway General, Rugrats MD. Even if you want to delve into the depths of cable, your best bet for entertainment is probably going to be in the so bad it's good category. Also known as the these people are idiots, but I can't stop watching them category. There's gonna be your TLC shows, Bravo, the CW, E. You've also got the Travel Channel if you don't wanna watch people travel anywhere and you just like ghosts. If you're hungry, there's the Guy Fieri Channel. If you're white, there's HGTV.
We are going to love it.
Oh, come on. They always love it. Many of the channels that I used to watch religiously either aren't around anymore or have just become functionally obsolete. SportsCenter used to be the coolest show on the planet. But now that you can just watch the highlights of any game on your phone, there's no reason to turn on ESPN unless you want to watch two guys yell at each other even though they're both wrong.
No. Yes!
My other favorite channel growing up was G4, if any of you guys remember that. When I was in high school, I would come home almost every day and watch X-Play and Attack of the Show. I loved that channel. At that point in time, you couldn't just watch original content centered around video games. It didn't exist. Obviously, things have changed a lot since then in that regard. I mean, Disney XD straight up just plays Jacksepticeye videos now. But even with this shifting landscape, I feel like G4 could have kept evolving. They could have been one of the pioneers of this new age of content. But instead, they decided to just cancel all their original programming and start playing 24-hour marathons of Cops. Good plan, guys. And then there's IFC, which I think a lot of people may not realize is responsible for many of the best comedies of the 2010s. Portlandia, Comedy Bang Bang, Documentary Now. These might as well be Netflix originals because that's where 99% of people watch them anyway, but they're technically not. Even though, yeah, I guess you could just watch them on Netflix. Now, there's still plenty of reasons to get TV if you want it. There's live events like sports, the Big Brother eviction episodes, the debates. Okay, yeah, so maybe it's just sports. But if you don't like sports, which you probably don't because you're watching my channel, don't worry, there's still 20 random-ass movies playing at any given point, which you can watch the way that movies were meant to be seen, in 720p, censored, and constantly interrupted by commercials. Let's be honest though, and I've talked about this before, but the best thing cable has going for it is that it's just always on. If you got like 15 minutes to sit down and eat your lunch, you could easily spend that entire time just scrolling through the Netflix selection page, or hey look, a random episode of The Office I've already seen. You catch the last half of it, you eat your sandwich, and you manage to go your entire lunch break without being alone with your thoughts for even 1 second. And I'd call that a success. But the problem is, if you were to think about all the pros and cons of cable and then without doing any research, assign a price to that in your head, it's probably a single-digit number. Let's see, for $12.99 a month, I can use Netflix, an internet library with a billion movies and TV shows that I can share with someone else, and we can watch 2 different things in different places at the same time. Or, you know, there's cable, where I can watch Animal Planet and sometimes the news, but I'm going to be spending half that time sitting through commercials. My brain tells me that something like that should cost $0 because I now subconsciously associate being advertised to with free services like YouTube videos or the Words with Friends app. But since cable does offer a few things that you can't get anywhere else, let's say it should be like $10 a month. Oh, what's that? It's like $100? So Netflix is $13, Hulu is $12, HBO Max is $15, and Disney Plus is $7. Even if I were to get all 4 of those, it would still be cheaper than almost any cable provider. Like, I could get cable for $66 a month if I go through the same company I use for my internet,
who I hate. This is a company that has the audacity to charge me extra for sending me my bill, even though before we started using them for internet, they sent us junk mail every day for 2 years. So I guess it's not that expensive to mail stuff. This is also the company that when we set up internet here charged me a $200 activation fee, when all the guy did was plug the modem into the wall and give me a thumbs up. But to be fair, that $200 is nothing compared to the potential hospital bills I could have accrued had I tried to plug that thing in myself. Do I use my mouth to plug it in? Yeah, so safe to say I'm not a big fan of Spectrum, but let's humor them for a second and pretend that I thought this double play silver package was a rockin' deal that I had to take advantage of. First, we need to figure out the actual cost, because if I know Spectrum, and unfortunately I do, there's gonna be some hidden fees. Obviously, gonna be an activation fee, there's no way around that. They're gonna charge you to come hook everything up. In this case, it's a $50 one-time fee, really not too bad, but just keep that in mind as we keep going and things start getting worse. If you look closely at your bill, you may notice a broadcast TV service fee. For Spectrum, it's an extra $13.50 a month. So if the price you saw was $66, it's actually going to be closer to $80 for now. You might be thinking, what is a broadcast TV service fee? And do I have to pay that? Well, it's made up bullshit, and yes, you do. If you dig real deep into Spectrum's fine print, they'll tell you that due to some law that was passed 28 years ago, local TV channels charge us so much to broadcast them that we're simply forced to pass those charges on to you. The word forced is, of course, being used incorrectly here because the only thing forcing them to do this is their own desire to bankrupt each and every one of their customers. Sorry guys, but the prices now demanded by broadcast stations have necessitated that we pass these costs on to customers. Okay, well, how much do they charge you? It sounds like it's a lot. Oh, sorry, we can't provide that information. You're just gonna have to trust us. We've earned your trust, right? So to reiterate, this $13.50 is a non-negotiable fee that will be tacked onto your bill every single month for as long as you have cable. So why isn't it included in the advertised price? Well, because then it wouldn't look like as good of a deal, which it already didn't. This is an extremely misleading and unethical marketing practice that's used to convince people the cost of something is lower than it actually is, so they commit to paying for it before they realize they're being overcharged. It's so deceptive, in fact, that in 2016, Comcast had to refund $700,000 to customers after a class action lawsuit over this exact practice. Pretty cool, huh? Well, there's more. Up next, we have a DVR service charge, which is another $5 a month. Unless you have more than one cable box, then it's $10. Let's see, the DVR was invented in 1999, but sure, let's not include it in the advertised price, even though at this point it's a commonly standard feature one would expect to be included in any cable package. It even says here that the DVR is built into the cable box. But no, that'll be extra. And then there's perhaps the most egregious fee, an $8 monthly charge for the TV receiver and remote. Look, I understand if they want to charge you for the cable box, sure, but a monthly fee? Does the remote get more expensive as time goes on? Is it gonna grow more buttons next month? Let's say, God forbid, you paid for Spectrum TV for 5 years before canceling it. In that time, you will have paid $480 extra just to be able to use the remote. So for those of you playing along at home, without the addition of any extra content, any premium channels or anything extra whatsoever, the $66 price that you saw advertised on the website is actually $97. This is what they advertise, and this is what you're actually paying for the first year, because then after 12 months, the price goes up another $25. Why did we raise the price, you ask? Well, because we fucking hate you. That means after 1 year of using Spectrum TV, you will now be paying double what was advertised to you just so you can watch this. Now, maybe they're not all that bad. Obviously, I haven't used every single cable provider. We did have DirecTV for a little bit, which I got because I wanted to use the NFL Sunday Ticket thing. And if there's one thing the NFL loves, it's using monopolies to destroy their product. And in my experience, that worked pretty well. as long as rain doesn't exist where you live. Otherwise, you're going to be looking at a lot of buffering symbols. The other problem was they made me sign a 2-year contract, which was fine at first, but 7 months later, we had to move out of that house because it was being eaten by termites. Then the apartment complex we moved to told us we're not allowed to have a satellite dish on the roof. So I called DirecTV and told them that, and they said, well, we think you're allowed to have a satellite on the roof, so you have to keep paying us. The bad news is I had to pay a big cancellation fee, but the good news is they let us keep the satellite dish. And now I use it as a soup bowl. Luckily, it's not 2006 anymore. You don't have to have cable if you want to watch TV. There are plenty of cord cutting options available, and right off the bat, I'm going to be bold here and say all of them are better than cable. Every single one of these is more flexible and probably cheaper than just about any cable service you could find. The only reason cable might be a better option for you is if you live in an area where your internet is extremely unreliable, because then if your internet goes out, your TV goes out too. But as far as cable alternatives go, there are a bunch of these to choose from. There's YouTube TV, Sling, Fubo, Philo, Hulu, Zumo. Basically, if you type 4 random letters into Google, it's probably the name of an internet TV provider. It's also worth noting that every single one of these comes with a free trial, so if you just need TV for a couple days to watch like the Super Bowl or the season finale of Real Housewives, just start a trial, watch your show, and then cancel that shit. I won't tell anyone. Personally, I've used these 3, and they're all pretty decent. Sling's pricing options are kind of confusing. They have an orange package and a blue package, and they're conveniently set up so you're going to be missing channels you want either way. But it's only $30 a month, so it's one of the cheapest. Compare that to Fubo and YouTube TV, which are both $65 a month. It's a pretty good deal. It makes sense that these two are the same price because they're extremely similar, although I would give the edge to YouTube TV just because they have unlimited DVR space and more stuff to watch on demand, like the 2016 classic Pixels, starring Kevin James as the president. It also works the same way that YouTube does, where it figures out what you like and tailors your homepage to you. So if I go on right now, they're like sports, 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 sports. Good morning, football. Did you sleep good, football? I made breakfast football. So that's pretty cool. I've never seen an algorithm like that used in a cable service before. All of that being said, it doesn't really matter because I'm gonna cancel it as soon as football season is over, which might be sooner than I expected. So now that we've talked about what's on TV and how to watch TV, I guess the only question left is, what even is TV anymore? Like when your friend says to you, dude, I just started watching this new show. It's so good. You gotta check it out. Your next question is never going to be, what channel is it on? You're just gonna assume they're talking about Netflix, because they probably are. When I was writing this video, I was looking up articles about the best and worst TV shows of 2020. And in those articles, every writer is like, well, the best show I saw was on Hulu, and the worst show I saw was on CBS. The standard for network television is so low now that the only shows that seem to work are dumbass reality shows, weird-ass singing competitions, Wipeout-style obstacle courses, and the 400th season of NCIS. And it's ironic, because I truly believe we are in a golden age of television. It seems like every couple weeks people start raving about another 10 out of 10 show that just blew their minds. It's just that none of these are on cable. Ozark, Watchmen, Cobra Kai, Succession, which I will plug in every video. Yet these extremely original, well-written shows with movie-level production, and there's no fluff. They're just condensed into the 10 best episodes, jam-packed with content, and you can watch them all back to back if you want, or, you know.
I'm not seeing enough movement.
And it's probably better this way too, because for the first time in decades, cable is now one of the least accessible mediums. The fact that you even have to call someone and then let them into your house so they can install a box for you is enough for most young people to be like, yeah, I think I'll just keep doing free trials of Hulu. So as the quality continues to decline and the user base continues to age, what does the future of cable look like? It's still several times more expensive than streaming services. There's no ad-free version. And in most cases, you're probably gonna end up tied to some shitty cable company that's gonna do everything in their power to take every dollar to your name. That's not an attractive package to young people who are new to this market. It's really not even an attractive package to older people, but I think a lot of them just do it because it's what they're used to. With the way things have so drastically evolved in the past few years, I don't think it's inconceivable to think of a future where cable is just a distant, expensive memory. So what does the future look like? Is it just everything's on demand? If you want to see a football game, you just go to like watch.nfl and pay like $5 per game, or maybe there's a fee for just all of your team's games, or maybe a premium fee for every game if you want to spend that much money. It's not a crazy idea. I'm literally just describing a service that already exists for the NBA and NHL. And as far as other shows go, most of them are already available to stream after the season ends, or in some cases you can pay per episode to watch them on like iTunes the day after they air. The bottom line is, cable companies absolutely suck ass. Hey guy, remember a couple months ago when I wasted like $1,000 on what ended up being almost entirely a bunch of junk? Well, I'm doing that again. It's not that I don't want to save my money, it's that saving money is boring. Why would I let it sit in some bank account all day when I could be investing it in garbage? So for the past few weeks, I've been saving all of my favorite weird-ass Instagram ads, and today I will go through them and charge a concerning amount of money to my credit card. Now, one of the things I bought last time were $89 joggers, which, believe it or not, I'm actually wearing right now. Jealous. But my biggest fear in life, besides burning to death, is that one day my pants are gonna fall down in the middle of a grocery store, exposing my bare button balls to everyone there, even the manager. If that happened, I would have to move to a brand new city, and moving is expensive. So the better solution is to buy a belt, and I've got the perfect one in mind.
I've been obsessed with belts for a long time. I wear a belt every day.
Hold on, you're obsessed with belts? I like belts. They get the job done, but I wouldn't exactly say I'm obsessed with them. I'm not lying awake at night just thinking about belts.
So the belt's really cool because it solves those exact three problems. There's no holes, there's no flap, and it's super flat, like low profile.
And it looks dorky as hell. What a build-up. You've got the inspirational music in the background, all the nonsensical buzzwords.
The webbing's a military webbing that we have custom made for us. It's rated at like 3,000 pounds. It's got just a ton of strength.
What does that even mean? If I'm getting hit by 3,000 pounds of force, the last thing I'm worried about is the strength of my belt buckle.
The buckle that goes with it is an aerospace grade aluminum.
Again, that does not matter. These words mean nothing. I do not need military grade steel around my waist. Hey, do you like my belt? Not really. Well, what if I told you that this is the same steel they use to make spaceships? I would be confused.
And we actually make them ourselves, like in our shop. You can make like 45 combinations, like 3,000 pounds.
This guy really knows his stuff, and that's why I feel comfortable buying one for $35. I figure though, if I'm gonna buy one of these, I might as well go all in on the absurdity and get red. Not a normal color like black or brown. I'm talking bright fucking red. I want people to see my big dumb astronaut belt from miles away. So this next one I've seen a bunch, and it's really not surprising to me. I spend most of my time sitting on my ass, sometimes because I have to, but usually because I want to. And with that comes the occasional lower back pain. Solution? Lay down on a tire and roll back and forth.
What is the difference between a foam roller and a chirp wheel?
I know. The foam roller is longer. There's a lot of pop.
Well, slap my mama!
$99? For 3 little wheels? Wait, so this deal is part of a summer Black Friday sale? First of all, it's Thursday. Second of all, you can't just make up holidays. You know how many birthdays I'd give myself if you could? All of them. Every day's my birthday. So for $99, I can get just the 3 wheels, or I can get the ultimate back pain bundle. Guaranteed to give you back pain. So I think I'm gonna have to do that. It also comes with a carrying case. Where do you think I'm gonna take these? The mall? Go ahead and grab a spot in line, babe. I gotta roll around in the bathroom. And the last thing in the bundle is the posture corrector, which sounds menacing, honestly. There's no explanation on how it works. There's not even a picture of someone wearing it. So I have no clue what to expect or how to use it, but I guess I'll find out. So at this point, it's become clear to me that the algorithm is very aware of my shitty back, because the very next day I got an ad for a nearly identical product, but this one I can put on my chair. Decor Restore Spine Natural Posture. I'll go ahead and grab one of these too so I can compare it with the other one. $40, not so bad, though it doesn't come with a carrying case, so I don't know how I'm gonna take this anywhere. Oh, hold on. You've unlocked a special offer. Get our brand new Spine Neck
for 40% off. They trademarked that? They trademarked spine neck? I don't think anyone was gonna take that from you, but neck and shoulder muscle relaxer. Wow, and I don't even need a prescription. Cool. But what does it do? Okay, so you kind of just roll around on it. I like that. Effortlessly ease your pain in 10 just minutes. The spine neck creates ultimate relaxation in the neck and shoulder anytime, anywhere. Again, that is not a selling point. I'm not leaving the house with this. Easy to use anywhere, in offices, hotels, car, obviously not while driving. Now, I get pretty stressed out when I'm on the highway. I think that's the perfect time to use it. It's like having a personal massager on your hand 24/7. See, look at this visual representation of that. FAQs. Does it hurt? Not really. Can we take a nap on this? Who is asking that? Can you use it while sitting? Yes. Can you use it while driving? Hell no. Well, I'm sold. Between this and the other 2 back products I bought, I'm expecting my scoliosis to be fully cured. For some reason, the next ad I got was for a big old backpack, which I thought was weird because I'm not in school. I don't go anywhere, actually. I haven't been on a flight in like 2 years. But most importantly, I already have a carrying case for my chirp wheels. So what else am I gonna have to take with me? But I was so fascinated by the marketing strategy here that I felt compelled to buy one.
The Go Bag from Babbling to the Moon. Literally one huge pocket. There's so much space in here.
What? A bag with a pocket? That's crazy.
In addition to this huge pocket, there's also this mesh pocket on the insides. There's this side pocket right here.
Wow. I bet you could put stuff in it.
10 out of 10.
The bag itself is probably fine, but I think this is just a testament to how hard it is to advertise a product that already exists, because there's like nothing else to say. Let me tell you guys, this new product from lamp.com is absolutely incredible. If you've never seen one of these, it will actually turns on and then light comes out of it. I would turn it on right now, but I can't. It's not plugged in anything. They shut the power off in my house. Fits 1 to 3 days worth of clothing. 1 to 3? You're telling me I might only fit 1 outfit in here? 1 shirt, 1 pant, that's it? No wonder the person on the homepage needs 15 of them. 1 for every day. This is easily the dumbest product so far. I have no idea why I'm buying this. I've definitely seen this one before. I'm actually pretty excited to try this out. The comments seem very positive, which is good. But that's also misled me in the past, so I'll tread carefully. Summer sale, 60% off. I refuse to believe that they ever charged $37 for one of these. That's insane. Also, the 2-pack is the most popular. Why would I need 2 of them? 1 for each hand? Yeah, that makes sense. Expertly designed to work perfectly on furniture, carpets, dogs, cars, not while driving. Warehouse in Florida, that's where I live. Hell yeah, I can't wait to clean my carpet. Man, what the fuck? I just bought 2. I don't need a 3rd one. How are you gonna say this is a very limited one-time offer and then also say that a bunch of people have accepted this offer? It sounds like it's neither limited nor one-time. Liars. This next one isn't weird per se. I've just seen this more and more lately on Instagram and YouTube. If you've listened to any podcast in the past year, you've probably heard about Magic Spoon, the cereal that is supposed to taste just like Fruit Loops, but without the sugar and the carbs and the toucan on the box. I am really skeptical about this. I feel like it's gonna taste like shit, but even if it doesn't, it's also stupidly expensive. For $39 plus shipping, you can get the variety pack, which comes out to about $10 per 7-ounce box. By comparison, you can get a 24-ounce box of Frosted Flakes for $4 from Target. 3 times as much food for less than half the price. To be fair, most cereals are just sugary processed garbage, but that's still a pretty substantial price difference. Another reason I'm skeptical is because of the reviews. They have 4.8 out of 5 stars, but I'm not 100% certain that they don't do what MoonPod was doing, which was delete 1 and 2 star reviews from their website. Like,
tyrannical serial overlords. I say this because you can't sort reviews by rating on here, so it's really hard to find a negative one. But all of the top reviews are littered with downvotes. Greatest cereal I've ever had. More downvotes than upvotes. Unbelievably delicious. More downvotes than upvotes. How is this even possible? No sugar, low carb, packed with protein, and it's yummy? Is this some kind of trick? 500 likes, 900 dislikes. What if I just search the word bad? Not that bad. Okay, well that didn't work. I don't know, maybe I'm just jaded by my own negative experiences, but I'm a little suspicious. That was gonna be the last one for this video, but then I saw one more product that I have to try.
This hand in your face basketball product
that you tape to your forehead and it flaps around in front of your eyes to make you better at basketball. Brilliant. I saw this because of someone quote tweeting it saying Elfrid Payton basically had this for years and it didn't help him. For reference, this was his hairstyle when he played for the Magic. The man was ahead of his time. Even though I already retired from the NBA in 2016, I still like to stay at the top of my game, so I think I'm gonna order one of these and give it a shot and see if it actually makes my jump shot better. Plus, I'm always down to support someone's small business, so let's do it. Now all I gotta do is wait. Mail's here. First things first, I gotta get this belt on. Awesome. It came with a sticker, but they folded it in half, so it's gonna have a big crease down the middle. Grip 6, American made, just like me. Another reminder on this side that it was made in America. We get it, dude. Grip 6 belts are made in the finest American sweatshops. Cool. This right here, that's where the value comes in. They ripped this off of a spaceship just to give it to me. This is one of the first products I bought in a long time that didn't come with instructions. I hope it's simple. I guess I'll find out. Excuse me. Stop looking at my balls. Obviously, I can't go like this, because then it's gonna go over the belt buckle, and we want people to see the belt buckle. I want people to know that I supported an American company. How the fuck do you put this on? Maybe it goes like that, and then... Let me try this again for the third time. For the fourth time.
There's enough things in life that are super complicated, and I like to simplify things down.
You know, this guy made a really big deal about how regular belts are so confusing. People are always struggling. You gotta put the thing through the hole. What if I put it through the wrong one? But this is the dumbest I've ever felt. Failing to put this belt on? Are you kidding me? Does it loop around like that? Is that it? Did I do it? I cannot believe that I am about to Google how to put on a belt. I'm the dumbest person in the world. Okay, there's a video, how to put it on. This has over 200,000 views. So hopefully that means I'm not the only idiot out there.
You've got a buckle and you've got a strap. The strap goes up from the back side of the buckle. You don't want to do it this way. Grip 6 belt actually goes down into the front. You hold on to the strap just like that.
Next stop, Sex Town. Yeah, I'm gonna fuck the belt. I gotta wear this for a bit and make sure it doesn't loosen itself before I can give my thoughts, but it is keeping my pants up. Let me go ahead and do the bag now. Oh, I didn't tell you guys what color I got. Not purple. Orange. Orange, you glad I bought this? I did end up going with the mini one. This was about 140 bucks. First impressions, it's a bag. Wow. Look at this, guys. Okay, it's got a decent amount of space. I like this branding here that says baboon to the moon, and then I guess their slogan is get lost, which I just feel is kind of mean. I guess I'll count how many pockets there are. 1, 2. You could fit maybe like a water bottle in there. There's some pocket space on the inside here. But that's always deceptive because if you fill this big pocket to the brim, you're not going to be able to squeeze anything else in any of these pockets. So really, I would say this is one big pocket. One huge pocket. With a little bit of space up here and then one. This is an extremely standard backpack. It's probably a little thicker than like your normal backpack. They said it's waterproof. That does appear to be true. How's it look? I failed. Filming today was actually really good timing because
my back hurts. And luckily, I have all of these great, wonderful products to choose from that will hopefully not make things worse. I love that new chirp wheel smell. I mean, I do like how everything fits. I am enjoying how organized this looks. Posture corrector, I'll have to try that later. You know, now that I think about it, I don't think I would ever use these big ones. I feel like the little one is all you need. I think I could have bought this and saved like 50 bucks.
So how's your day going? Feel like we haven't talked in a while. Everything good, champ?
Honestly, I kind of like it. All right, I'm on board. But you know what they say, go big or go home. What if I just like died?
This is too much.
I guess I'll try medium. So the big one was a little bit too much, but maybe that's because my posture hasn't been corrected yet. Step 1, put arms into straps as if putting on a backpack. I just practiced. To adjust tightness, pull tabs on both sides until snug. Wear 2 to 4 hours. Feels kind of stupid, but you just wait. 3 hours from now, I'm gonna have the posture of a supermodel, but still my body, so. While this thing does its job, I should probably try out the other back product. First, I got the spine deck, which sort of just fell apart. Apparently there are 3 different levels of back stretches with this. Level 3 is greater stretching for advanced users only. You really gotta put in the work with this before you're ready for level 3. This thing isn't super flexible. What the fuck? Okay, there we go. So I'll just lay down on this as instructed. Is it working? It just feels kind of lumpy. I like how it came with this flimsy little rubber piece that you have to insert yourself, I guess to make it nice and comfortable. But then it's got like 100 spikes on it that just dig into your back. It's like laying down on a pile of Legos. I guess I'll try the other way to do it, which is on your chair. My chair already has sort of a curved back, so I don't think this is gonna make much of a difference. This has got to be one of the dumbest things I've ever owned. I feel like you could find something lying around your house that would accomplish the same effect and feel that this thing has. I swear to God, if this undoes the progress I make with my posture corrector, I'm gonna have a conniption. But of course, the real test is gonna be with the spine neck. So a lot of people ask me, does it hurt? Not really. I don't know how much science went into this design. It feels like an arbitrary collection of random shapes. It's just this like rubber boomerang that's got some bumps on it. It's the kind of thing that just ends up in a box in your attic and sits there for 10 years until you have to move, and then you find it and no one knows what it is. Almost forgot about this bad boy. Oh my God, is that the Uproot lint cleaner? No, it's 2 of them. There's a little quote on the bag that says, "It's so good, I can't put it down." That's what you would say about like a snack. Like a bag of chips you can't stop eating. Not a lint roller. It looks dirty. And then this handle's kind of fucked up. It's already got a crack in it. So as far as appearance goes, I'd give this like a D so far, but that doesn't really matter. Let's see if they work. I think this carpet might be too long for this. Oh, there we go. Yeah. I'm seeing it now. See that? Oh, well, just focused on the carpet there. Yeah, there's some dirt there. I see it. This isn't really doing as much as I hoped it would. Maybe it's my carpet, it's kind of long. We have a couple rugs that are short. Let me try one of those. This actually worked pretty well when I moved it to a short rug that we walk on a lot. We vacuum this rug probably twice a month, but even still, there was a lot of cat hair trapped under there. So if you have a pretty short rug like this or a really short carpet, I think this will work well. Ours was probably too long for it to be worth it, but you know what? This thing did a pretty good job. I'm impressed. Man, I don't know about you guys, but all this dust and cat hair is giving me quite the appetite. Who's hungry? Me. I've been getting a lot of comments from you guys already on this video guessing that I was gonna use cow's milk to drink this, and I'm sorry to disappoint you, but this is an almond milk family. 0 cows were milked in the making of this beverage. I also don't need these yet. I'm thinking maybe chocolate first. You guys can eat along at home if you'd like. It doesn't have to be this. You could pretty much eat anything. I don't care. It smells like Cocoa Pebbles, which I do like. I like me some Cocoa Pebbles. I think Fruity Pebbles I actually like better. Not that you ask. There she goes. Bottoms up. There's a little bit of an aftertaste I'm not digging. It's weird. The first couple seconds of chewing on it, it tastes really good. It tastes like exactly like any chocolate cereal I've ever had. But then for some reason, the longer you chew on it, it just starts to like meld together into this like, I don't even know how to describe it. Like this isn't a flavor I've ever tasted before. The flavor that's sitting in my mouth right now. I'm not even eating it anymore, but I feel like I painted the inside of my mouth with this weird flavor. Yeah, I think I'm done with the chocolate one. That's not very good. It feels good. Like the texture is exactly what you would expect, but that aftertaste, man, I don't know. It's like really bitter. Next up, peanut butter. The other one didn't taste good, but it felt and smelled good. So far, this one does not smell good. This table makes me feel like a little kid. Like there wasn't any room left at the kids' table, so I had to eat with the grown-ups, but everything is giant compared to my tiny body. I'm not even gonna bother closing that up. I don't even know if it's worth preserving. This shit sucks. It seems like they tried to, in a roundabout way, create a peanut butter flavor, but it tastes nothing like peanut butter. Yeah, I'm not digging this at all. Light died, that was fast. I think I'm done with peanut butter. Smells exactly like cotton candy. Wait, this is my favorite. The Sig Chunk. I don't want to eat this. I'm gonna set that to the side. I guess I'll put it in here. I'm not eating that. The boxes are kind of fun. There's a word search on here. This one had Mad Libs. Sure, this tiny little box costs $10 whole, but there's a free maze on the back. So I'd actually pay another $10 just to do the maze. Can you tell I'm procrastinating? I don't want to eat this. That's definitely the best one so far. It's got a pretty good flavor, I'd say. It really just tastes like stevia though, like artificial sweetener. Yeah, maybe I did finish it. What, you never been hungry before? Well, I've saved what I expected and hoped to be the best for last. Fruity. Another maze. Wait, is this the same maze? Okay, no, it's a different maze, thank God. Ow. Cheers. This does have the same flavor, sort of, as Fruity Pebbles. Again, there's like a bitter aftertaste. It's so weird. And then the aftertaste made the next bite taste even worse, I feel like. Don't take my review as gospel. I know that people like this. Also, taste is obviously very subjective. I am not super picky. I will eat just about anything. I know that everybody says that. I feel like the problem is not so much the flavor itself, but how much of it there is. Like if there was an adjustable knob, they turned it up just a little bit too high. I noticed it the second I put it in my mouth. That's why I made that face. Some foods, the flavor takes a second or two to kick in, but this was like the moment it got past the opening of my mouth, I tasted it in my whole body. So let's be concise. I know this video is long already. 3 out of 10, 2 out of 10, 5 out of 10, 3 out of 10. Again, it's about dinner time right now, and I didn't eat. I haven't eaten for several hours. I was saving it for this. I thought that would actually make me a bad reviewer because the hungrier I am, the more I tend to like the way things taste. Just something quirky and different about me. But instead, I hated pretty much all of it. So I don't know if Magic Spoon has reached out to me to do a brand deal or not. This probably disqualified me from doing one, but I don't do ads for things that I don't like, and I don't like this. So that's that. After consuming 4 bowls of the best cereal money can buy, it was time to hit the court. And let me just say, I was in the zone. Even though I didn't technically make any of my shots, I connected with the backboard on a few of them, which I think they should at least give you 1.4, because it's even higher up than the basket. Cut me a break here, refs. But despite my overwhelming success, I couldn't stop thinking about Hand in Your Face. Could it really make me better? I had to try. What the fuck?
Suddenly, I was practicing like never before, which is to say I was actually making shots. I've never done that before. I usually just pat myself on the back for getting close, but this was a whole new feeling. Maybe being able to see what I was doing has been a distraction all along. This whole time, I should have just been letting my elite athleticism and God-given talent take over. My eyes have been holding me back from greatness. And that's when it hit me. I had to take this to the next level.
With the first pick in the 2021 NBA Draft, the Golden State Warriors select
Drew Gooden. They do have a timeout. Decide not to use it, Gooden. Way downtown. Bang! Bang! Oh, what a...
He can do everything Jordan could do, but better.
For me, it's Michael Jordan. It's
Drew Gooden.
Anybody got some milk?
The rumors are true. Today, I am announcing my retirement from the NBA after 43 wonderful seasons. Unfortunately, the game just wasn't challenging for me. I've already played for all 30 teams. I won the championship every single year, and I never missed a shot. So there really wasn't anything else for me to accomplish, and I'd like to move on to bigger and newer challenges. Any questions? So now that you've retired, what's your next move gonna be? I'm gonna be a commentary YouTuber.
I don't know what that is. So this is going in S tier. As far as everything else goes, I'm gonna have to take the B out of the belt and then give it back to it. Yeah, it looks silly, and maybe I feel kind of bad about ragging on the guy so hard, but it works. It definitely keeps your pants up. Once you figure out how to get it on, it grips really well, almost too well, actually. There were a couple times when I forgot I was wearing it and I had to pee really bad, but I had to stand there for 20 seconds struggling with it before I could. It's fun. It's a lot of fun. Backpack, I'm gonna give that a C. Definitely way too expensive, but it is a bag, so the advertising was accurate. Both of these little shits are going in F. Frankly, you could not design a more useless product. If I saw these at a yard sale, I wouldn't even pay $1 for them. I'm gonna put the lint cleaner in B because it's pretty cheap and it worked well. But don't be too fooled by their Instagram videos. If you even vacuum semi-regularly, you're not gonna have your mind blown by pulling up a toupee of human hair. It's just gonna be a little bit. The back wheels, I feel like I could go B or C. I'm gonna lean towards C just because they're so expensive. They really aren't that much better than a foam roller, and you can get one of those for 10 to 20 bucks. The case is very nice, and the posture corrector is a funny gag gift, but that's pretty much all I can say about it. Finally, Magic Spoon for me is a D. It just doesn't taste that good, and it's way overpriced. Now, if you are on a specific diet, particularly keto, and you're craving a sweet snack, I think you'll probably like this. The problem is they try to market it so broadly. Instead of saying it's a great keto snack, it's great for this specific diet, they say it's the new cereal for grown-ups. And guess what? I'm a grown-up, and I think it sucks. Sorry, you're probably tired of hearing me talk about brands. Luckily, I've got just the thing for you. All right, we both need a haircut. Remember books? Yeah, me neither. But I was doing some research, and apparently it's this thing where you buy it because it makes you feel smart to own one, but then you never make time to read it because video games is more fun. And that's books. One thing I've noticed over the past decade is how aware of YouTuber books I've been, despite not really being engaged with YouTube until about 3 or 4 years ago. Because of the size of their audience, when people like Shane Dawson or Tyler Oakley or Dan and Phil release a book, I'd always end up seeing it displayed like front and center at a Barnes & Noble. At some point, I think it just became the thing to do when you hit like 3 million subscribers. Gotta write a book now, I guess. Maybe it's because of how enticing it is to be able to add New York Times bestseller to your Twitter bio, or like many other things, maybe it's just because your manager told you could make a lot of money if you wrote a book, so you wrote a book. I think that's one thing a lot of people may not realize about YouTubers is how many business decisions they've made that have been influenced by the management team that has inevitably come and swooped them up to tell them to diversify. I mean, that YouTube channel is doing pretty well for now, but would it really hurt if you started a podcast and wrote a book and started doing live shows and Twitch streaming and posted 100 times a week instead of just one? I would
love to make more money. I mean, I would love for you to make more money. If you're wondering why it seemed like so many YouTubers were going on tour at the same time, look no further than MCNs, or multi-channel networks. Because there are only a handful of popular MCNs that have so many creators under their umbrella, they're pretty much all getting the same advice at the same time.
We here at Giant Company see you as not just one of our 900,000 creators, but as an individual with a unique story to tell. And that's why we've hand-selected you, and only you, as the perfect partner for this brand new project. You write a book, and we make most of the money. How's that sound, Champ?
Okay. Now, I want to make it clear, I'm not making this video to shit on every single YouTuber book that's ever been written. I'm not saying that just because a book is written by a YouTuber, that means it's bad, or just because a YouTuber does a live show, that means it's not very well put together. That's not true. What is true is that these things tend to separate, like, the truly talented creators who just happen to be on YouTube from the people who are clearly just doing it because it seemed like the right entrepreneurial thing to do. Those kind of books read much differently, with it being very obvious that much of what you're reading is just there to fill space, words devoid of purpose that couldn't be edited out because then the book wouldn't be long enough. For example, in Jake Paul's You Gotta Want It, he starts with a short About Me section with some descriptive things like how old he is, what he does. It looks like he's on Disney Channel, so I hope that goes well for him. And that's fine, because that's all information. This is an About Me section, and these are things that describe him. But then he runs out of information and just starts listing pointless shit. I'm wearing sweatpants. There's a place around the corner from where I live that has killer smoothies. My favorite is peanut butter and jelly. I got one a few minutes ago. So right away, it's very clear we're just reading this guy's stream of consciousness. He was sitting there typing, he reached for his smoothie to have a sip, and then he was like, oh, I should type about the smoothie because what even is this book? I'm not so sure he even knew what this book was going to be or why he was writing it until he was done writing it. He ends the About Me section with, my brother Logan is telling me that this book should be all about girls, but I say no, this book is all about... Wait, that's a good question. What is this book about? And to me, at least, that just seems like something that maybe he should have tried to figure out before he got to this point. You know a book is going to be good when the author openly admits to making it up as he goes. What's that famous line from the beginning of Sorcerer's Stone? Harry Potter, the boy who did something of significance. I haven't figured out what yet, but I'll let you know when I do. From what I can tell, this book is all about motivation and positivity and shirtless Jake Paul. It's about encouraging you to chase your dreams and face your fears, written by a teenager whose advice is terrible. Move with deliberate fearlessness, ignore the naysayers, take the word no, and flip it around. What? Will I ever be successful? On be success, Dad. Then he tells a story about how one time he and Logan were driving to Las Vegas and he turned to him and said, let's see how fast this thing can go, proceeding to drive 170 miles per hour. That's too fast. That is reckless driving. You could go to jail for a year for driving that fast, but maybe that's the point, right? Maybe the lesson's like, there's no shortcuts in life, work smarter, not harder, don't drive as fast as I did. Nope, the opposite, in fact. I'm gonna gun it like this the whole way, which is my approach to everything. It should be yours too. You hear that, guys? You should always drive 170 miles per hour towards your dreams. That is criminally bad advice. Nobody should be listening to this maniac. That being said, I'm gonna keep reading. I listen to a lot of rap. I relate to it. I know rappers exaggerate to make their songs sound more street, but when I decipher the lyrics, they're mostly about stuff that's happened or is happening to those guys as they fight their way to the top. Nothing's gonna stop them, they say, and I know exactly what they mean. This is the funniest thing I've ever read in my life. At one point, he describes his own birth, which is a funny sentence on its own, but he says he was born 3 weeks early. I couldn't wait, which is typical of me. And that's just so funny to, like, brag about being born way too early. My mom was only pregnant with me for a week and a half before I came out. Yeah, my arms and legs don't work, and I'm only 4 inches tall, but I just couldn't wait to get out in the world and start my YouTube channel. But getting to the meat of the book, there's a very weird chapter where Jake talks about his first crush, Megan Fox from Transformers. I was 10 years old, and I thought the movie was the best thing I'd ever seen. I also thought Megan Fox was the hottest girl in this universe. At that age, I knew the word sexy, but not its meaning. I can't say that I walked out of the theater thinking Megan was sexy, but I did walk out of the theater thinking about Megan, which was something, considering I thought the cars and trucks in the movie were also super hot, and I spent a lot of time thinking about them too. What the fuck did I just read? When I was 10, I thought Megan was sexy, but I didn't know she was sexy because I didn't know about sex yet, but she was my girlfriend and the cars were my girlfriend and I'll always love them both. So in case it wasn't obvious yet, this is where the book starts to get odd. Suddenly Jake is no longer telling us how to achieve our dreams and follow our goals. Instead, he's really honed in on the female teenage audience, teaching them all about boys. This chapter, called Hello Ladies, is his experience with puberty, something that for some reason he's telling us about. At one point, he unintentionally encourages all the young kids reading to Google what sex is, which in hindsight, probably not the best advice. This was all my pubescent pals and I did for a brief moment in our young lives, and what an education we got. Through photos and videos, we figured out the basics on our own, and then some, and we were good to go. No talk necessary. But you don't just walk onto a basketball court and dunk like LeBron James. First, you have to learn how to dribble. He spends a lot of time recounting his first sexual experiences, describing the girls he liked and made out with in way too much detail. I hope these aren't their real names because holy shit, dude. This whole time I was also texting Julie and her boobs. I was into making out, but I'd heard that others were doing more than kissing, including Julie. I didn't know what she'd done, but thanks to Google, I'd figured out the facts of life and then some. Julie and I went into my room together and made out. Then, after a while, her hands went places, and so did mine. And suddenly, we were past making out, in brand new territory. At least for me, I was like, oh my god, this is the best moment ever. The cool thing is, that moment is still pretty great all these years later. Am I reading porn? Don't worry, there's still so much book left. 10 facts about teenage guys that every teenage girl should know. Number 1, while girls are occupied with their hairstyles, clothes, and shoes, and maybe cool rings and necklaces, he knows so much about girls, most guys in the 8th grade are thinking about what girls look like after all that's removed and they are in their underwear or bathing suits. By 9th grade, guys are obsessing about what girls look like without their clothes on. Is this meant to help the teenage girls? Hey ladies, you may not realize it yet, but guys, they want to see your ass. So show it to them, I guess? I guess I just didn't realize how sexually charged this book for children would be. I thought this was gonna be like Edfluence the book, but some parts are more like 50 Shades of Paul. I realize I just made a 50 Shades of Grey reference in the year 2020, but I just don't know any other popular porn book. Anyway, there's a lot of boring shit in here that's not really worth talking about. I like how in the middle there's just a bunch of random pages of pictures that have nothing to do with the book, with captions ranging from someone's a little fishy to shirts are overrated. But other than that, this book is extremely boring and pointless, and at the very end he mentions the same smoothie that he talked about at the beginning, which confirms my suspicion that he did write this all in one sitting. If I were to pick one quote from the book, a little pearl of wisdom to leave you guys with, it would be, some days your underwear sticks in your butt crack. Pick it out, laugh it off, and get going again. My official score for Jake Paul's You Gotta Want It is a D-, as in I wish he had minused some of the references to his D. In addition to this masterpiece, Lele Pons, who in a lot of ways is the female version of Jake Paul, also wrote her own advice book about getting through high school. And I'm not gonna go into detail about this one because I think Nerd City already said everything there was to say about this book, but to sum it up, her advice is basically that things get easier the more famous you get. And that's super helpful advice for the 99.9% of struggling teenagers who will never be nearly as famous as she is. Don't worry guys, it gets better. Just become rich. From what I can tell, there's pretty much only 3 different types of YouTuber books. There's the autobiography, where you cover your life story in excruciating detail and act like you've really had to beat the odds and overcome all these obstacles in your life, which just means your parents got divorced and that was the worst thing that ever happened to you. Number 2, there's the tongue-in-cheek advice book, How to Adult, Adulting 101 for adults. But don't take it from me, guys. I'm just a 30-year-old, 15-year-old. And then third, there's the rare fictional YA novel. Joey Graceffa wrote 2 of these, and they seem to have pretty mixed reviews. I don't know a lot about Joey or what he does, but I at least can respect the originality here. I think it's cool he had an idea and tried to execute it. Whether or not he actually achieved it, that's up for debate, but it was ambitious, so I'll give him that. There is one book that doesn't fit into any of these categories, and that's Gabby Hanna's much maligned collection of poetry, Adultolescence. Now, Gabby is someone who always seems to end up involved in some kind of drama, and personally, I have paid attention to none of it. Except for her Genius interview, because that was just funny.
Maybe I'm the monster!
But other than that, I'm not going to try and tell you what she has done or hasn't done that's bad, because I genuinely don't know. It's weird. Sometimes with YouTube drama, I'm like, oh, this is juicy, do tell. And then other times I'm like, how did I end up on a channel called Farting the Tea, where all of their videos are just scrolls of text set to Wii menu music? Do I really care that much to watch this? No, I don't. So again, I'm not saying she's guilty of anything, and I'm not saying she's innocent of anything. I'm only going to look at this book as what it is. First thing I'll say is it's really easy to criticize the worst of this book. Plenty of people have already done that. At its worst, the poems are very not good, and she didn't do herself any favors by openly admitting in the book that much of them only exist because she had a deadline and needed to fill space. Which, if I'm being honest, was kind of a relief to read because it's right at the end of the book and it sort of answers a question you might have already had. But as a result, many of the poems end up reading like tweets that should have stayed drafts but instead got reformatted to fill pages in between actual poems. I'm sure even Gabby herself would admit that a lot of these entries shouldn't even be considered poetry. Sad-isfied. It's the whole page. You get it? Because she's sad. Is fied. So she's like happy and sad. I think there's a lot of depth to that one. This one's called K, and then the whole poem is actually just her sending someone a text that says K, and the other person read it. So that's very interesting to me. And of course, got to talk about this one. Link, that's just the title of the poem, and then the poem is in bio. So you read it all together and it's link in bio. That one's kind of a thinker. You really gotta ponder on that one for a while, but once it clicks in your brain, it's very cool. Ew, you're disgustingly perfect. I like that one, it has a twist. And then right under it, Catholic. I gave up for Lent. Right, I gave up. It's funny. I've never heard that joke before. That's why it's so good. So yeah, a lot of this is either just blatant page filler or very short poems that have the depth of an above ground pool that hasn't been filled yet. If the world ended tomorrow, what would you do today? I'd hurriedly make my way to an all-you-can-eat buffet. If the world was ending tomorrow, I'd eat some food. And the poetry award goes to... Like, I didn't think I was, like, gonna like it the way that I like it, but, like, I like it. I take it back. This is a great book. The most egregious examples of page fillers are these, like, advice poems that are supposed to read like text. There's no punctuation and things are misspelled intentionally because that was the stylistic choice. But they're also meaningless and dumb that I'm almost certain they were the very last thing to be added to the book.
Hey, Gabby, book's looking great. We just need 10 more pages?
Yeah, that's no problem. How much time do I have?
Oh, you're fine. I just need them in 1 minute.
What? People change. I used to hate coconut. When I was over McDonald's, when I was a kid, when I was a kid, I don't believe everything you read. I don't love these shows. They don't make problems where there aren't any devil snacks. Don't believe everything you read unless you read that I'm cool. You can believe that.
All right, well, they're not great, but here you go. That does not matter to me. Okay, thanks.
Well, I'm glad you're satisfied, because I'm just sad. Isfied. Sad-isfied. Wait, I thought of another one! To be fair, though, there are plenty of good poems in here. Like I said, it's really easy to cherry pick the dozen or so terrible ones, but for the most part, it's not a terrible book. Had she been able to spend more time on this, letting inspiration come to her naturally, instead of rushing out a bunch of shower thoughts, I think this would have been a really good first try at her version of a Shel Silverstein book. I know she's talented. That's why even though I saw all these videos about the book, I wanted to read it for myself. I wanted to see if it was really as bad as people said, and a lot of it is not that bad. I was surprised how much I liked a lot of the drawings. I mean, obviously putting a drawing next to a poem doesn't make the poem better, but it is at least more interesting to look at as you're scrolling through the book. Ultimately, I think Gabby could have avoided almost all of the backlash she got from this if she had either taken a few more months to actually finish it, or if she had just charged less for the book. It would have made the expectations people had going into it more reasonable. I mean, I got this used on Amazon for a couple of bucks, but if I were to have bought this when it came out from stores, it would have cost me $16.99. That is the perceived value of this book according to the publisher who published it. A paperback copy of an unfinished poetry collection, $17. By comparison, here is a hardcover copy of Rhett and Link's Book of Mythicality. This book is fantastic. It's funny, it's personal, the artwork is beautiful, every single page has an intricate, unique design. I believe over a dozen people worked on it. It was a massive project that got all of the time and attention it needed. And since this is a hardcover book, the pages are really thick, it cost more to produce, so that would be factored into the price as well. So if this is $17, then this should be like 40 bucks, right? No, $21. This more durable, sturdy copy of a more thoroughly crafted book is only $4 more than this. So if you're gonna charge a premium price for your book, you're gonna have to live up to those expectations. And I'm sure it wasn't up to her what the price was. I've never worked with a publisher, I've never published a book, but I know a lot of control is taken away from the author, and this is probably what the publisher has decided. But it is still her fault for putting herself in that position, agreeing to a deadline that she probably should have known was unreachable. Don't get me wrong, as a fellow creator, I totally understand how deadlines can mess you up and get in the way of making something as good as you think it could be. Have you ever noticed that I almost always post videos on the very last day of the month? That's because I sign contracts with the brands that sponsor me, and I physically can't procrastinate any longer than I already have. But the thing is, that's on me. If I have to put out an unfinished video because I didn't have enough time to work on it, it's still my fault for agreeing to the contract that set that deadline. I don't get to play the victim in that situation, and I don't think Gabby does either, because she still profited heavily off of this. She defends a lot of these unfinished poems by saying how cathartic they were for her to write, and that's great. I'm glad that this was therapeutic for you to write this book, but you still charged people money for it. Like, it's great that you got something out of writing it, but you need to make sure that if people are paying money, that they're getting the same amount of quality in return. But those are my thoughts on this book. I'm not trying to start drama with Gabby. I think she's very talented. I'm sure she learned her lesson from this. And we'll see how her next book turns out. I think my main takeaway from this video is that the most well-received YouTuber books are the ones that act as an extension of the channel. So for someone whose channel is dedicated to coming up with fun recipes, releasing a cookbook full of them isn't some out-of-left-field obvious cash grab. A book about sex makes a lot more sense when it's coming from a YouTuber who already makes videos about sex. The same cannot be said about the Disney Channel vlogger who devoted an entire chapter of his memoir to that time someone touched his ding dong. One book I really respect is by Charlie McDonnell, who's a super OG YouTuber. He used to go by Charlie is So Coolite. He wrote an entire book about fun science facts that he enjoys. I think it's cool that he took that opportunity to just make something he's passionate about. It doesn't seem like a lazy afterthought, like, oh, I gotta write a book, I guess I'll talk about what middle school was like for me? Would people like that? He chose an extremely specific topic and went all in on it because that's what he wanted to do. And that's cool. Trying to get teenagers to be interested in science is a lot more noble than trying to teach them how to be good at Instagram. One thing I will say about every single YouTuber book is at least they did it. I can sit here and criticize every single page of a book, but at the end of the day, they still wrote more of a book than I ever have. I don't think I'll ever have the patience or self-discipline to finish that big of a project. So kudos to anyone who's ever finished a book. I'm curious to hear in the comments if you guys have read any other YouTuber books that were better than you thought they'd be, or worse than you thought they'd be, or you never actually finished reading it because you only bought it to support the creator, but then you kept getting distracted. I would understand. I do that too.
Hey guy, I know you probably want to, but you don't actually need to tell me that I have two distinctly different hair colors fighting to the death on top of my head. I am aware of that. I am also aware of the fact that they are both losing. So a little over a year ago, I got an ad for something called The Cove, an almost $500 sleep headset that was touted to me as a hug for your mind. Not that there's literally any other information in this ad. It's just kind of floating there, and I guess you're supposed to be like, well, it emits vibrations, so it's got to do something, right? As expected, the website focused more on buzzwords than anything else. Enjoy life more by stressing less. Cove makes peace of mind effortless. Cove plus TV equals evening serenity. I feel like it's such a cop-out to be like, this thing will make your brain calmer. Just, make sure to wear it while doing something you enjoy. Otherwise, it's not gonna work. Like, I wonder what's making me happier right now. Is it the show that I like or the piece of plastic I put on my head? The most notable scientific citation they have is something called interoception, the sixth sense that we've conveniently never heard of. Because how can I say that they're wrong if I don't even know what that is? Anyway, at a price point of $490, I didn't end up buying it at the time because it was so expensive and supposedly life-changing. I figured I would save it for its own video one day. But before long, I noticed that the Amazon link I had bookmarked changed it to say currently unavailable. So I thought maybe they're coming out with a newer version. I guess I'll just wait and see. Cut to about a month ago, I checked their website again and the Cove has been discontinued. No! Where am I gonna get my interoception from now? Here is their explanation. In an effort to scale Cove's proprietary technology to reach as many people as possible, we have made the strategic decision to discontinue the Cove product line as it exists today and will no longer be selling directly to consumers. Huh? In an effort to get the Cove to as many people as possible, we will no longer be making or selling them. What the fuck does that mean? Okay, so maybe they explained it more somewhere else? No posts in over 10 weeks, and you can't comment on their Instagram, and you can't comment on their Facebook, and you can't reply to any of their tweets. Now, I can't say for certain that they're trying to hide something, but I can say that if you were trying to hide something, this is how you would do it. I tried to look more into it, and all I could find is just like article after article over the past couple of years of people either saying, it kinda helped me, I think, or that it was a huge waste of money. And then all of a sudden, it's just gone? So I don't know what happened for sure. The wording of their statement almost makes it sound like they sold their technology to another company. Maybe because they didn't actually believe in it that much in the first place, so as soon as I got an offer to cash out and disappear, they jumped on the opportunity. But either way, this abrupt departure and nebulous goodbye message is not really a great look for them after spending 2 years promising to change people's lives. Well, it seems we've killed the man, but not the idea. There are now seemingly dozens of copycat headsets and watches and vibrating eggs you put on your chest. A whole slew of little devices that each cost hundreds of dollars, all with the same promise of fixing your broken brain, usually backed up by vague in-house research. I mean, we think it works pretty good. And can you guess what all of these things have in common? That's right. I've gotten ads for every single one of them on Instagram. If I had to guess why, it's because about a month ago, I had the worst panic attack of my life, which honestly is saying something because in the past I've talked about having to go to the ER from panic attacks. But this one was terrifying. For a little over 2 hours, I thought I was going to throw up, pass out, suffocate, die, any or all of those things. And as panic attacks do, it eventually went away and I'm doing a lot better now. I mean, the next day I was feeling great. It was just, that's how anxiety is. It comes up out of nowhere sometimes and it feels like debilitating, like there's nothing you can do to stop it or that it will never go away. So even though I'm in a much better mental state now, words still got out that, sometimes my brain forgets we're supposed to be on the same team, and Instagram has been having a field day with this. Mind Bloom, Brain Luxury Inc., Call Me Go, Mendy, Leaf, Apollo Neuro, Sensate, The Neo Rhythm by Omnipimp, a sleep insert that's implanted into your body? You think I'm gonna buy a surgery from Instagram? Right away with these ads, there was a pretty big red flag for me when this guy popped up. If you've watched some of my other videos, you may recognize him from a very different Instagram ad for the work oney.
There's even a flap on the back, just in case.
So it's like, okay, maybe this is not a connoisseur of internet gadgets. This is a paid actor. And that doesn't mean that this product can't work, but it does sort of break the illusion that this is just a candid testimonial.
Working several jobs, I tend to have high stress and anxiety buildup. I decided to try this product right here to help with that. This product is clinically proven to decrease stress and anxiety in 8 weeks or less.
8 weeks is a long time to have something taped to my chest, not even knowing if it's gonna work or not. Also, a lot can change in the span of 8 weeks. Like, there's so many factors that go into mental health that it's almost hard to even point to this as the sole reason why your stress or anxiety anxiety would go down.
The Leaf is a wearable device that utilizes vibration feedback to assist in regulated breathing and increase your heart rate variability.
But all right, product number 1 uses vibration feedback. Product number 2 is the Mindy.
I had been using it probably about 3 times a week for a couple of months, and then went to a conference with my husband. I was sitting there listening and thought, okay, pay attention and focus. And as I did that, I realized I was focusing.
All right, that's very anecdotal.
The Mindy is working.
At least the other one, they said vibration feedback. This one, she's just like, I put it on my head 3 times and then I was able to listen better at a conference. The headset is used to measure your brain activity. It automatically connects to Mindy's app. Okay, but what does it do? Follow your progress and get lifestyle recommendations that help you boost your training and brain health further. Okay, but what does it do? Controlling mood, increasing focus, improving sleep. But how? How does it do those things? The training game shows what's happening in your brain. Simply focus to make the ball rise. Okay, so it doesn't like do anything to my brain, but it can measure my brain's activity. I can sort of train myself to focus by rewarding my brain when it does a good job, I guess. Up next, we have another headset. It's called the Neo Rhythm.
I swear by my Neo Rhythm.
Notice big differences. I'm able to fall asleep faster.
Okay, so it helps you sleep.
Able to get a lot more work done.
Okay, so it helps you stay awake.
This little miracle of a device has kept me up for the past 8 hours.
Okay, so it keeps you from sleeping.
I was really skeptical. Like, it looks like a Halloween costume, let's be real. But I have to say, I think it's actually working.
All right, well, I mean, if she thinks it's working, then I gotta spend $300 on it. Neo Rhythm is a pulsed electromagnetic field therapy device that emits corresponding dominant and accompanying frequencies to which the brain synchronizes, creating a perfect mental environment for the desired state of mind. The fuck? I guess I'm just skeptical on how the same device could help you do 2 opposite tasks. How does it know whether I'm trying to sleep or stay awake? Well, let's see the reviews. I like the idea, I just have not felt any benefits or difference from using the device. Seems to be a scam. The product does not have an efficacy beyond that of a placebo. It's hard to know if you're improving as there is no feedback. My experience so far has been no different than if I'd purchased a really expensive piece of plastic with an LED light on it. I've tried almost daily for several months as a sleep aid, but can't say I've noticed any difference. Damn. But still, way more people seem to swear by it than the amount of people that think it sucks. Maybe they're just doing it wrong. Maybe they're just stupid. So those are things you put on your head. You've also got the Apollo that you put on your wrist.
Why I can't go a day without this wearable. It improved the quality of my sleep. I've never slept better than when I started using the Apollo wearable.
Okay, so it helps you sleep.
It helps me focus when I'm working. My productivity has almost doubled since buying the Apollo wearable.
Okay, so it helps keep you awake.
It's kind of like a wearable hug for your nervous system.
I mean, that sounds good, but like, what does that mean? Like, I don't want to hear a metaphor of what it's like. I just want to know what it does. So this one is the one I've heard the most about. I've heard it mentioned on podcasts before. It's also the most expensive out of all these products, although they're all about the same price. So we'll see. Product number 5, we've got the Sensate, which is described as a pebble that emits infrasonic vibrations to tone the vagus nerve and improve overall well-being. From what I can tell, you put it on your chest while meditating, and then it like makes you calmer over time. Now, if this is a product you have to use while meditating, it's hard to really know if it's actually doing anything, right? Because meditation in itself is something you can do to calm yourself down. It doesn't always work, but sometimes it does. So if you meditate with this egg on your chest and then you feel better, was it the egg or was it the meditation? Who's to say, you know? Guess there's no way to prove it. And then the last product is called the Calmigo. It's pretty different from all the others, but kind of has the same goal.
Everything's better now. How do you look so calm? I use Calmigo. It's a little device that helps calm you down when you're anxious.
Okay, so it's like an inhaler that you breathe into and you're having a panic attack, and I guess it smells good. The thing is, though, like my first impression of this is that out of all of these products, this would be the most helpful because it doesn't rely on doing some invisible thing like emitting magnetic rays into your brain. I can't see that, so I don't know if it's actually doing that. Whenever I'm anxious, the first thing I'll try to do is like pay attention to my breathing. I'll breathe in slowly and breathe out. And if that's what this thing is helping you do, then like, even though it's overpriced and you can breathe for free, at least it's like doing a physical thing to help you. So you probably notice I'm a little skeptical of almost all of these products. I want to believe that the science is all true and it's all legitimate. I want to believe that these companies truly just set out to help people on their journey. But let's be real about it. As more and more people talk about mental health struggles, there are other people who look at that as a new market to target. It is an ever-growing demographic of people who are probably seen as easily exploitable. So that's why I'm a little hesitant to just be like, oh boy, all this stuff is gonna fix my brain. Because you wanna know how much money I spent on 6 devices? $1,462.96. $1,462.
Hi, welcome to the unboxing couch. This is where I will take things out of a box and put them on my head. Now, any mathematicians watching may have noticed that I bought 6 products and yet I only have 4 boxes. What's up with that? Looks like DHL had an issue delivering the Neorhythm and it's currently stuck in Slovenia. And the Sensate egg ball is on back order. You'd think maybe they could have told me that before I paid for it, but then, you know, I might not have bought it and then they wouldn't get any money. So why would we tell you that? Usually I would try to be a little bit more understanding about this. I know that there's supply chain issues. I know that things get delayed all the time. But I do feel like if you're gonna market yourself as like the we made this product because we care about people company, then, you know, maybe you should have slightly higher standards. At the very least, once you're aware of the fact that you don't have any of a product left, maybe stop taking orders. Even though I have no idea when my Sensate will show up, I can still go on the website and buy another one. Why is that? You see what I'm saying? It doesn't really seem like you care that much about people's mental health when you're willing to just hoard their money for an indefinite amount of time. So I don't think I'm gonna get this one in time to include it in the video, which is unfortunate because I think it might help alleviate some of the stress that it is causing me. But honestly, I don't know if I had super high hopes anyway for a product whose worst reviews are all like, it's broken, it broke. And the best reviews are like, it was great until it broke. Hey, it can't stop working if you never get it in the first place. Mindy was one that you put on your head, right? I'll start with that. What is the point of this? It's in a box, wrapped in bubble wrap, inside another box. And then for extra protection, they put in 1 sheet of paper. This is how it arrived in one piece. Oh, it's beautiful. Finally, I can pay attention at the conference. Welcome to Mindy. Inside this box, you have one of the very first Mindy devices to ever see the light of day. Guess they haven't sold that many. Important product and legal information. This product is illegal to use. Good to know. Now here's the goods right here. Ow. I don't think I'm supposed to put it on my head yet, but obviously I'm gonna put it on my head. So this one has no information on it. I just have to download an app. Ooh, the app has a 3.6, not great. And from all I know about this, like the whole thing is the app. So if the app sucks, then the product is useless. So that's not a great sign. Mindy doesn't have enough variety. It is currently only the ball game and 1 music piece. For something you are encouraged to do at least 3 times a week, 5 minutes a session, I wish there was more. For the price, I feel like this hurts the experience and desire to use it. That's a good point. Welcome to Mindy. Let your brain health journey begin. Great news. There's an update available. Is that great news? It's a headset right above your eyebrows. Tighten as much as possible. Fuck. It's already pretty tight. It's not super comfortable, but I'm here for results, all right, not comfort. No pain, no gain, even with your brain. Avoid bright light. Oh, not sure that's really an option. All right, the movement of the ball represents your brain activity. Ball rises a few seconds after you increase your brain activity. Win stars by sustaining your brain activity. I want to win some stars. Do they work on the Jeremy Renner app? I don't know how to make myself focus more. Whoa, I did it. Oh, I suck now. Don't get me wrong, I love that I'm getting stars, but I don't know what I'm doing to earn them. I'm just gonna shut up and focus. It worked. Oh no, oh no. I'm plummeting right now. 58? I failed? I guess the thing is like, I don't know how to be good at it. Like, I understand that if it goes up, I'm doing well, and if it goes down, I'm sucking ass, but I don't know what I'm doing to cause either of those things. The only thing I do know is that it's on so tight I can feel my pulse in my forehead, and I don't love that. Okay, at least though, it gave me a metric, it gave me a starting point. I can do this every day for a couple weeks and see if I get better at it. Set a weekly goal. 7 days. I'm doing it every day this week. Add the weekly goal to my home screen? Aw. No. So you're supposed to do this like every day when you first wake up and then go straight to work and have like a giant like bruise on your forehead. So I've got something for my head. Now I need something for my wrist. I gotta stop trying to figure out how stuff works before just reading the instructions. We recommend having the Apollo wearable gently vibrating on your body for at least 3 hours a day. I have 2 watches? I look like such a dork. I look like I'm under house arrest. No, officer, it's not like that. I just have anxiety. Apollo's modes deliver a novel touch therapy that signals safety to your brain through your sense of touch, restoring balance to the nervous system and helping you bounce back faster. Does this have an app too? 3.5? That's even worse. You know the worst thing about making these videos is, every time I sign up for something, every time I buy something, I start getting spam emails from them. I'm gonna get so many emails. I don't want any emails. Ever. Okay, I can feel it vibrating when I touch it, but I don't feel it vibrating on my wrist. I guess I kind of feel it. It's like really light. Adjust intensity until vibrations are noticeable but not distracting. It's a little distracting, I'll say. Do I want energy and wake up, social and open, clear and focused? Let's do clear and focus, all right? So it's just gonna vibrate on my wrist, but like really gently. Hi, me from the future. All my hair fell off. Don't ask any questions. So I wanted to look a little bit more into some of the research that these companies are citing. Like for the Apollo, they've got a pretty small study here, only 38 participants, but they're touting a 25% increase in focus. Interesting. I didn't think that's something you could measure with a number, but you know what they say.
Science is whatever we want it to be.
All right, let's check out the abstract. And it is behind a paywall. It's gonna cost me $31 to actually see the study that they are bragging about. Awesome. Here's some more preliminary studies. These seem to be promising results. Now let's go to the study itself, where you can see that the results have not been published. So where are they getting these numbers from, huh? It's not over yet. Now, to be fair, these numbers are positive, I'll give them that. At the very least, it doesn't seem to be making things worse for people. But wait a minute, what the hell is an Aura Ring? Another $400 device? Do I have to have both in order for this thing to work? I'm running out of money. Speaking of which, how the fuck does this wristband cost $400? All it does is kind of vibrate. And I guess it has Bluetooth in it too, so it can connect to your phone. You know what else has Bluetooth and the ability to vibrate? A $35 Xbox controller. There's no way it costs even $100 to make one of these things. It's not like it's an all-in-one device either. It doesn't track any of the data that it is supposed to be having an effect on. You need to buy another device to go with it in order to be able to tell if it is working. Now, I'm not saying these companies shouldn't be able to profit. There's a lot of work that goes into production and marketing and coordinating these studies that get hidden behind a paywall. But at a certain point, it's like, what are we doing here? Do you even want this thing to be accessible to the people you're trying to help? I don't want to just dismiss this device altogether, because I know that there are promising studies about it. There are a lot of positive testimonials from people. I just think this company could find a way to still be very profitable without pricing it like it's some miracle device filled with state-of-the-art technology. It's a piece of plastic with a Velcro strap on it. All right, well, I got to do this for 30 minutes, so let's keep opening boxes. Call me go. What does a 3 minutes at the top mean? It only takes 3 minutes to do what? To use it? It only takes 3 minutes to set it up? I'm so excited for how calm I'm gonna be. I got my wrist shaking up a storm. I got this inhaler that smells like lavender. And it only takes 3 minutes.
Oh, hell yeah. It came with a little screwdriver.
And free batteries. I didn't know it was my lucky day. There's a phone number for a free one-on-one training session. All right. Not a great sign. Can't be that hard. I'll figure it out myself. Oh, I'm high as shit. I don't know what I'm doing. When I blow into it, I can feel a little ball inside, and it goes up to the top, and then the light turns blue, and then when I stop breathing, the light turns off, indicating that I'm not breathing, and the ball falls back down because I'm not blowing into it anymore. But what does it actually do? Well, guess that's going off for now. Last but most certainly not least, Leaf Therapeutics with a hole in the back, just in case. Aw, how nice of them. They already gave me a return envelope. They know I'm gonna return it. This was the cheapest product technically, because I think it was only like $99, but that's $99 a month. If I really love this product and I really felt like it was helping me and I wanted to use it for an entire year, that's $1,200. But we just want to help people. We want to make it easier for people to give us money so we can buy stuff. Oh no. Oh no, there's a lot of 1-star reviews from years ago. Wow, these are from 3 years ago. Super disappointed in this company. There are no instructions and the data is so hard to see and or understand. When I tried to get help, the company tried to sell me coaching. I needed customer service to explain the product. Super disappointed in this company. I think I'm gonna hold off on this until tomorrow actually, because I've got to be somewhere in 20 minutes and I don't want to have, wires dangling from my chest. But thanks to my new upside down watch, I'm gonna be really calm and focused when I get there because my wrist is gently shaking. That's how brains work. Oh, my forehead's so cold. Good thing my other headset just arrived. Oh God, there's so many things. Charge, download the app, sign up, log in, tap once, activate Bluetooth, first use, select and tap, 2 taps to change, 2 taps to repeat. And it's as easy as that. Oh, this is great. I guess I gotta charge it first then. While that's charging, I'm gonna do my Mindy for the day. It's really important that I begin every clip in this video with a giant red mark on my forehead. I think this time I am gonna watch the video. I was too cocky.
Optimize your experience by wearing headphones that cancel out any outside noise. When you start your training, concentrate on the pressure of the Mendy headband on your forehead. Focus on this sensation and hone in on the movement of the ball. Focus your gaze on the movement of the ball, but don't place too much emphasis on its upward movement.
Okay, but here's what I don't understand. I've used this a couple times. If I just focus on the ball, I'm not in a flow state. I'm waiting for the ball to do something, but then I'm the one in control of the ball, but I don't know how to control the ball. That makes me reactive. How is that any different than me just like scrolling through Twitter, like waiting to be stimulated by something? If I'm waiting to be stimulated by the ball, I'm not doing anything,
Making Mendy a habit and including it into your wellness routine will have a positive impact on your progress.
Like you said, I'm gonna put noise canceling headphones on so I'm not distracted. And this should be my best one yet because I'm following all the rules. Hi, me again. Now, I developed a suspicion early on that no matter what I did, the Mindy app was going to tell me that I kept doing better every single day because obviously it wants me to think that it is working. So after a couple days, I decided to see what would happen if I intentionally sabotaged my training. On day 4, I just laid down until I dozed off, and boy was I focused. I mean, look at all those stars. I'm killing it right now. On day 5, I spent the entire session just watching a YouTube video. On day 6, I played RimWorld the whole time. On day 7, I didn't even look at my phone once. I just spent my whole session eating a wrap that I made purposely too big. My best score so far. On day 8, I rode my exercise bike while playing a guitar solo to the Mindy song. And even though I forgot to plug in my actual microphone for this shot, I still knocked that ball game out of the park. I think I cracked the code. Just as I suspected, my score went up incrementally every single day. 58 to 64 to 68 to 71 to 79 to 86. Despite the fact that I wasn't even trying to do any of what the app told me to do, my brain was getting better and better every day the more I used the Mindy. And sure, there's a chance that maybe I really was just more focused every time. Shit, maybe all these products in conjunction with each other are working as intended and my brain has doubled in size. But it's hard not to think that maybe the app is just doing exactly what it's designed to, which is to make you think that you're getting smarter every day and that this was a good investment. Call me a cynic, but I'm not buying it. And if you still don't believe me, on day 9, I strapped the Mindy to a container of oatmeal, and you know what happened? Nothing. Actually, it knew that I was trying to deceive it. So I do have to give this thing a little bit of credit for at least being able to tell the difference between a human head and Publix old-fashioned dry oats. It's doing something in there. I'm just not exactly sure what. All right, so this is probably charged enough to get one thing out of it. Gotta download the app. This is too many things for one video. I should have just bought like 3 of them. Oh, yikes. 2.6. Double tap the device. Okay, I heard a buzz. Oh, it's just running now? That's it? It just started? Where do I put it? Oh no, it doesn't fit. It's supposed to sit right here. And instead, it sits right here. And it smells bad. I'm sorry, but it stinks. I think I'm supposed to wear it like this, actually. I can hear it. It sounds like crickets almost. It's like tick, 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 tick. This has really bad branding because it's like, okay, I set it up, but like, what do I do now? It's not giving me suggestions of like what mode to do or when to do it or how often to do it. I'm supposed to just know all this stuff, I guess. I want to enhance mental capacity. I'm trying to get that limitless brain. We're gonna do it for 30 minutes. I'm going to continue the video while my brain just gets bigger and bigger. You guys let me know if I start getting really smart in the next 30 minutes, we'll know why. All right, let me figure out how to get this fucking leaf thing going. Put on torso, find the edge of your ribs. This blurry ass photo is all I have to go off of? Oh, I'm stuck. I'm just gonna say it goes right there, and it's cold. Why do you need my location? So this is like completely dead? Never mind, I can't get it to work until it charges. So should have opened that box earlier. You know, I guess in the future, maybe instead of unboxing everything on camera, I'll unbox it beforehand so I can charge it first. Hey, wait, that's a pretty good idea. Did I only think of that because I got this fucking thing on my head? I really am smarter now. Just gotta grab this one, leaf on top of that, and this guy, and then that's the wrong plug. Don't forget one. And now I can relax. All right, let's talk about the leaf. I'm not gonna wait 8 weeks to see if this starts making a difference. I'm gonna return it now. I think it's awfully convenient a company that charges you a monthly fee wants you to be extremely patient with their product. Please pay us at least 3 times before sending it back. And it's not because I think this is a piece of junk. Honestly, it does exactly what it's advertised to do. It tracks your HRV, your heart rate variability, a metric that I had never heard of until it told me about it. And it guides you through these like timed breathing sessions in order to increase the number, because the higher the better, I guess. At least if you Google HRV, it'll tell you it's a big predictor for future health. If the number's high, you'll live forever. If it's low, you might as well dig your own grave now. But upon further research, it seems like there is some debate about what the number actually means. Some people believe everyone just kind of has their own baseline level, and the value in tracking it is simply that when the number starts to trend downward, that can be a sign of a lot of added stress in your life, or even that you might be a couple days away from getting sick before showing symptoms, which is actually really interesting. But anyway, while I'm not 100% sure what to do with the number it gives me, I do know that having an app that I can open up at any time that'll show me how close I am to allegedly dying is probably the worst thing for my mental health. It's kind of like when I first bought an Apple Watch a few years ago and I started obsessing over my heart rate, because up until that point I had never had a device that could track it for me. So then I spent the next few months worrying about how high it was and what that might mean for my health, until one day I decided to just stop looking at it, and then can you guess what happened? It went down. I was causing the problem that I was stressing about by stressing about it. So I'm not gonna make the same mistake again with this thing, although it would be unfair for me to judge them because of that. That's my own issue. So let's say hypothetically I were to keep using this, what would that experience look like? Well, for starters, I would have to tape this device to my chest every day. I have to feel this cold, sticky tape on my torso, what, for the rest of my life? And then when I run out of tape, I'm gonna have to buy more? I'm not gonna do all that. Also, there is a massive flaw with this device, which is that it is touch activated. By tapping it, you can initiate an automated breathing session where it vibrates super hard on your chest for like 3 minutes. I wore this thing for a day and a half. I must have accidentally activated that thing like 25 times, 10 or so of which were while I was asleep. And it kept waking me up. And maybe you're thinking, Drew, surely that is a setting that can be turned off. No, it's not. If I want to use this thing to track my HRV and my sleep, I just have to deal with the fact that it's gonna wake me up a bunch. The funniest thing about this to me is that I used another app to track my sleep quality. So this right here is me just going to bed normally, no devices, just raw dog and sleep. And this is the one and only night
that I wore the least. Not only did my sleep score go way down, probably because I kept getting interrupted, but my heart rate variability got cut in half. That is the one thing this device is supposed to improve. So I'm thinking, like, what's the end game here? I keep using this device for weeks and hope that that number keeps improving until it gets back to where it was before I started. And then when that finally happens, I decide, gee, I guess I can't live without this device. I guess I'll keep paying them $99 a month forever, because as far as I can tell, there's no way to opt out of the coaching they automatically signed me up for when I bought it. Which also, like, what do I need coaching for anyway? The app tells me how to do it. She didn't even get my name right.
Hey, Andrew.
If HRV is important to you and it's something you'd like to be able to track, then I would recommend getting one of the many devices out there that will track it for you and that you don't have to tape to your chest. And even though all of these devices are more expensive than $99, after a couple months, it will be the same price. And then every month after that, it will be another $99 cheaper, and so on and so forth forever. Who thought of this business model? And why are they not in jail? Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go put that in a prepaid envelope. All right, this is gonna be the most positive segment of the whole video. I think the Call Me Go is a pretty okay product. I will not say it's worth $200, but that still makes it the cheapest out of all the products in this video when you consider the fact that you don't have to subscribe to it. I finally figured out how to use it, even though they never answered my phone call. Basically, you just breathe into it until it vibrates, and that means you've exhaled long enough, so then you breathe in, exhale again, so on and so forth for a couple of minutes. Thankfully, I haven't had a panic attack since I got this thing, but the next time I do, I will definitely try to use it and see if it helps at all. Well, the rest of these products have the promise of this sort of silent long-term effect that you're supposed to just trust is happening and hope that in like 2 months that maybe you might feel some slight difference. They don't do anything to help you if you have a sudden onset of anxiety. This is something that at least has the potential to give you some immediate relief. Again, there are plenty of free ways to accomplish the same exact thing. There are YouTube videos with breathing exercises. You could even just like time how long this tells you to breathe in and out, and then next time count out loud yourself. So I'm not going to say $198 is some great value for this, but does it do what it's supposed to do? Yes. I can see the practicality in owning one of these. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed that, because I have nothing else nice to say for the rest of the video. You meowed at the door to come in, and I let you in, and I closed the door, and now you want to get out? Too bad, you're trapped. My favorite thing about the Apollo is how cumbersome it is to wear on your wrist, because it has to go on the bottom, so it gets in the way of everything. Luckily, the solution is to wear it, that's right, on your ankle. So now every time I walk outside my house, my neighbors do a double take and then sprint in the opposite direction. I didn't commit a crime, Beatrice. I just have trouble focusing. So I've been sleeping with the Apollo and the Neo Rhythm. I've done different combinations. Some nights I'll only wear one. Some nights I haven't worn either of them. Actually, the very first night I had this on my head, which I thought was super uncomfortable. And then I found out you're supposed to put it under the pillow. So that's probably the dumbest I've ever felt. Though it's not like they said that in the app. I had to find that out from a random YouTube video. And if I hadn't found that, I would have just kept putting it on my head every night. But then hold on, and I know this may be a stupid question, but can the electromagnetic pulses even make it that far? Like, I still don't really know how this thing works, but how far do they actually go? Not to brag or anything, but my pillow's pretty thick. Can the pulses go all the way through it? They give you this little magnetic tester that beeps when it's on, which I think it's funny that they feel like they probably have to prove that this thing actually does something, and that's why they give it to us, but that's besides the point. But how it works is that you can only hear it beeping if it's right up next to it. Even if I'm like an inch away, it stops beeping. So you're telling me it has to go all the way through my pillow and pillowcase and skull just to make it into my brain? Shit, what's to stop it from going over to my neighbor's house and getting into their heads? Guess the whole neighborhood's sleeping good tonight. Anyway, for me at least, it seems like it has no effect. As you can see, I am physically incapable of having medium quality sleep. I either sleep amazing or terrible. Just for the sake of being thorough, I'm gonna keep experimenting with these things for the next couple of months, and I'll let you know in a future video if anything drastic changes, but for the time being, I don't feel like I'm getting anything out of these wearables. There are people who say that they felt relief within seconds of putting this thing on their neck, and like the third time I put it on, I got a headache. I'm not trying to spend $300 on a headache. I don't want that shit for free. Out of curiosity, I looked up a few reviews of the product on YouTube, and it kind of seemed like all of them had affiliate links in the description, which sort of means that they're incentivized to say positive things about the product. Even still, I thought it was funny how many of the reviewers would say things like, "This technology is groundbreaking. It's so cool. It didn't do anything for me, even though I wore it for 3 weeks, but maybe if you buy it, you'll have different results." Now, the thing about mental health is you can't see it. To everyone else around you, it's invisible. That's why even though it has been heavily destigmatized, no matter what, there will always be people who look at you and say, "You're not depressed, you're just lazy." Or like, "Anxiety's not real because I don't have it, and I'm the main character." But because brain health is invisible, it's impossible for me to prove that these products don't do anything. Like I said, there's people online who say they bought one and it changed their life. I would love it if these things worked perfectly for everyone all the time and it made all our lives better. That would be amazing. I would love it if I could put a piece of plastic on my head and never have anxiety again. But I worry that because it's so clear how hit or miss these devices are, that maybe there might be some placebo effect going on. And look, if it works, it works. That's great for those people, right? Because if it is a placebo effect, that means for everyone who bought it and didn't get anything out of it, all it's done is made their lives worse because they still have anxiety, but now with $400 fewer dollars. What I will say is that I think there is legitimacy in just having something to focus on when working towards a goal. A lot of the time with mental health, it kind of feels like the only thing you can do is just wait for it to get better, or you end up in a depression loop where you don't have the motivation to do any of the things that may make you feel less depressed. That was a story of my life for like 2 years. So there probably is something beneficial just in scheduling a task every day. Maybe part of it is the task itself, and part of it is the sense that you're actively working towards something. Like, these things don't do anything unless you tell them to. So when you sit down to work and you're like, I need to be more focused, I could try putting this thing on my wrist and activating focused and energized mode, and then, maybe I'll get more work done. And maybe on the other end of the spectrum, because I went into this so resistant and so skeptical, it's kind of my own fault that this didn't work for me because I wasn't allowing my brain to take on any change. It's sort of the whole I can't help you if you're not willing to help yourself thing, although that's me really trying to give them the benefit of the doubt. Anyway, to recap my experience, I think the Mindy would be a bad investment for most people. I think the Leaf would be a bad investment for anyone. I think the NeoRhythm is a little too risky to try out yourself because it seems like a lot of people have no sensitivity to these kind of devices, and even if you want to return it for a refund, you have to spend upwards of $60 to ship it all the way back to Slovenia. I think the CalmyGo has a very niche use, but a use nonetheless, and the Apollo is probably the most overpriced product I've reviewed on this channel since the MoonPod. I doubt even the biggest believers in this wristband can honestly say that they think this is worth what it costs. It feels so light and cheap in your hands. Just yesterday, I got an ad for almost the same exact type of product. And I don't know anything about this one, but they were charging $90 for 2 of them. And they're also just little watches that vibrate. Sure, maybe this one knocks it out of the park. Maybe it's way better, but is it $350 better? I doubt it. So as a company focused on people's well-being, if you can afford to charge substantially less for a product and still profit from it, why aren't you doing that? It seems like you've arbitrarily tacked on this mental health tax because you know that your target audience might just be desperate enough to spend all that money anyway. And so no matter how effective these things prove to be, I cannot comfortably get behind them. To me, this whole business model seems extremely exploitative. That being said, I'm curious to hear if you guys have bought anything like these and if you've had similar or hopefully better experiences. It's always hard to tell exactly what the consensus for something is, when from past experience, I know that some of these websites heavily moderate their reviews. And also half of these products don't even show reviews. They just show a handful of testimonials at the bottom and call it a day. Wow, this product is approved by 3 out of 3 people? I guess it's perfect then. Well, it's that time, folks. Time for me to